the APC candidate, there was...
Of course, the result has been announced, but it seems we've not really heard anything from INEC regarding, the offenders, people that sold or bought these votes, and also the unit that we lost one of the councillors as well. So far, INEC hasn't really made any statement, or some people were even hoping that the elections in those units will be cancelled, for another time, to still make sure the election is free, fair, and credible. What is your reaction to that regarding INEC's pattern, the way INEC is handling this?
Well, I would say that INEC, I don't think there's a much INEC will do on that, because even if an election should be held again, if the election should be cancelled and reorganized, there will still be vote buying. It has come to stay. The only thing is that moving forward, there should more effort should be put in place to sensitize the general public out there that they should not they should shun vote trading, because one thing we can say is that one party is actually buying and the other party is actually selling. So the party agents the political parties or the candidates are buying, whereas the electorate are selling their votes. So it all boils down to sensitization. INEC should, even though the INEC is yet to come out openly to say or issue a statement regarding vote buying, but I think it is not something that will be that can be addressed immediately, but continuous effort, to sensitize the people and also the parties would go a long way to curbing these menace of vote buying.
Okay.
Then again, if you look at
go on.
Then again, if you look at in terms of voter turnout, in the election recorded an improvement in terms of voter turnout. I wouldn't know if it was because of the vote buying, because from INEC result, 21% of registered voters cast their vote during the election, so which is an improvement to the 10% that was recorded in the 2021 governorship election in the state.
All right, so Vimo, I'm concerned, I'm curious to what you said. In your phrase, you said vote buying has come to stay. Even if the election is, rescheduled, it has come to stay. Are you saying it's not possible to have a free and fair election in Nigeria?
Well, it is possible to have a free and fair election, but if you look at the people are hungry. Well, I wouldn't say. Why I made that statement is because of the society we are in. Even if another election should be organized tomorrow, people will still be open to trading their votes. So that is why I said that the long solution to this is continued sensitization. INEC should bank on voter education, sensitization, telling people that this actually is a menace in the electoral process, and they need to shun the parties.
But Lawrence,
and also on the part of the political.
If you're saying it's INEC needs to do more sensitization on citizens to avoid vote buying and the likes, what happened to the security personnel that are mounted at these different polling units, to make sure things like this don't happen? Number one, and what happens to INEC, holding these people accountable, making sure that they are sent to the right authorities, to be questioned and tried? Why are you not mentioning these people? And it's just about the citizens and sensitization.
Okay, let me even give you the information that even at Osume, where I covered some of the security, some of the agencies, tasked with the responsibility of, arresting those involved in vote buying. I saw some persons. We noticed that some of those people trading the vote were actually caught, and they were not. There was no one day led to the other, and they were released. So even the security agencies, those that are supposed to apprehend the perpetrators of vote buying or vote trading, actually involved somehow. You see, so it is not something that it is something that we will continue to happen for people to change, because it is fast becoming an attitude of Nigerians. Nigerians are now beginning to see it that vote trading is a normal. But if because I said not only the INEC supposed to take part in this installation, also the political parties, the relevant authorities, the CSOs, the media, because this is becoming a menace in the electoral process.
All right, Lawrence, now finally before we go, in just a few minutes, do you think that the election in Anambra State, that particular day, met your expectations? And as a correspondent, what was it like for you? Briefly.
Let me get the last part of your question.
As a correspondent in the field representing Signature TV, what was it like for you?
All right. Well, I would say that it's an improvement. The Saturday election was an improvement compared to what was recorded in the state in 2021. In terms of, like I said earlier, in terms of voter turnout, there was an improvement. 21% registered voters were able to cast their votes, and also in terms of electoral violence, there was no violence aside one lone incident that was recorded at Orumba South, where a councillor was shot. Although and we are yet to confirm if it was linked, if the shooting is linked to voting or electing, or it was totally on the election day. So generally, there was no incidents of violence in the state. Then also in terms of well, generally there's an improvement. There's an improvement, and even the CSOs, some electoral observers have also attested that this election was better than the 2020 election. So there's an improvement in the part of the INEC performance, INEC being able to release, to complete the election within the record time, and also being able to distribute the electoral materials in time. Because in some polling units, they were able to start between 8:30 and 9:30. All the voting has started in most of the polling units in the state. So there's an improvement generally in terms of INEC performance in the election.
All right. Thank you very much, Lawrence Mimo, for that analysis. Thank you for joining us this evening.
Thank you.
Thank you for having me.
All right, so that was our correspondent and Lawrence Rainbow that helped us to, really understand how it was like over there and also give us this observation during and of course after the election. Up next is Fashionista, and we are going to look into different ways that you can appreciate the art of fashion designing. For those that love to understand, love to have different designs on them. You are likely want to take advantage of this very one. And I believe that Lillian has been cooking something, because you always come up with something. I know somehow. Well,
Christopher,
cooking something.
It's Fashionista, so stay tuned.
Welcome to Fashionista. Today, we'll be reviewing the top 20 Nigerian fashion designers making their mark around the world this year, according to Nigeria Everywhere blog. First is Lisa Folawiyo, the queen of print mixing. Lisa pioneered handcrafted Ankara couture, putting Nigerian prints on international red carpets. Her intricate, embellished designs have extended far beyond her home country. Pieces from her eponymous label have appeared on the likes of Lupita Young, Tanvir Newton, and Solange Knowles, as well as on the pages of some of the world's leading publications. The designer pays homage to her love of Ankara textiles in her pieces, crafted by a team of expert local artisans who take on average up to 240 hours creating a single hand-embellished piece. Next, Kenneth Ize, celebrated for reviving Ashoke weaving with a modern twist. Kenneth collaborates with brands like Karl Lagerfeld and champions sustainable practices. The Lagos-based designer founded his eponymous label in 2013 at Lagos Fashion Week, having graduated from the University of Applied Arts, Vienna's Fashion and Design course. Next is Adebayo Okelawal. He's the founder, chief executive, and creative director of Orange Culture. By blending Nigerian and other African references with universal streetwear silhouettes in unexpected fabric choices, he produces menswear and women's wear collections which blur the boundaries across both culture and gender. This gender-fluid label blends streetwear and storytelling, making statements about identity and culture. The label has collaborated with numerous brands such as Budweiser, Nosakari, London, Dennis Osadebe, Rokus, London, and Nigerian artist Davido, where he designed a limited edition collection sold exclusively at major store Selfridges. Next is Andrea Iyama. Known for bold swimwear and resort wear, Andrea's brand is worn by global icons and celebrities, redefining African culture. She is known for her take on women's fashion and swimwear, which has been worn by celebrities such as Michelle Obama, Kate Hudson, Gabriella Union, Ciara, and Issa Rae. Officially launching a full swim collection in 2013, her work has garnered attention from press such as Vogue, Elle, Essence, Refinery 29, HuffPost, Cosmopolitan, and much more. Next is Mai Atafo. Ohimai Atafo, popularly known as Mai Atafo, is a Nigerian fashion designer known for his brand Mai Atafo. He underwent training at the Savile Row Academy in Leeds, United Kingdom, to become a skilled tailor. A master of bespoke tailoring, Mai Atafo's suits are synonymous with elegance, often seen on Nollywood stars and business moguls. Next is Tokyo James. Tokyo James is a British-Nigerian luxury fashion brand founded in 2015 by designer Inie Tokyo James. The brand is known for its modern, avant-garde menswear that blends the energy of Lagos with London's heritage, featuring bold experimentation with fabrics and traditional techniques like beading. It's recognized for its distinctive tailoring, structured silhouettes, and emphasis on texture, with pieces that are both experimental and wearable. This Afro-futuristic designer blends British tailoring with Nigerian aesthetics, creating collections for fashion-forward global citizens. Next, Lanre da Silva Ajayi. A pioneer in Nigerian couture, Lanre's intricate designs celebrate vintage and high fashion glamour. She launched her label in 2005, producing couture, ready-to-wear pieces, jewelries, and hair accessories. Her collections often feature metallic fabrics, lace, and African-inspired patterns, drawing from historic fashion elements such as those of the 1940s and 1800s. Next, Vicky James. A bridal and couture phenomenon, Vicky is known for opulent gowns, red carpet-worthy creations, and designs that blend flawless structure with Nigerian glamour, making her one of the sought-most after designers today. She expanded her business to include Vicky James Man, a fashion brand for menswear, and Shoprican for women. Next is Deola Sagoi. Deola Sagoi is a legend, revolutionizing traditional Nigerian bridal and formal wear with unmatched craftsmanship. Deola is well known for her uncanny attention to detail, her expert handling of a diverse range of fabrics, as well as her exemplary grasp of a wide range of female body types. Having been the first Black woman to present a collection at Altam Roma, Rome's celebrated fashion week back in 2004, and the first Nigerian to have her own standalone show at the New York Fashion Week September 2014. She continues to lead the way in trailblazing Nigeria on the fashion global map. And lastly is Prudence Gabriel, a rising star creating sustainable, chic, ready-to-wear pieces that balance affordability with cultural authenticity, making Nigeria fashion accessible to a new generation. And that's it on today's Fashionista.
Welcome back. Now, Christopher, I hope you enjoyed that fashionista segment.
Like those guys are awesome. Like, how did they have the ideas to put these things together?
Our very own Vicky James. I saw the designs. They are quite mind-blowing.
Out of this world.
Now it's time for What's Up, What is Trending from your end. And today on What's Trending, we're going to be looking at Wike versus the army. And tensions are rising in the Federal Capital Territory as the minister of the FCT, Nyesom Wike, was caught. FCT was caught in, you know, something that looks like a flashback. And
I saw that stuff on social media. It's like a big deal for so many people. Some people are having different comments, which of course we're going to look into those comments as well. But one thing that struck me was someone said that finally there's someone that can withstand Vicky's power. People.
Well, let's take a look at the comments.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
Order matters. I'm an offside. Take to orders.
So what? You had a who? Damn me.
So I'm an offside. Take to orders.
To order that you take it.
I'm a three-star general.
Okay.
You can't say no. That means
You can never develop this property. I will not allow it.
No problem, sir.
You
I'm
will not-
only acting on my
if
orders.
you want to kill
as
everybody,
officer.
kill everybody.
We will not kill
You
anybody,
cannot.
sir. We will not. We will not kill anybody, sir.
You put yourself in trouble.
We will not. We will
My
not.
friend, you see,
What is that? You cannot shut me up. No, you cannot shut me up. You are my senior. You cannot even talk when I'm talking. Because
I have to reach you.
you're only that you I'll be talking and policemen will be talking.
Hey, you are taking with us. You don't have any.
I'm not to carry security to intimidate worker. Because you're an officer. Nobody does that.
We did not carry anybody.
The man took the I will not allow going on check on us and then you to carry land.
Sir, everything was acquired legally.
Will you
And
stop
sir, you
that?
get the
Will you stop
Sir,
that?
I'm an officer. I have integrity.
Shut up, you're not good
Sir, I
officer.
will not shut up.
Will you get out?
Sir, I won't shut up. Sir, I'm a
I
commissioned
was in
officer.
school, you're not in school.
Sir, you can't shut
Will
me
you
up.
keep quiet?
You can't
Let
shut
me
me
take
up, sir.
food.
I'm not a
You are
fool.
the fool.
I'm not a
You
fool,
think you
sir.
can shoot anybody like that?
Sir, I'm not
You
a
are the
fool.
fool. Are you
I am
talking?
not a fool, sir.
As for the time I graduated, you are in primary school.
I'm acting on orders.
Take for which
You can't
order?
call me a fool.
And then you will see whether you love it here.
Sir, you can't call me a fool.
Go
I'm
and
not a
put up your
fool. I'm an
hand,
officer.
put up
I'm not a fool, sir.
Okay,
I'm
I
an
will
officer.
so come on. You will have killed everybody here.
No, we won't kill anybody. We won't kill anybody. We are acting on orders.
Go and develop. Go and develop here. Let me see you.
Regular officer, you won't come and
We are going to get out.
I'm not even seeing what is recording. Hello, sir.
Director press.
Well, I hope you watched that video. Now, according to reports, Wike and officials of the FCT administration was on an inspection tour of a controversial property in Gadua when soldiers stopped them from entering. Well, in that viral clip, the minister was visibly and furious, insisting that no one, not even the military, is above the law, and, accusing certain officers of using soldiers to guard a private property without proper authorization. Now, reactions on social media have been swift, while some Nigerians applaud Wike for standing up against alleged misuse of power. Others question his own past clashes with law enforcement during his time as Rivers State Governor. And the army is yet to issue an official announcement, but the drama has already ignited a wider conversation about civil-military relations and accountability within the nation's capital. Now, let's take a look at the comment of Nigerians.
So while we are getting out on the comments, don't forget that you can call in and let's also hear your opinion. What do you think about this reaction? Do you think that with the statement, there are some people of the opinion that Wike, being a public servant, is supposed to manage his emotions, to show an exemplary life, not talking like, you're above the law and all of that. While the military person, people have different opinion about that. Let's get your opinion on all of these things on the phone line that you can call in and share your thoughts with us. The number to call is 08111 11677. I take that again, 08111 5 ones. and 677. That's the number to call to share your thoughts on this very part of the program.
Now let's take a look at the moment from Nigerians. The comments. Well, Oscar Jr. says, I'm talking and a police officer is talking. I'm only following order. I'm a 3-star general.
Okay,
wow.
That sounds like Oga at the top sent me this.
Make army. Well, now this policeman pushing this Navy guy, make it just they follow Wike, they go him house. So because if they catch him, that eye service no go fit save him. And this is coming from IB King, and that is Tammy.
And then we look at for the next comment. Someone says, this one's coming from It's Oladeni. Deserves promotion because he disobeyed an authority. Please.
And then somebody replied and said, Wike is an authority. Look at you, Nigerians.
This one says, this one is coming from Mimi. Mimi says, in the ongoing saga of Wike versus a soldier of the Nigerian army, one story shines brightly, a soldier who truly deserves a promotion. This is a commitment to duty and exemplary performance. Respect authority. Okay.
Well, another person is saying, I just love how the officer stood his ground. He's acting on others and will die at his post. If you want him to move an inch, call his commander. It's as simple as that.
And one of the responders to Mimi said, I am an officer. I have integrity. These words just made me proud of this officer, I swear. Thank God he isn't Igbo, Sha, as we don't too collect stray bullets for this country.
The composure in the face of provocation, and the soldier did what the whole of PDP can't do. And even most Nigeria cannot do. The soldier is a hero. Wike, you are a minister, a common minister, civil servant. Know that and know peace. Wow, a whole lot of comments.
This one says, regardless of what ensued, Wike has no right to abuse the guy that way. Wike lacks decorum. And most importantly, kudos to the military guy for standing his ground. We need to have mutual respect for ourselves. This is coming from Oga Hans. Okay.
And DJ Identic says, Wike ran just to be able to fight another day. Baba conceded 3 goals and forfeited 3 points in the space of few minutes.
So what is your reaction? What do you think of all of these things? We may be laughing and talking about it, just to calm the nerves and, don't take it too serious like that. But then again, it's something that many people are concerned about when you have a public person and the military in the face of camera. And, I believe exemplary life should also be out there. How do you manage your emotions in public? In the face, there were cameras,
everywhere.
Yeah, and
the outburst was
so,
something else, and people are complaining. I don't know. I feel like they should have handled this a bit differently,
with some sort of demureness. So don't forget to call the number 0811 111 677. Okay, I thought we had a call. Please do well to call back.
And now moving on, the next on what's trending. 10K laptop project for 10K Nigerian youths. Now the 10,000 laptops for 10,000 youths initiative, also called the Tech Access Project, aims to empower young Nigerians with laptops to boost their digital skills and entrepreneurship. Launched by Ayilola Ayotomiwa, the project gained massive attention after Don Jazzy donated 20 million naira, helping raise over 21 million so far. And now
we have a call.
We have a call.
Yeah. Hello, good evening. Yeah.
Good evening. This is Ada. I called you yesterday.
Oh, Ada.
Oh, hi, Ada.
Nice
welcome.
to have you.
Good evening. How are you today?
Very fine, thank you.
Oh, yes. And Lilia, you are looking very beautiful this evening.
Oh, thank you, Ada.
Ada, so you did not see me. Wow.
I saw you, but it's different supporting women in this part of
All right,
Okay.
thank you. Now go ahead with your opinion.
Anyway, I saw the video, right? I know I haven't really been online, but seeing it right now, I feel sorry. You know, yesterday we were talking about people selling their votes for a token. Now today, a renowned senator is, washing his destiny. I don't even know what to say, because Nigeria just has a way of shipping pills every morning. I mean, you know how you travel to locations, come to any city, you go to Abuja, you shoot. Every day, one episode, one season is just staying out somewhere. And I feel sorry for this child. I feel sorry because tell me why a man is fighting like that. I mean, don't you have shame? Your own personal shame, like as a human being. Forget that you're a senator, forget that you hold a place of authority in the country, such as Nigeria. Don't you have shame for yourself fighting like that and claiming? Yeah, we know cricket has always been controversial, but then again, it doesn't have to be every time. There is a whole lot where I just wish we as human beings to first acknowledge that we respect ourselves and respect the next person, regardless of position, regardless of rank, regardless of whatever portfolio you occupy in the country. That's my sense.
All right, thank you so much, Ada. And for point of correction, he is the Minister of FCT.
Right.
And you know that saying, he's the Minister of FCT, like my domain. How dare you? I have access to all the lands. Do you know who I am?
You just like what Regina said, you know the local house, I am nobody. In my father's house. So everybody wants to be somebody in their position, forgetting that the next person needs their own respect, you know?
Thank you.
Thank you
so much.
Thank
Have
you.
a nice evening. Enjoy your show.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
You too. I think one thing I made out of that is have respect for everybody, no matter where you are, no matter your position in government. Have respect, and they have an authority, they have commanders that they answer to. I think the proper thing would have been for them to call the highest in command.
Let's take this call. Hello, good evening.
Good evening, presenter. This time I'm calling from my boy state.
Oh, welcome, Diamond. Let's get your opinion.
Yeah, we think that they can do what he did to Bubara to everybody. That's a military man. You don't challenge a military man like that. He's a civilian, by the way, no matter the position he's doing. That man on uniform is better than Wicked. So Wicked to not cross his boundary. If he continue with this nonsense, one day he will pay for it.
How do you mean the man on uniform is better than Wicked? What really do you mean by that?
He's better than Wicked now.
How?
He's better than Wicked.
All right. Okay.
His service is more than that of Wicked. His service is better than Wicked service.
I beg to disagree, but that's opinion. Thank you so much for sharing your thoughts with us. Thank you for calling. I keep watching Signature TV. Thank you for calling. I think all the services are important. Ricky, the Minister of FCT, has his own services playing. That's also important. Makes him a better person for that as well, And then, of course, the military personnel has its own service. I think it's just like the fingers, the body. The eye is important. It's playing a better role. The nose, all the parts. Okay, we have a call here as well. Hello, good evening. Please, your name and where you're calling from.
Hello, good evening. What's your name and where are you calling us from?
Yeah, we can hear you. Please. All right.
Yes, it is. Please go ahead. What is your name?
Oh, sorry. Please, when you call in, you reduce the volume on your TV set so you don't have a call back on the call so we can hear you. And of course, the listeners, the watchers out there can also hear what we are saying. So when you're calling in, reduce the volume on your TV and so we can have a proper conversation. All right, the number still to call is 0811 111 677 to join the conversation. And we have this caller again. Hello. Yeah, good evening. Please, your name and where you're calling from.
I'm Emanuela.
Okay, Manuela, where are you calling from?
I'm calling from ENUGU.
All right, go ahead.
About Wike and is it not signature
TV.
section?
Yes, please.
Yes, this is Signature TV.
So what we are talking about Wike and the minister is the Wike and the animal. Wike is not crying at all because what he's sending that man to an early grave. Because someone says, we know he's the minister, but today, everything someone is doing, he will do today. Tomorrow, today might be your own, tomorrow might be for another person. But what we are seeing here is quite appalling. Look at the way the man is and the so helplessly.
All right.
My own contribution, I was so devastated. I was so down. I'm not sharing anything. I don't even know what to say.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for calling. Wow. Of course, the different opinion, and people are really disappointed because you being a leader, you're no longer speaking for yourself. You're no longer yourself.
You're representing Nigeria.
Your emotions have to be checked. You know, the way you carry yourself in public and all of that. But notwithstanding, he's human. You understand? You could have that time that you couldn't manage his emotions. But then again, it is what it is. You know, being a public servant makes you a public person at the end of the day. The number still is 0811 111-677. That's the number to call to be part of the conversation. Let's get to hear your thoughts. What do you think about all that we've discussed so far, especially that of Wike and the army? What do you think should have been done? And again, some people feel that the military person, the army, is also an authority. The rule of law is not really taken seriously in Nigeria. But then there is a caller here. Let's take this call. Hello, good evening.
Hello, good evening.
Yeah, good evening. Please, what's your name and where you're calling us from? Please, can you speak up? We can barely hear you.
Can you speak up?
All right.
Are you hearing me?
Yes, crystal clear.
Are you hearing me?
Yes, please.
Hello? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Please go on.
Okay. The altercation between the Federal Capital Minister, Wike, and the soldier man. The soldier man displayed courage and calm in the face of a public officer calling somebody a police. This is an ordinary Nigerian that call a military man a police. I mean, will that be taken lightly? Somebody who is a barrister, who knows the law. The way he humanized that man that was sent. The people he sent on the field, who they carry out his own instructions. And somebody sent the young soldier and he's carrying out the instruction and he was humanizing in the public. It's not how things should be done. When we get to one politics, I don't know that we don't know who are the people that manage and to carry to house of one house. There must be some degree of decorum in anything. So that is my own submission. No matter what happens, we don't be one thing. I mean, to start, insulting everybody the way that is normal character.
Wow.
We will be celebrating. That's what we will be expecting to be learning from them. I rest my case.
Thank you for resting your
case. Thank you so much
for
that.
Thank you for calling as well.
Wow.
Wow. You just said that
we said that together. The social media is buzzing. Signature TV is buzzing. Everywhere is buzzing. You know, calling Wike out, calling the army out. You know, people talking from both sides of their mouths. You know, a whole lot of things playing out. We're waiting to see maybe Wike would give a press release as usual when something busts out. Maybe by tomorrow.
Those interviews,
right?
Make statements.
Statement upon statement.
We have another call.
All right, let's go ahead.
Hello, good evening.
Hello, good evening.
Yeah, good evening. Please, what's your name and where are you calling us from?
My name is Stanley.
Stanley, where are you calling from?
Okay, I'm calling from Plateau.
Plateau.
I'm calling from Plateau.
All right, nice. Please go on.
Okay, concerning the controversial video, I think I'm not in support of what we did as a minister of the federation.
Yeah, we can hear you. Please go on.
Yeah, I'm not in support of what he did as a minister of the federation. He insulted the country indirectly because the person he insulted is an officer of the federation and he was on uniform. So indirectly he insulted the country and trying to show that we operate in a lawless country.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much. Now, for those that just joined us, we are going to watch that video again so you have a grasp of what we are really talking about and understand, the angle of Wiki's annoyance and the firmness of the military man. Please do stay with us.
We are local.
The international community is observing every.
Just finish the
Why the main market is in chaos. People are.
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye.
Aye.
We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
Order matters. I'm an offside, take to orders.
So what? You had a who than me.
So I'm an offside, take to orders.
To order that. You take illegal order.
Three-star general.
Okay.
I can't say no. That means
You can never develop this property. I will not allow it.
No problem, sir.
You
I'm only acting on my
if
orders.
You want to kill everybody, kill everybody.
We will not kill
You
anybody,
cannot.
sir. We will not. We will not kill anybody, sir.
You put yourself in trouble.
We will not.
My friend, you see,
What is that? You cannot shut me up. No, you cannot shut me up. You are my senior. You cannot even talk when I'm talking. Because I'm. You're only that way. I'll be talking and policemen will be talking.
hey, you are taking with us. You don't have any big.
I'm not to carry security to intimidate because you're an officer. Nobody does that.
We did not carry anybody.
The man took that. We will not allow going on chief on us. And then for you to carry that.
Sir, everything was acquired legally.
Will you stop that?
You get
Will you stop that?
Sir, I'm an officer. I have integrity.
Shut up, your mouth. Put
I will not shut up.
Will you get out?
Sir, I won't shut up. Sir,
I was in school. You're not in school.
Sir, you can't shut
Will
me
you
up.
keep quiet? Get me a big fool.
I'm not
You are a big fool.
I'm not a fool,
You
sir.
can shoot anybody like that.
Sir, I'm not
You
a
are the
fool.
fool.
I am not a fool, sir.
As at the time I graduated, you are a primary school.
I'm acting on orders.
Take for which
You can't
order?
call me a fool.
And then you will see whether you will not lose here.
Sir, you can't call me a fool.
Go and develop your
I'm an
go and
officer.
develop
I'm not a fool, sir.
Okay,
I'm
I'm
an
with
officer.
you. I'm so correct. You will have killed everybody here.
No, we won't kill anybody. We won't kill anybody. We are acting on orders.
Go and develop. Go and develop here. Let me see you.
Regular officer, you won't come and complain.
We are going to get out.
I'm not even seeing what you're recording. Hello, sir.
Director press.
All right, so that was really, really hot, and it's the calmness of the military man for me. He was very calm, and many people are speculating that this was intimidation in its full order playing out. Because you're speaking with someone with authority as well. He won't just make reactions or make a statement or declare some sort of order without someone asking him to do that. Respect that, right? That's some of the opinions of people. Respect that, and call authority. You are also an authority on your own as the minister of the state, right?
Right.
Call your people. Say, I should not enter here. What is going on? Amicably.
What
is the need for the whole banter and making a noise out of it?
In the midst of that chaos, that man was just saying, I am not this. I am not stupid.
I am not a fool.
I am not a fool, sir. I am following orders. I am, like, he kept on repeating it. I am following orders. You know, I for a learned person, I would have expected that the person is supposed to say, okay, my people, let's go back, you know, have one-on-one, call the person, you know, above him and say, this is what is going on. But instead, you know, the insults came, you know, it kept on coming and
pouring and pouring.
Right. And in some of the videos, I saw that there was, you know, some kind of exchange that, you know, they almost started fighting. And one of the comments that was intriguing that I saw on Twitter was that somebody said that this cannot happen abroad, that it is only in Nigeria that this happens, and that the military personnel was already making Wike cry silently without raising shoulders.
Somebody said, but before I even give you that thought of what somebody said, don't forget that you can call in on the program. Let's get your thoughts on what we are looking at, you know, Wike versus the army man. It's just like that, okay? The number to call is 08111111677. That is the number to call displayed on the screen, that you can join the conversation and let's get to hear your thoughts. What do you think about the Minister of FCT, his reaction, the way he was in his mood? Somebody said that Wike's reaction was just a way of saving his face. The fact that he could not believe that somebody was going to turn him down, you know, that somebody was going to turn him down, he couldn't even believe that, you get. So I don't know, many people believe that it's power against power. And somebody is saying it's the survival of the fittest. One person wants to be the boss at the end of the day, and Wike is that man that takes no for an answer.
For an answer. But the funny thing is, when you are lashing out and, you know, displaying anger and all sorts, nobody would ask you what really went down. Everybody will now be looking out your response and your reaction from what really happened. Now, nobody is asking, why was Wike reacting? What did the, you know, army personnel do? Why was Wike, you know, restricted from that area? Or was he the one restricting what really went down? So nobody is asking the right question. And everybody, you know, is now focusing on the reaction.
On the reaction, right. So we are still going to, you know, come back to the story. In case you missed out, you have an idea of what really is going on, so you understand what really led to Wike, you know, creating such a scene, you know, which many people will feel it's embarrassing for a titled man, a minister, you understand?
Well, I feel like everybody can actually lose their cool at any
some point, right?
We're all humans,
of course we are.
To be fair. Now, let's look at what really went down if you were just joining us. And according to reports, Wike and officials of the FCT administration were on an inspection tour of a controversial property in Gadowa when soldiers stopped them from entering. In the viral clip that we just played, the minister was visibly furious, insisting that no one, not even the military, is above the law, and accusing certain officers of using soldiers to guard a private property without proper authorization. Now, amidst all the reaction on social media, some Nigerians applaud Wike for standing up against alleged misuse of power, and others question his own past clashes with law enforcement during his time as Rivers State Governor. And the army is yet to issue an official statement, but the drama has already ignited a wider conversation about civil-military relations and accountability within the nation's capital. Lele, what do you think?
Well, I think there are better ways to manage these things. If you are the owner of a particular place, let me not even use that instance, as the minister of FCT, you understand? I want to believe he thinks he has the right to go into anywhere because he's the minister of the place, right? If you're about to enter a place and you're asked not to, somebody is firmly saying, I'm working by orders. Okay. You don't fight the messenger, fight the message, right? No wahala. You step back, you have your contacts, call your contacts.
What is the procedure?
What is going on? Why am I denied entrance to this place? You know, lay your complaint and know what is going on. Then when that is done, if it's what the person that asked you to stop was wrong, punishment can come later. You know, he's a media person. You can always say it that this person did this and now he's taking punishment for this and that. No big deal, we understand. But the reaction, some people feel it wasn't necessary. What are you trying to tell Nigerians? That you are the god of what, FCT, or what exactly are you? This person has his own authority, making his own statement and order, just as you do. Just as everybody respects yours when you make your orders, you are expected to respect other people's, other authorities' order as well. So what are we now teaching the civilians, in quote, Nigerians?
And the fact that they are bringing up, you know, issues from the past of Wike, you know, lashing out, busting in public for no just cause, instead of, you know, having decorum, composure, and whatnot, and you know, it brings the question to, you know, if our politicians, you know, can actually be a good example to the youth, to, you know, Nigeria, even in the global space, how they are going to see us and our affair, and if it is okay for the people in authority, the elite, to get away with some sort of action, or if it's not okay, what next? Though we are still waiting for the military to, you know, give a statement, and for Wike to give his own press release. And I don't know if this is going to be a comparison, what would be next, if it's going to, you know, go to the court of law, and what the president will have to say concerning it, or if we're going to see entire state of emergency. Who knows what comes next? Nigeria is full of surprises.
Surprises every time. We are still curious to hear your thoughts. You can join the conversation by calling the number 0811 111-677. That is the number you can call in and join the conversation. Let's get to know, what do you think about all of these things? Do you think Nigerian politicians are really setting good examples for the future leaders? You know, they say that the youths are the leaders of tomorrow. Now, if the youths are seeing the leaders of today behaving like this, how is it going to look like tomorrow?
All right, while we wait for the callers, let's take a look at the comments from the people on Twitter, now known as X. Now, to recap on what we talked about earlier, I am talking and a police officer is talking. I'm only following order. I'm a 3-star general. I think this was the statement of the general.
Yeah, and then we have this one from Ehi Abu. He says, make army come meet you for office. Wicked don't they drink, go office.
Can we talk about that? Why would somebody say that Wike is drinking
heading to the office
and goes to the office? Is he, well, let's move forward.
You don't want to go
I don't want to go there.
This policeman pushing this Navy guy, make it just they follow Wike, they go him house. Oh, or because if them catch him, if they catch that eye service no go fit save him. Was it really an eye service?
Was it an
people are loyal to people. People are loyal to people. It's not always about eye service. People are really loyal to people.
I think we also have military people who stand for what they believe and who could actually die for their, in the post or what, their service. It's not everybody that can be bought. It's not everybody that can see, that can be the OES member. Oh, minister,
yes,
minister,
yes.
All your excellencies are, oh, welcome, sure, sir. Not everybody in Nigeria can do that. Relating to what happened in Anambra election and, where the officers were there and, vote buying, voters, inducement was going on and, a lot of controversies. People were, almost fighting, yet they did not do anything. And I'm sure that some authorities, the candidates, even elites were there and they witnessed some of these things and nobody could stop it. Right now, we are seeing somebody that is standing strong, a patriotic citizen of Nigeria, saying this, that. So we do not know what the outcome will look like.
So this whole saga, has really shown a whole lot of things happening. There are people that really would love to stand firm, to do the right thing, but the intimidation from people that are up there, it's going a long way to drag down patriotism in people. Which is really something that people are concerned about, because imagine this man was not someone that was firm with his decisions. The likes of Wiki. Wiki is a staunch man, like authority. Is bossy, you know. And if you're not firm, you know, if you don't know your ground, you may just, okay, he forced his way in, you know. But then again, it calls for everybody to be on alert on their responsibility. As long as you're doing it right, you are doing something legal, you have your responsibility, you have your role to play, regardless what comes your way. So the change we're talking about, it begins with you. If you're someone that, as an INEC official, you know, or a police personnel, security agent, at any different polling unit you find yourself, and somebody comes to buy votes or to bring money, be an example. Stand firm. Say no in the midst of people trying to corrupt you or intimidate you. Stand your ground.
I think one of the intriguing things that
we
have a call.
Yeah. Hello. Good evening.
Hello.
Hi. Good evening. Please, what's your name and where you're calling us from?
Hello.
Yeah, we can hear you. Please, your name and where you're calling from.
Yes, I am calling from National State, Nafia.
Okay. What's your name?
My name is K.M. Suleiman.
Thank you. Please go on.
Yes, I want to say that the army really showed maturity. That is why I would say it's more mature than the minister. The minister is not supposed to be arguing with that boy. He would have just said, allow the boy, let us go. They will meet themselves at the upper chamber.
Okay, we can hear you.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you for calling all the way from Nasarawa, right?
Right. Thank you.
Thank you so much for calling. Yeah, exactly what we were saying. You don't have to create a scene. You understand? Don't fight the messenger. Fight the message. Go back,
Maturity.
make the call, and do the needful. You know.
Maturity. And I don't know. I think I was saying something. If Nigeria can, you know, look at this and you know, the people that are the elites can actually learn from this and, you know that everywhere has jurisdiction, everywhere has no limits, everywhere has, oh stop, there is procedure. Are you telling me that if you're flying out of the country and you get to the airport, you just enter the plane like that without checks and procedures? This is like it.
Follow protocols,
right?
That's how it's supposed to be. And this is sadly we are going to wrap it up on this very segment of the program. We'll jump into entertainment. Trust me, after all of this stress, after all of this saga, this drama, you need something to calm your nerves. And let's check out what entertainment story has for us.
Actress Regina Daniels' brother, Sammy, has been granted bail set at 5 million naira after spending several days in detention. Sammy reportedly received bail on Monday, November 10, 2025. He had earlier been remanded in Kefi prison by a Duse magistrate court on Thursday before being transferred to Suleja prison. Celebrating his release, Sammy's elder brother took to Instagram to share the news. Recall that Sammy was arrested in Lagos about a week ago following a complaint reportedly filed by Senator Ned Nwoko in connection with the ongoing controversies surrounding his marital issues with Regina Daniels. Nollywood actress Uche Montana has dismissed circulating reports linking her to the alleged drug-related controversy involving actress Regina Daniels and her husband, Senator Ned Nwoko. In a statement shared on her Instagram page on Monday, Montana addressed the speculation days after Nwoko published a lengthy Facebook post naming Regina Daniels' close friends and relatives, including actresses Sonia Uche and Uche Montana, as allegedly interfering with his wife's rehabilitation process. According to Nwoko, the individuals repeatedly regarded medical advice to limit access to Regina during therapy and allegedly supplied her with the substances she was being treated for. Reacting to the claims, Montana said she was aware of the circulating post associating her name with the allegation, but maintained that she had no involvement or connection to the matter. She explained that her statement was simply to clarify the situation and protect her peace. Her response comes amid growing tensions surrounding Regina Daniels' marriage to Nwoko. Just 2 weeks earlier, Regina had alleged in a viral video that she was a victim of domestic abuse, describing herself as a slave in her husband's home. Nwoko, however, denied the accusation, asserting that his wife was battling drug and alcohol addiction and accusing her of assaulting domestic staff. Legendary Nigerian musician Innocent Idibia, popularly known as 2Baba or Two-Face, has described his hit track African Queen as a song that ignited his music career and remains one of his most personally meaningful works. In a recent interview, Two-Face admitted that while the song brought him immense success and recognition, it has also been something of a burden over the years. Released in 2004, African Queen catapulted Two-Face to international fame, making him the first African artist to win the BET, MTV Europe, and Mobile Awards. Despite its success, the song has long been mired in controversy. Two-Face's former bandmate, Blackface, has repeatedly accused him of stealing the track, claiming sole authorship. Two-Face, however, has maintained that African Queen was a collaborative effort during their time together in the defunct group and Plantation Boys, and denied the allegation of theft. Nearly 2 decades later, the dispute remains a talking point reignited recently after Billboard named African Queen the greatest Afrobeat song of all times in August 2025. Hollywood star
Hello, welcome. Of course, wow, I love the part of the entertainment that has different stories. You get to know about these people in a few minutes. That's why you should stick around on this very program, because you get to learn on what is trending in the entertainment world. And this will kick us into the next segment. What's trending?
Right, what is trending? Now, what is trending is the 10,000 laptops for 10,000 youth initiative that we earlier mentioned, also called the Tech Access Project, which aims to empower young Nigerians with laptops to boost digital skills and entrepreneurship. So if you're interested, this one is for you. Launched by Ayilola Ayotomiwa, the project gained actually massive attention after Don Jazzy donated 20 million, helping raise over 21 million naira so far. Now, the goal is to distribute laptops to 10,000 youths nationwide, though the details of the selection, the rollout, and timelines are on X. Now, the project continues to trend online under different hashtags. The application is ongoing for interested youths.
Okay, now the funnest part of this thing is that people are still concerned. It's not the funnest part. No, let me change that. People are still concerned, how genuine is this? Because scam is so rampant in Nigeria that it's becoming, even when some things are real, you're scared. You understand? I'm not saying it's real, I'm not saying it's not real. But for Don Jazzy to be part of it, it gives a sort of authenticity to it and credibility to it too.
Well, it is authentic because I've seen a lot of posts. You know, social media deals with cards, receipts, as they call it. So I saw credit alert from Don Jazzy. I also saw Ailola, who is the project manager, writing to Davido, Adeleke David, to be part of it. Writing to other celebrities, telling them to be part of something good, so that they can empower Nigerian youth when it comes to digital aspects. For them to learn all the necessary skills that they need and require, and the application. The application is open for them to actually apply. So whoever wants to apply should go to X and look for that post, hashtag 10K laptops for 10K Nigerians. Now let's take a look at the comments.
All right, this one is coming from Dominic Godway. Please, sir, I need a laptop for my business. I do NIN. I also register SEMS for people. I do graph design, printing of documents, and many more. Please help me. Okay, that's touching.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Now, other people are also, giving their comments. I think one thing I read there, part of the comment was that somebody was, trying to chase clout, as they usually do. He wrote to Ailola and said, I am so sure that you cannot handle this project. You are just trying to show off on Twitter. So, it's quite shocking that people go on social media and say, things that are hurtful. And I saw Ailola replying that if he has nothing to say, he should, actually go and sleep and go and rest. Another person said, oh, kudos to you, sir. Thank you for this opportunity. Oh, you're a doctor and you're coming into tech. You're doing this. You're so diversified. How do I move from my profession to, to the tech industry?
Yeah. It's a lot, and I just hope that they get all the funds that they need to actually release these laptops to people that really need them. And I'm wondering, I hope that these things get to the people on time. I just hope so. It gets to people on time, and it's more like a Christmas gift for them. It will go a long way, right?
Right. It will go a long way. Let's take a look at the next comment. So this person is Ado Zulehat. He says, so na don jazzy money give us sleep. Omo, we need more support.
And this one is coming from Smartfield, replying to Silva Pendy. She said, this person says 250k for 10k is about 2.5 billion naira. It's not just going to be easy, but it's definitely possible and achievable. I pray to God to give you guys strength and courage to see this project succeed. Wow, this one don't become prayer topic.
Right, another comment on what's up tonight is, I thought you should let the recipient pay for their delivery fees. It might also help to ease the negotiation.
While Boss replying to Silva says, you're definitely not random, and God bless you for even thinking about this project and pushing it this far. I just want to say I really do need a laptop, and honestly, I can't afford one right now. So this project must succeed, even if I'm not a beneficiary. Oh, this is really, really touching. This is really, really touching. And I just hope that this work for everyone that is looking forward to getting a laptop, from this, is it donation or project, whatever it is I'm going to call it. I just hope it works for them and it becomes a gift for them to hold on to.
Oh, well, I think that is where we wrap it up on what's trending tonight. And we hope that you become or partake of that 10K laptop for 10K Nigerian youth on Twitter. So now we will leave you with an interview from our Abuja studio. And Christopher, any more thing to say before we wrap it up?
Wow, it's been an amazing night. Thank you to all our callers, that called in and shared their opinions from Nasarawa, Ebonyi, Plateau, Enugu, and the likes. I'm sorry if I didn't mention your state, but we look forward to getting more calls from you tomorrow. And of course, don't forget to join us from 7 o'clock p.m., to be part of the conversation and enjoy what we have for you. Please do stay with us for more exciting content coming your way. My name is Christopher Lele.
Lillian Wali.
Hello and welcome to our Abuja studios. My name is Nwabueze Njoku. In Abuja this morning, it's beautiful, cool. You know, the temperature here drops in the morning, and signs that the Harmattan is by the corner. At least we feel better in Abuja these days, not sweating from head to toe, and not all the rains that almost came like a deluge. It's like a springtime for Abuja people. So wherever you are, just join us and enjoy the morning. And this is Signature Morning. Now, it is not always that we bring diplomats to our studio, because diplomats have a way of speaking in euphemisms. But today we are going to have to get a diplomat to speak outside of euphemism and face the facts. What are we discussing? We'll be looking at issues in Africa's development, but also what can be done to improve matters. But it is a special occasion for my guest this morning, Steve Omoka. Steve Omoka is a diplomat with the ECOWAS Commission, and today, it's going to be Tuesday, Steve will be celebrating his 60th birthday. But that's not why he's here. He's here because he'll be launching 3 books, all of which dwell on the topic we are talking about today. Steve, you're welcome to the program.
Thank you, Joko. Pleased to be with you.
Steve, how does it feel being in diplomatic circle for as long as 20 years?
Well, about up to 20 years. Yeah, I'm 17 years. About
that. Since 2008.
Yes, there's is a lot of cooking. You have to be cooked, manner-wise, intellectual-wise, so many things. So it's a place to be. It's a place to be, but it's also esoteric.
Challenges?
Oh, challenges are there. Challenges are there very much, especially when it comes to statecrafting. Quite a lot of challenges, but we give God the glory, the way we say in Nigeria.
Now, Steve, today, Tuesday, because we're talking about today, Tuesday, you're going to be presenting 3 books. The dialogue, and this dialogue is the vulnerable and the desperate. And then the songs of Ogadi, am I right?
Yes, you're right.
The songs of Ogadi. Permit me to translate Ogadi. It means it shall be. Songs of it shall be. And this other book, Vengeance, Africa, the vengeance of the abandoned. Steve, I want to dwell on, because I had a snippet of this and I was excited by its content. And it appeared that you are worried. No, you are looking at Africa's slow development. You are looking at Africa's sense of failure. You are looking at the disposition of the youth to the underdevelopment of Africa. But let me hold you to account first. You've been in fora, in rooms and boardrooms where Africa's development is discussed. And you've looked at setbacks on the African continent. Are those boardrooms, are those negotiation rooms, are they deceptions? Or do they mean really to help Africa's development?
Thank you very much. You can't say that there are deceptions. You can also reason that the content of discussions in those boardrooms are well meant. Yes, but you now ask yourself if you have applied this system for how many years, and you are getting the same results. So there is something wrong, and the fundamental issues that need to be rethought are what this book is talking about. There is the exclusion of young people from the leadership mix in Africa, and the research, 12 years research to get at this, took me back to find out where it began. And it was discovered that the African leadership philosophy was all-inclusive pre-colonization. Everybody aspired to be a leader. And even modern leadership theory supports what happened then. You could lead from anywhere. You needn't be the head of state before you could lead. And you could lead from anywhere and still make impact. So the age grade system, for instance, in my Onigbo community, presented that everybody would move from one age grade to another, and then you became a dataed member of the community. There is a data where you could be found, and you belong to a group, and you had a social responsibility. So by the time you graduate from one age grade to another, you got to puberty age grade, and then you exit the puberty age grade and get married, if you are a man, and then you start aspiring to take titles, to belong to the Council of Elders. So now, what happened is that there were no much vices. Everybody knew one another, and we didn't have armed robbery. We didn't read about armed robbery, and things fall apart. I don't know if you read, nothing like that. So the young people found what they could do, belonged there, and got it done. So Okonkwo was a warrior, and Okonkwo was not the man who took decision for his community, Umuofia. And when he tried to usurp the decision making in Umuofia, he ended up committing suicide. It wasn't time to fight a war. He was a warrior, but he wasn't the person who was going to declare war. And he declared the war and fought the war by himself, and nobody fell behind him, so he committed suicide. So what happened? When we had contact with colonization, they looked at the whole thing. Either they did not understand it, it was too complicated or sophisticated for them, or they were afraid that the unity it projected was going to be inimical to their objective. So that marks the beginning of gathering of those forces of denudation that devolved all of them. So there was a disconstruction and the dismantling of the African leadership philosophy. So they now handed over the Western political system to our early intelligentsias, Nkrumah, Zik, all of them. They received this. And how did they receive it? By struggling. From then, unfortunately, struggling became a pattern, a road to getting political power. It wasn't there before. You didn't need to struggle. You grew into it. You grew into it, and you passed through many stages. The institutions of learning and the education, the secret societies, the masquerade, all of them were blackmailed. So now every young man had to struggle. And let me tell you, the struggling is not a struggle to be recognized or struggle to be included. It is across every area of endeavor. A young boy that has graduated from school, let's assume that somebody went and read straight and got a PhD. The person who wants to be cannot achieve the dream of becoming a local government councillor because he may not have enough fund to buy a nomination form. That is part of the struggle, and that is part of the exclusion. So the exclusion has become systemic. And because it has become systemic, these guys are completely on their own, and they have been growing. They are now flooding out on the streets. A lot of abandonment keeps going. The other day, the Minister of Internal Affairs in Nigeria raised the alarm of how many children that were being born in prison, in their thousands. And he said he didn't even know it was that much. So now you go, the pattern is travel all through the African capitals. You will see street children. You will see them begging, and you don't know who they are. Some of them don't know who they are. The vulnerable and the desperate is the story of a street boy who doesn't know his name. He doesn't know his parents. He doesn't know his tribe. He doesn't know his country. He found himself on the street. The mother abandoned him before he could turn 2. And how he manages to survive and what he goes through is what this book is talking about. And the songs of Ogade, like you said, yes, Ogade, abbreviation of Ogadima. So it shall be well. So the songs of Ogade is invoking the voices of those who died before the age of 2. From fetus to those who could not make it to their second birthday. They are crying from their graves. Their voices, silent, unknown, and oblivion, up till now, have been given life to speak for themselves. And you have a lot of people, infants, dying in Africa today because of so many things that can be avoided. So the 3 projects come up to intensify the call, the urgency of the message for African leaders to look down a little and see the youth and make sure that the youth are giving attention. Like you said, you talk about failure of leadership in Africa or African failure. No, it hasn't failed. But these books are saying if this is not done, the failure is an assurance, because we cannot move an inch. In the next turn, and in the turn of the next century, you ask yourself, today, what we have is no longer disruptive innovation. That's what we had when we were doing our MBA. Today, we have intractable innovation. Before you download an app today, before you use the app for 2-3 hours, by the next 24 hours, there will be an updated version of that app. So you now ask yourself, where are the African youth going to be in the mix of things in the next century with this crazy level of innovation going on? How are we preparing them? How can they compete? Because they can not only compete among themselves. The internet and social media have changed everything. They must compete globally. You sit down, you work, she's doing how many jobs where she's sitting in the room. My son is doing two master's degree with his laptop. So how do you want these African children to contend with what is going to come in future? By allowing them to roam the streets. If they fail, if they don't succeed against their mates globally, they will bounce back at us. So the thing is that the book is saying that the danger is not only as to what happens to them, but we are not going to be safe.
Now, before that danger arrives, because apparently it is on its way unless something is done, who are going to do it? Let me tell you why I ask you this question. The African leadership that these books are drawing attention to what is happening to the African youth and by extension the African development are the very same self people who have stalled, captured, Who could be calling me now? Okay, if you want to join us, you join us. We are live on this conversation. I'm with Steve Omoka, and we are looking at issues on Africa's development, issues affecting Africa's development. Maybe if you cannot hear us, let us continue. You join us thereafter. Okay. Now, Steve, the very people these books are talking to, who ought to listen to you, understand the situation, try to arrest, if not reverse the situation, are the same people who have stalled the process, captured the institutions, are inflicting the very thing we're complaining about on the African continent. Why are you going to borrow the men who will listen to you and hear you?
Okay.
I'm going to address the matter of institutional failure after I answer this question.
Okay. Well, there is always the possibility of change in every society. And writers, poets, even artists like Beethoven used music to strike changes in their society, and it worked out very well. So it's not possible that every African leader will have this on his desk, like Matthew Kuka, Bishop Kuka is trying to recommend. But it is possible that one person, like Yanni says, that every big change you see in this world begins with a good thought by one person. So I strongly believe, very strongly believe, that this is we're going to get the right people. And the people that are coming for the book presentation today are leaders across Africa, West Africa, and even other partners of African leadership.
Now, let me tell you, I said, I'll tell you why I'm asking this question. If you look at the content of African education, if you look at the performance of institutions in African continents, and how much they have been diminished, if not captured, you could become hopeless. Because societies function through institutions.
I agree.
And if these institutions that should create hope after reading these books, after the content is made available to them, the facing people who are in the boardrooms where negotiations on African continents are made, or who receive the reports thereafter, having captured and inflicted their own values on these institutions, you are still looking forward to that one man who will read.
You see, now let me give you a good example that was raised in this book that is your darling. This is your darling copy. Now, at a stage we had to raise the question of youth involvement in leadership and what some African countries are doing. Incidentally, and if I still emphasize that no matter how reluctant it looks that Nigeria is on the saddle of African leadership, Nigeria can never run away from being the African leader. Either by omission or by design, things happen around Nigeria that reverberates in the whole continent. And one of that is the not too young to run bill. The not too young to run bill, because the book also treats something like, it treats the obedient movement. And the obedient movement, if you look at the government of Nigeria today, obedient movement looks like it's an opposition. Okay? But obedient movement is an outcome of a positive decision taken by the APC government by enacting the Not Too Young to Run bill. It became law, and then electoral reform. So these young people now believe that their votes could count, and they came out. The registration prior to the election in 2023 is a landmark that nobody has ever witnessed in Nigeria before since independence. People said it. Peter Side did his own head count and came up with a report, and this is the reason. So these are the guys who come into the government and start the change. And you see, there's this proverb that whoever holds anything that belongs to each other raises his hand. These guys that you feel are the ones holding everything, usurping it and caging it, they're still going to retire. They're going to get old, and these young ones will go in, and these are the people we are propagating. These are the people we are writing this kind of book for, and these are the people we hope are going to be the change agent. And they are there. They are coming. There is hope, because at the end of the book there's a lot of hope. The book is not ended in despondency. The book has a lot of hope spelled out at the end that things are going to move this way, especially with the Pan-African gates opening to the ancient African wisdom, where we can derive a lot of development and civilization that were there compared to other civilizations. And we could find that in our folklore. There's a lot of folkloring in the book that tells us that if somebody could deliver this type of adage and proverb 5,000 years ago, there is something about him that is akin to development. So this is the way the book has used a lot of African ancient wisdom and folklore and adages and proverbs to move them into diplomatic language and use it to strengthen the argument that the African solution for African problems can be possible.
You just said something that touches my the very core of me, and that is an African solution to tackle African problems. Maybe even before we began this conversation, I did make an observation about frontiers of knowledge and thought. I don't know what I said it within where this program was on. And I've looked at civilizations. I've looked at human civilization, human material civilization, even human spiritual civilization. The one that command global fellowship today. I have the phone in my hand. Someone just called into this program, and I spoke with him. I said, please, if I couldn't hear you. This immaterial civilization, I just have my glasses. If my eyes are getting funny, I can see clearly. This is human civilization. I also happen to know that maybe you came in from Port Harcourt, or you came in from ENUGU, or you flew in a couple of minutes, you were here in Abuja. The same thing with models of governance. Each of what I have said has a touch of the West on it. And each of them has a touch of consumption by Africa on it. And Steve, you expect these people with consumption orientation in everything and of everything. Let me shock you, Steve. Those are the people you expect to change our present circumstance and create a better future for Africa. And I said to you a while ago that I told my staff that if a very beautiful ocean liner berthed at our Papa port and boldly written on it is slave ship going to America free, my staff said they'll jump it. The youth. Steve, can you please help me? Help me if I'm not going to be despondent.
Okay. I understand you're an Igbo man. And before the white men came, and even till today, there is what you call the Ekpe Secret Society. The Ekpe Secret Society adjudicate for land disputes. They are still there today. They cordon off a land that is in dispute. And when they cordon off, I was told when we were small that in the olden days, if they cordoned off a piece of land with fresh palm fronds, humans and animals would never enter that place, including animals. And before white men came to us, I don't know if they had FBI. Now they are cordoning with red tape. Where do you think they learned it from if they didn't have it? So you give it a thought. The civilization that they found in Africa, almost every sculpture they picked up had a bruised nose. Almost every sculpture they could discover, go just check the internet. Anything they found in Egypt, the nose will be removed. Probably those noses didn't look like the nose of the people that could do that. If it looked like our own nose, then it will be removed. And in terms of running out of the country for greener pastures, migration, a chapter here is Jagba phenomenon. But yes, it happened. There's a comparison of migration drift in Asian countries and how they turned it to the advantages of those countries. Recommendations are being made here for Nigeria and other African countries. You don't have to exclude prominent figures like Kofi Annan, Emeka Anyoko, and the rest of them. And lately, the spotter wave is a product of Jagba, and he came back. And this is, but the thing is, what plans are there by African leaders to provide the environment that will make these returnees from this migration to flourish and not force them back into a second migration? Because when they get themselves facing a second migration, that will also be part of the vengeance of the abandoned. Because this time they are going out there with a bad message about the continent. So we shouldn't allow that to happen. If spotter wave comes back, I don't know, somebody like, let me say, spotter waves, as many as they are, can come back and say, okay, for this, if we have tax holiday for 5 years, we give you tax holiday for 10 years. And then you give us how many people you are going to employ and how many years you are going to stay before these people will become, and then you make it a project of your development banks. We give you loan, we support you. We want you to boost the economy from the private sector. And then we give you our own informal sectors. And how can you, interweave them into what you're doing and develop them? And then they become systemized into economic activity that can be methodologically developed and studied in the school. So it becomes a skill acquisition method. Not every year you give 10,000 to the woman every year, and that will not happen. And then palliatives, and then palliatives cannot work. So these are some of the recommendations that these books are making to African leaders. Okay, so it is possible.
Steve, let me stop bemoaning. Let me look at the dialogue. I do not know how some of my viewers will take it. Have you looked at the cause of situations like this kind of abandonment? Is it just economic? Is it just a matter of population explosion? Isn't there a culture / religious dimension to it? Are you looking at that, and did you think about how our governments could address those situations?
Yeah, whatever it is, there is red alert. Whatever it is, whatever could be the reason, has to be addressed, and very urgently, very, very urgently, because we are no longer safe, and we cannot move beyond where we are and still be who we are if nothing is done very urgently.
No, Steve, please, I want to push a little harder. Can you kindly help me with the likely consequences of a situation like this?
I don't need. You don't need a help. Look at Sahel. The whole of Sahel is overrun. You cannot cross any border between or among the Sahel countries on land. You can't. The whole place is overrun. There's an ungoverned space, and it is expanding. You don't need any help. You don't even need to wear your glasses. I'm sure you will see what is happening all over Africa. Yeah, all over Africa. Africa is besieged by this. So whether it was carelessness of the leaders, whether it was culture, whether it's religion, whether it's wickedness, whatever it is, these books are saying, shall we address this now or be doomed? And we must address it. We can't go beyond here. We cannot. Definitely.
Okay. Organizations like ECOWAS and African Union and African Commission, do they have any roles to play in putting pressure on governments to please take account of the dangers of some of these things and begin to look at the policies that could either help or exacerbate the situation?
Beautiful. Yeah, ECOWAS Commission on its own has done quite a lot and is still doing a lot in this respect. The book also reviews the ECOWAS youth policy, and in that ECOWAS youth policy, you will see millions of dollars, are marked out every year and spread across the West African states towards the support of youth development in different areas. Even now, as I'm talking to you, there is a new program called Young Professionals. It's just like an exchange program, but now we are not exchanging with anybody, where they have to select the best in the universities, and then who made first class, maybe some who made second class upper, and then they bring them to work in the commission, and also spread them among other companies and organizations that are even the private sector, and the ECOWAS Commission pays them. And during this process, they are immersed in the culture, in diplomatic culture and leadership that will help them develop and be the champions of positive leadership in Africa. So these are some of the things. And as per mounting pressure on leaders, there is a lot of protocols, and ECOWAS is a crucible of development. It functions as a crucible of development, a catalyst. Where we develop all these policies, and then we do harmonization program and meetings where each member state goes to, and then money is made available to support those programs in member states, and that's what ECOWAS has done. That rehabilitation of abandoned children after or as consequences of the wars in Sierra Leone and Liberia were carried out for about a decade, and a good number of them were supported, sent back to school by ECOWAS. Of course, you also know that ECOWAS has succeeded in peacekeeping, because political turmoil, of course, is one of the things that disrupts the growth and development of a youth. So in this area, I would say that ECOWAS has done very well. for now. But that doesn't mean that we should go and sleep. A lot still needs to be done, because the crisis, like the book tried to do, is to try to give it a problem identity. So in trying to give it a problem identity, the research was carried out to find out what kind of problem are the African youth crisis. And then there are three kinds of problem developed by sociologists and town planners. The first kind of problem is the linear or term problem. The problem that before we started this program, you now said, okay, in order for us not to have power cuts, switch over to generator. So it's a problem you don't need so much thinking, and anybody can handle it. And then you have critical problem, the problem that needs a professional leader. Somebody has appendix, and then you have to get a professional surgeon that is going to remove it, and you pay. Then we have what we call the wicked problems, and these problems are actually intractable. It has a lot of stakeholders who are interconnected, and each problem becomes a symptom of another problem. So the problems are interlinked, and then it keeps expanding, and you need a lot of money, you need a lot of time. And how do you solve the problem? You use messy solution, because it is intractable. So the solution has to be messy. Anybody can come from anywhere. So all hands on deck. And then we looked at it, and then got the research methods and other authors that have worked on social problems to arrive at the point where that wicked problem requires messy solutions. And so the messy solution here, for instance, is to get all the supports, all the philanthropy, all the NGOs, all the organizations, local, international, that everything you are giving. Because already we have in the office of the chairman of African Union, the office of the youth envoy, the use of the African youth envoy. And then this book is recommending that in every country, in the office of the president of every country, there should be the youth envoy, the national youth envoy. And then we have to have a national and continental super content of this, so that you get everything you are getting. We now put them under one umbrella, all the heads, everything you come together. And then we try to track those opinion leaders in rural areas to get the youth involved, who are going to administer. As we were coming, somebody asked me, why can't Nigeria plan? When they saw this road is going here, I said, no, Nigeria plans. Very good plans. I've been here for about 30 years in Abuja. I came here in 1986. Abuja is one of the best planned cities all over the world. Let me put it that way.
Very well planned.
Because after Brasilia, but it is the implementation of the plan.
Very correct.
So what governments have done very well, Nigerian, African governments have done well. If you see their plans, you will not want to have any other one. But it's the implementation. And who are to implement? We have to get the youth to be involved in the implementation. And we have the consolation in the conclusion of the book that wicked problems provide wicked opportunities for the discovery of wicked managers who have the wicked skills to resolve the wicked problems.
Please let there be no wickedness. Steve, I'm coming to the end of this conversation, but I must go positive. Because for those of you who don't speak Igbo, the last book I'm going to look at, even though I'm not looking at the books in detail, is Songs of Ogade. Let me pronounce that word fully. Is Songs of Ogadema. It shall be well. Steve, this book is titled sounds not just positive, optimistic.
Yes.
Where do you pin that optimism? On what deepen that optimism?
If you look at Songs of Ogade, if you go towards the back, you see Songs of Hope. There are many songs of lamentation, sad songs, voices from sepulchre. Even Ogade at a stage has to write her own epitaph. But when you go towards the book, you see Ogade's last dance. So that's a regular dance, and then she's talking about a lot of things. And by the way, Ogade is a genderless name. It's not non-gender specific name. Before I mean another thing, it's a non-gender specific name in Igbo. So a man or a woman can be a Ogade man. So Ogade talks about being trafficked and how she survived and came back, being abandoned and how he survived and came back. And all these things now, Ogade is now helping other children who are in the same life circumstance, and trying to bring them up and then lead them to the bright part of life. And that is the last dance of Ogade. And by the way, in order to encourage young writers, there's Abdul Malik Yahya and Muna O, who also contributed in this book. Yes, and I had to give them this platform. Yeah, to also give them the platform for them to be read, globally by the special.
Now, Steve, to your person, it's necessary. Why to your person? Why did you combine literature, diplomacy, development issues? How do you get that mix? Because Ogade, from what this conversation is, a little bit of literature poetic, even though you're using it to talk about experience in real life and governance and development. How do you get into the mix of diplomacy, development, poetry, literature writing?
Maybe wicked thinking. It's a messy solution. It's a messy. I had to do a messy writing to address this. Yes, I would say that when I was doing innovation and strategy, or strategy and innovation in my MBA, yes, I was very captivated by one particular model that said that you don't necessarily have to solve your problem linearly. You can use rupturing. You look at your problem, it's too big, you just rupture it from where? Rupture it from another place. And then the thing keeps coming. Like I was trying to analyze to somebody. When I was doing the dialogue, for instance, they stole they broke my car and carried my laptop, my bag. My laptop was in there, and I lost 2 chapters. So I didn't know how. So I went again and got the profile, and I had to start from chapter 5, from chapter 6. I wrote chapter 6, wrote chapter 7, and then I started writing back from chapter. So when I got to chapter 4, I couldn't write chapter 3. I wrote chapter 6, then I started writing back. When I got to chapter 4, chapter 4 could not join to chapter 2. Oh my chapter 2, because there's a gap there. So I went back and wrote chapter 6. I wrote chapter 7. I came back one morning and started from chapter 3. So this is, but actually, it was going to be a trilogy in one bind. Okay. But when I got to the publishers, they looked at it and said, no, it's going to be too big. So I had to break them into 3. And in doing that, you have to give each book a character, a front and back matters, etc., etc. And it was a little bit of punishment, I must say. Yes. So, but here we are. We can laugh now.
Yes, we can. Yes, we can. Well, Shakespeare, I think, who said that all is well that ends well.
Ends well, Shakespeare.
All is well that ends well. It's as well that the songs of Ogade ends in a regal dance of hope.
Yeah.
And for the Nigerian, African nations, really, it is better that they dance dances of hope.
Yeah.
But to do that, also something has to be given to the youth to be equipped to help them that. And that's why I'm talking about them of the part of leadership.
The future.
I raised the question, and the youth also equipping themselves, and that's how we came to what effort ECOWAS is making, breeding new leadership, the youth, and making sure they're equipped for tomorrow. Steve, I want to thank you very much for coming to the program.
Thank you very much.
Well, my name is Nwabueze Njoku. In the past 1 hour, I've been speaking with Steve Omoka, a diplomat, and he is the lead project and author of these 3 beautiful books. And he said, this is my darling book, Africa, Vengeance of the Abandoned. And Steve recruited me to this book, which I'm going to read with all my time, Dialogue, the Vulnerable and the Desperate. And this ends on a positive note, Songs of Ogade, It Shall Be Well. Let's believe that shall be well for Africa. The conversation never ends. It comes morning after morning. For the rest of the day, please, can you join us at the ECOWAS Secretariat later this morning, where these 3 books will be officially launched or presented indeed. Have a great day and good morning.
Signature TV, news in your pocket. Signature TV, news in your pocket.
This is Diaspora 5, where we spotlight bold voices and African excellence across Europe and America. Big wins, big vibes, fired every week, just for you. Across Europe and America, a vibrant story is unfolding. From the boardrooms to the dance floors, from red carpet premieres to cultural festivals, Nigerians and Africans in the diaspora are making waves.
I am Ike Udechime. Join me as we highlight the voices and victories of Africans living in the diaspora.
Welcome to Diaspora 5, where home meets the world.
New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem.
There's no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left in all the accounts of Anambra State 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Mornings on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on e-vibes.
From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
I should try harder, so...
Okay, I don't know that one.
Outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hubs on E-Vibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them, at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Tigiti Agorom, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
Signature TV, news in your pocket. Signature TV, news in your pocket.
For your best music and entertainment, log on to our website, www.hitlistencruising.com.
Do not attempt to adjust your dial.
www.hitlistencruising.com.
Hello Nigerians, welcome to your show, the best and the most rewarding TV show in Nigeria, Hit List and Cruising. My name is Musty Adenoy. This week we're in Port Harcourt, the Garden City. So call everyone around you. Let's have 30 minutes of supreme entertainment. Welcome to your show.
What's up, me? My name is Faust, aka Faust, the bad guy. Ladies and gentlemen, they're also calling me the What's Up guy. Do not stop watching Hit List and Cruising. Thank you so much.
Pass me my cup. I just want to have fun. I know I worry too much. I know I worry too much. I don't they gather my funds. Me and my guys they on soft. If you they hate it, no be my fault. Better wait for your door. Yo, I'm dripping. Blue water Fiji. Balenciaga Ricky. Yours no one leave me. Share money for my guys like I been biscuits. We lit it. Push it peace on low key. Don't play with me, I do this. I no get competition. My enemy na Saba. Now I gotta. Cause I no feel lose guy. I no feel lose guy. Really matter. Men still months, inshallah. Start to the plan. Keep my head up, people do say sometimes it seems very hard. I'm on me, my dream big, my pocket filled with green salad. MIA, me, I can give you my AT&T, man. No time for beefing anybody, no be waiting, bring me, come here. I know like that. I better pass me my cup. I just want to have fun. I know I worry too much. I know I worry too much. I don't gather my funds. Me and my guys, they on soft. If you they hate it, no be my fault. better wait for your turn. Yo, I'm dripping. Below water Fiji, Balenciaga Ricky. Girls no one leave me. Show money for my guys like I be in biscuits. Willie T, push your piece on low key. Don't play with me, I do this. Oh yo, oh yo. The streets ain't got no love, no love. No matter what you do, people them want to talk. Even if say you want to respond, they can say how they want to is in my choice. Like say now your go. You guys are before you don't go. Me go hard before he goes off. Universe no life for us. Take your time, brother, me no rush. I better pass me my cup. I just want to have fun. I know I worry too much. I know I worry too much. I don't they gather my funds. Me and my guys they on soft. If you they hate it, no be my fault. Better wait for your tongue. Yo, I'm dripping. Below water Fiji, Balenciaga Ricky. Girls no one leave me. Show money for my guys like I be in biscuits. Willie T, push your piece on low key. Don't play with me, I do this.
I'll show you the ways to hunt and the places to hunt for rabbits. Zoom is an invincible god. He's everywhere.
The year is 1956. Hidden behind mountains in Adamawa is a primitive tribe, Koma. A tribe untouched by civilization, satisfied by their love for tradition and hunting.
The movie Koma had a glamorous premiere that brought together top celebrities and industry figures, all dazzling on the red carpet. It was a night of glitz, glamour, and celebration as guests gathered to witness the unveiling of a film that promises to make a bold statement. Koma, co-written, produced, and directed by Kunle Awonusi, stars Bolanle Ninoluwo, Tomi Ojo, Ufot, Ian Wadi, Lolade Okunsanya, and Oma Oyama. The film boldly challenges beliefs and shifts culture, offering not just a story but an awakening. It will be released in cinemas nationwide on October 10th, 2025.
I played the character Kruma in Koma. Kruma was a very interesting character. For one, he was before my era. He was a spiritualist and he was a king.
I'm super excited to be here to introduce Nollywood and the rest of the world to this amazing film that is about to, be released into the world, Koma.
Working on this project really shaped me as an actor, like generally, and how I present my acting.
I'm excited to see. Please don't judge me, Nino B, because I love the drama that he brings to every movie set. So yeah, Nino.
I want to have fun tonight because this movie is everything entertaining and fun. So watch out when Koma hits the cinema. You all should come see it.
This is Goriba. This story is about him.
This is a story centered on three themes: belief system, generational curse, and optimism. These are strong themes, and so you would expect a strong film, but no. We understand you want to be entertained when it comes to film, and that's what we've done.
Film like Koma is a kind of production that you want to
allow people and make people recognize the talents we have in Nigeria, from animation to CGI to visual effects,
It's a storyline that every Nigerian can relate to. And I think you guys should go see the movie Coma when it's out.
Seeing the film now, and I'm assuring you guys that it is a beautiful, fresh, refreshing story. And I think you're going to like it.
You have a problem and I'm getting tired of it.
How?
You have a problem and we need to seek help.
When it seems like nothing could go wrong.
Go. Bring prayer for me.
Is when everything changed.
It is permanent. Nothing we ever put our hands on will work.
I tried. I'm tired chasing this dream. What I seek would come to be losing my mind.
Today, we celebrate a true icon in the Nigerian media landscape, Mr. Musty Adinoyi, the CEO of Emrose Adinoyi Production. With over 17 years of dedication to the industry, Mr. Adinoyi has become a respected media personality, known for his passion, professionalism, and unwavering commitment to excellence. Through his widely loved show, Hit List and Cruising, he has consistently celebrated Nigerian talents, spotlighted rising stars, and positively influenced lives across the country. His work has not only entertained, but empowered, creating a platform that uplifts the voices and stories that deserves to be heard. From hosting one of the biggest music festivals in Lagos to mentoring the next generation of creatives, Mr. Adinoyi's impact speaks for itself. And so, on this special day, we join the entire Emrose family and fans across the nation in wishing him a happy birthday. May this year bring even more success, fulfillment, and inspiration.
Hello Nigerians, my name is Mrs. Obonia Lovett. I am this week winner on Hit List and Cruising. I am so delighted to be the winner. I can't wait to receive my goodies from Hit List and Cruising.
Show they give this feeling everywhere, legit, no deceiving. You want cruise, you want win. Download the app, make we begin. Hit List and Cruising with a cruiser. Port Harcourt stand up, it's for you. Only show where they lift up Niger. Turn your dreams to vibes.
Hit List and Cruising is the show, and right now we are in the Garden City, Port Harcourt, where the lucky one will be celebrated on the show today. Right now in my hands, I have the league sent in by the winner. We're just about to go inside the mall, do the shopping, and deliver to our winner. Stick with us. My name is Simon Ozzy. You can call me Ozzy Special with the vibes.
show they give this feeling. Everywhere legit, no deceiving. You want cruise, you want win. Download the app, make we begin. Hit list and cruising with a cruise, oh. Port Harcourt stand up, it's for you, oh. Only show where they lift up Niger. Turn your dreams to vibes, no wahala. City lights, they shine like gold. Every moment fresh, never old. Niger spirit strong, we they unite. Hit listing, cruising, feel the light. Cruising to the top, no delay. Every happy dance, a sweet play. Turn your hustle to a sweet melody. Join the way, feel the energy. Hit list and cruising with a cruise, oh. Port Harcourt stand up, it's for you, oh. Only show where they lift up Niger. Turn your dreams to vibes, no wahala. Cruising to the top, no delay.
With just a little talking, and you are getting so much right here on Heatless and Cruising. So Nigeria want to hear you to express yourself.
I am super excited about this hit list and cruising. When I was called, that I'm selected. So I was surprised. But as things is going on, it's becoming real to me. So I'm happy to be the winner of this week hit list and cruising. I'm really happy.
You can be our lucky winner on the show just like this. All you have to do is to download Heatless and Cruising app, answer the questions, and if you happen to be our winner, we'll call you, send list of any item of your choice. We'll do the shopping, pay for it, and deliver to your doorstep. With just a token, you can win a woof of valued items. It is Heatless and Cruising, designed to celebrate Nigerians. Right now, we're done shopping, and it's about the time to deliver the goodies to the winner. I'm sure she can't wait. I can't wait. So, guys, let's tag along.
Port Harcourt stand up, it's for you, oh. Only show where they lift up Niger. Turn your dreams to vibes, no wahala. City lights, they shine like gold. Every moment fresh, never old. Niger spirit strong, we they unite. Hit listing, cruising, feel the light. Cruising to the top, no delay. Every happy dance, a sweet play. Turn your hustle to a sweet melody. Join the way, feel the energy. Hit list and cruising with a cruise, oh. Port Harcourt stand up, it's for you, oh. Only show where they lift up Niger. Turn your dreams to vibes, no wahala. Cruising to the top, no delay. Every heartbeat dance as we play. Turn your hustle to a sweet melody. Join the wave, feel the energy. Hit list and cruising with a cruise, oh. Port Harcourt stand up, it's for you, oh. Only show where they lift up Niger. Turn your dreams to vibes, no wahala.
When I log in, then I answer the question. I was answering the question every Saturday. Normally, I answer it every Saturday. Luckily for me,
On Wednesday, I was called. Am I Lovette Ogboni? I say, yes, I'm the one. They say, I'm selected. So after that, I've been answering calls saying that, yes, I'm the winner, reaching yesterday. So I'm encouraging Nigerians. Just get into the program. The program is called Hitleys and Cruising. I am super excited, honestly speaking.
We are still very much in the city of Port Harcourt, the Garden City. And the winner just said it all. All you have to do is to download Hitleys and Cruising app, log in, follow the instructions. And if you happen to be a winner, we'll ask you to send list of any item of your choice. We do shopping, and of course, we deliver to your location. It is called Hitleys and Cruising, designed to celebrate Nigerians. And with just a token, you can get a woof valued item just like this.
Download Hitleys and Cruising app on Google Play Store or iOS Store. Register and log in. After you log in, a question will be displayed. Pick the right answer from the option and click Continue. You will receive a confirmatory email after you're done answering the question.
Only one life, it's only one life, so I live it up. No time for drama, palafa, and the plenty talk. But I see the if you give me lemon, lemonade. Don't like wahala, if wahala come up, wahala. So, na so life, my joy. And me a jolly, na so life, anything with me make me para. No just carry on, come my corner, away, away, away. Bad energy far away, 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 away. Bad energy stay away. Corner, corner. See me my head, I saw. Let nobody quench your fire. If them like it, bring fire, fighter. Dance your reggae, make you my cosa. Mr. DJ, now you go tire. Na so, life, my joy. And me a jolly. Na so, life, anything will be make me para. No just carry on, come my corner, corner. Away, away, away. Bad energy far away, 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 away. Bad energy stay away. Corner, corner. See me my head, I saw. Anything make me better. No just carry on, my corner.
Realize that true happiness lies within you. There is no happiness in having or getting, but only in giving. We are inspiring our generation to give. Let's make Nigeria a better place. This week, Port Harcourt. Next week depends on you. So, download Hitleys and Cruising app. Answer the question. Let me go shopping for you. I remain your sincerely Musty. I'll see you next week. One love.
Supreme Entertainment. Hitlist and Cruising's hottest 5 videos.
Don't touch that dial.
Let's go.
Yeah, nobody had that. The way I did me, I did on top. Private room for Louis Vuitton. 5-star, no be nickname. Give me the money. Over the fame. You want me down. No be wallpaper, we they live this life. If you bring bad vibes, I go exit chat to you alive. See what we've done. No be judge, we they show working. Evidence they come. Till eternity. Till eternity. Set me free from the shackles of my haters. 9 million the house, no be flex, motivation and purpose. I for do my stars, cause baby, I need a woman for my life. Money matter, make you come alive. I go always stay online. Erukuyak, but then they my side. You know, see me, I know the lie. If you try, if you shut down, you go collect, don't know the lies. Only won't feel me bow. Oh long bow, only me. Okaraton spitting fire. Then this is me, I go retire. I said the boy of my own. Them go down. How the boy they blow. Me at the boy of my own. You know that me, I be there for that. Make you know see me, I know but that.
Turn to a new man. I see your body banking in the move, shot. Your ex must have been, he's a fool, man. You they satisfied, but the fool, man. They catch a fat and they want to nothing to prove, man. Now why I am you, way but the finest. Imagine the timeless, I ban it to sunset. Only you they confess, anytime you want bread. Tell me make a sign check, now you did my mind. If in the memo I can't say. Who's a people one way, now why me I come play? All the girls they hate, cause they know your maga don't pay. My prayer was someday we go there forever like we just did. Until the world ends.
She go look like you. Got your smile, your pretty eyes too. Yeah, her body like you. That girl, now my woman. That girl, now my woman. Because she done me to a new man. That girl, now my woman. Like to chop.
Show me your face, call me a roll. Call me a roll, you like call me a roll. Pants on my body, baby, a fred ball. I'm a giant low, but don't take for the game, we stubborn. And I know if you tell you all the mouse, man don't run. I'm a giant you, I'm a man don't stop. I'm on a giant place, I'm on no idea. Oluwale, live your life and enjoy. Over to you, pass on it, all up in one word. Signal it, apply knowledge, make you build your kingdom. Over to you, pass on it, all up in one word.
Deliver me for my enemies. I get them before no be property. So as I born, give me better money. Deliver me for my enemies. As I keep my boss
Bright and early, as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day, we at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
Wyatt is overrated, and they even overrated themselves and went into CBT. They are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never heard what it was CBT.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change the narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export. We are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning, weekdays, and Signature New Day, weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives. New every morning on Signature TV. We open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem. There's no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left, in all the accounts of Anambra State, 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV. We are local.
International communities observing
Why the main market is in chaos? People are
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye. We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them, at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Tigiti Agorom, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
Hello and welcome to E-Vibes, the entertainment show on Signature TV. Of course, I'm your baby girl, Queenette Smokonta, where I tend to bring you interesting stories making rounds in the entertainment industry, from movie, fashion, music, and of course, social media drama. Today I have interesting stories, and of course I'll be reviewing an interview we had with our guests. So first of all, let's delve into the stories of the day. Actress Regina Daniels' brother Sammy has been granted bail set at 5 million naira after spending several days in detention. Sammy reportedly received bail on Monday, November 10, 2025. He had earlier been remanded in Kefi prison by a Duse magistrate court on Thursday before being transferred to Suleja prison. Celebrating his release, Sammy's elder brother took to Instagram to share the news, writing, "Sammy, you are a great man. Bail has been granted. Nigerians, thank you." Now, recall that Sammy was arrested in Lagos about a week ago following a complaint reportedly filed by Senator Ned Nwoko in connection with the ongoing controversies surrounding his marital issues with Regina Daniels. Take a look.
Yes, so Sammy is being granted bail. See us coming out. Everybody, Mama P, Messi dancing, the Mama. Oh my God. Oh my God. Yeah. Yes, so. See, after consulting the gods. The gods did well. After consulting the gods. Yes, the gods did it. Yes, the gods did it. Yes, the gods did it. Thank you. Yes, so. See, yes, so we.
Victoria Sacha.
I see you. Every day. Mama. We are here, innit? Special thanks to my people, my family, everybody. I appreciate you guys, man. They never complete. Come on and come when you complete. They never complete. Well, who know they? Face your face. I star. Yes, sir.
We're so happy for him. I mean, thank God he's been released. We're all worried. It was said that he'll be released on 28th of November, and later on it was said that he would not be able to celebrate Christmas with his family. But surprisingly, all thanks to Mercy Johnson and Governor of Lagos State, they made it possible for him to be granted bail. Alright, so Nollywood actress Uche Montana has dismissed circulating reports linking her to the alleged drug-related controversy involving actress Regina Daniels and her husband, Senator Ned Nwoko. In a statement shared on her Instagram page on Monday, Montana addressed the speculation days after Nwoko published a lengthy Facebook post naming Regina's close friends and relatives, including actresses Sonia Uche and Uche Montana, as allegedly interfering with his wife's rehabilitation process. According to Nwoko, the individuals repeatedly disregarded medical advice to limit access to Regina during therapy and allegedly supplied her with the same substances she was being treated for. Reacting to the claims, Montana said she was aware of the circulating posts associating her name with the allegation, but maintained that she had no involvement or connection to the matter. She explained that her statement was simply to clarify the situation and protect her peace. Her response comes amid growing tensions surrounding Regina Daniels' marriage to Nwoko. Just 2 weeks earlier, Regina had alleged in a viral video that she was a victim of domestic abuse, describing herself as a slave in her husband's home. Nwoko, however, denied the accusations, asserting that his wife was battling drug and alcohol addiction and accusing her of assaulting domestic staff. A whole lot of allegations, a whole lot of things in this particular story. I was so surprised when I saw Sonia Uche and Uche Montana part of the people that brings drugs to your wife. And you know why it's funny? You're sitting there and people are bringing things to your household and you can't stop them from bringing it. And then you have the balls to come outside and say that these people are the people bringing drugs to your wife and you can't do nothing about it. It's so funny. But I mean, they've given response to that. Sonia Uche said, she just made a sarcasm of the post actually. She just had to correct him and tell him, please use punctuations when you write. That was funny. And I love the way Uche Montana had to address the issue. No fight, no quarrel, no insult. She just made it out there that she doesn't want to involve herself with this and her peace is very important to her. Alright, legendary Nigerian musician Innocent Idibia, popularly known as Two-Face or Two-Baba, has described his hit track African Queen as a song that ignited his music career and remains one of his most personal, meaningful works. In a recent interview, Two-Face admitted that while the song brought him immense success and recognition, it has also been something of a burden over the years. Released in 2004, African Queen catapulted Two-Face to international fame, making him the first African artist to win the BET, MTV Europe, and Mobile Awards. Despite its success, the song has long been mired in controversy. Two-Face's former bandmate Blackface has repeatedly accused him of stealing the track, claiming sole authorship. Two-Face, however, has maintained that African Queen was a collaborative effort during their time together in the defunct group Plantation Boys and denied the allegation of theft. Nearly 2 decades later, the dispute remains a talking point, reignited recently after Billboard named African Queen the greatest Afrobeat song of all times in August 2025. And I think this is what actually gets him more pissed, because we all see Two-Face Idibia as the owner of African Queen, right? But of course, we don't tend to know what could be the reason for the fight and all that. Maybe he was featured, or maybe they worked together to get that song come into play. The same thing happens in ENUGU here. There was a time 2 artists released a song, one was featured, but because the other one is more popular than the other, whenever he goes for shows and concerts, he tends to sing that particular song and do not give reference to whom he worked with. I think that's where the problem comes from. You know, you don't give accolade to the person you did this particular song with, and you're taking the whole glory. So I think that's where his anger is coming from. It's not that, oh, he's jealous or some sort. Maybe he feels, how come he's the only one taking the glory for African Queen? We worked for this. In fact, it's mine. You know, people tend to remember how they worked their head out, stayed out, getting beats, getting lyrics, and all that. So that's just the issue. Him saying that African Queen has changed his life, quite all right, but it has also marred his life. It has caused him more pain and depressed him more than it has actually given him fame and success. All right, Nollywood star Lateef Adedimeji and Tina Mba, alongside Three Cold Dishes, a movie co-produced by Afrobeat superstar Burna Boy, were among the biggest winners at the 2025 African Movie Academy Awards. The 21st edition of the Continental Film Award took place on Sunday at the Balmoral Convention Center, Ikeja, GRA, Lagos, celebrating some of Africa's finest filmmakers and actors. Three Cold Dishes clinched Best Nigerian Film and Best Young Promising Actor for Ruby Akubueze. Co-produced by Burna Boy and actress Osas Igodaro, the multilingual thriller follows 3 women from Nigeria, Cote d'Ivoire, and Benin who reunite years after surviving human trafficking to exact revenge on their abusers. Adedimeji won Best Actor in the leading role for his performance in Lasibi the Uprising, while Mba earned Best Actress in Supporting Role for The Serpent's Gift. The 5-hour ceremony organized by the Africa Film Academy opened with a lively performance by the Ebony Band. In his opening address, AFA's Chief Executive Officer Raymond Anyam Osigwe praised African filmmakers for driving the continent's storytelling to global prominence. The six-member AMA jury presented 26 awards across acting, directing, cinematography, and technical categories, recognizing outstanding achievements in Africa's cinema. Congratulations to each and every person. I'm so surprised that Burna Boy could produce that particular movie. Wow. Congratulations to each and every one of them that received an award at the AMA event and ceremony. All right, moving forward, veteran Nollywood actor Chinwetal Ago has urged women to focus on self-development and independence before getting married. In a video posted on his Instagram on Monday, Ago stressed that marriage should not define a woman's identity or sense of fulfillment. Instead, he said women should strive rather to be mentally, spiritually, and financially stable before getting married. His perspective on marriage comes amid ongoing conversations about gender roles and financial independence in relationships. Ago, who has often used his platform to promote personal growth and self-reliance, said his marriage was aimed at encouraging women to find fulfillment and stability beyond marital expectations. Ago added that ladies should invest in themselves and their dreams or passions. He stated that complete reliance on a man can be a dangerous move. And that's the truth. You know, I don't know, but I think we've grown past that. That's one thing I'm so proud of my generation for. We have more independent women wanting to do things for themselves, be it in corporate firm, be it in business, anything, be it you being an influencer, you being an ambassador, you being an actor, you know, they find themselves doing something other than the way it used to be there. You know, our great-grandparents and grandmothers used to have this whole mindset that a woman's education or life ends in the kitchen, which is when you've gotten up to the age to get married, you automatically become somebody's wife, and he had to take care of every need you have, right? He had to take care of whatever you want and all that. And trust me, this kind of information, and should I call it doctrine or tradition, most parents still passes on to their daughters, right? They still have this mindset that a man is meant to do all the provision for you. You are a woman, all you need to do is get married, give birth, take care of the house, cook, clean, and all that. A man is meant to do the work, forgetting that this is 2025. We're in generation either alpha or beta, because we're no longer in generation Z. We're no longer in Gen Z generation. We've evolved, right? So in this generation, nobody is meant to tell you, especially in Nigeria economy, nobody is supposed to tell you that you're meant to find something doing, no matter how small it is. Explore, enjoy yourself, because once you enter into that marriage, you're not coming out. Even though that is becoming a norm now, that most people are not interested in putting in the work and commitment to staying in marriages. But the truth is, it is a long time investment. Marriage is so long. It is till death do you part. So those enjoyment that you need to do it now. Those exploration, those career, that dream, that passion, that skill, whatever you want to get now, whatever you want to get it now. Because when you get into that marriage, there's more battles to fight, spiritually, mentally, psychologically, physically, a whole lot. So what is it saying? Get yourself prepared right now. Do all you got to do right now, that you're young and vibrant as a youth. He's actually talking to young ladies, but we can generalize it, right? Do what you got to do right now before you venture into marriage. Because if you think, oh, when I get married, I'm going to do this, you're going to be surprised. All right. An exhibition celebrating the life and legacy of Nigeria's Afrobeat pioneer Fela Kuti has opened in Lagos, marking the African debut of an event first developed by the Philharmonie de Paris in France. The Lagos show features 440 items, including personal memorabilia, photographs, paintings, and videos of Fela's performances. Visitors can also sit and enjoy live rendition of his music by other Nigerian artists and even buy replicas of his signature colorful underwear. Lead curator Sheun Ali said the Lagos exhibition expands significantly on the original French version. Fela Ate is widely known in Nigeria, whose sound blended jazz, funk, and West African rhythms remains a cultural icon in Nigeria. In his music, he also lashed out at political corruption and bad governance, making him a symbol of resistance against military dictatorships in the late 1970s. Lagos to this day is a vibrant cultural hub, much like during Fela's lifetime, and the Afrobeat sound, heard everywhere from nightclubs to roadside bars and even at political rallies, has propelled many Nigerian musicians to global fame. Creative entrepreneur and guest to the exhibition, Bayo Omoboriowo, said the activism of Fela, who died in 1997 at the age of 58 from AIDS-related complications, was still relevant today. Take a look.
You see today is an exhibition that takes from what the French initially did, but we've made it 3 times larger. So not only are you going to experience Fela's live activism and his music, but we're also now adding legacy programming to what we're doing.
I've met a few young people who all they just have is this image of Fela, the hemp smoker and supposedly underpants wearing artist. But this has exposed them to different aspects that they didn't, and I think it will start them on a journey. It's an exhibition that will start people on a journey to find out even more about this man, the artist, the activist, the politician, the musician, the man, basically.
There's a whole lot of silencing, and I think it's time for us to rethink where we are and where we really need to go to. And it's time for us to believe in something. As I walk through the room, I'm like, where is our voice? And can we speak? Are there still people that can speak like Fela? Are there people that can fight like Fela? And are there people that can believe in a cause like Fela and continue to push their agenda till the world has no choice but to listen to them?
I feel like I have a renewed sense of hope about the possibilities of music and its ability to move people into political action. I think for a long time, Nigerians have been feeling very defeated, so it's really beautiful and amazing that we have this moment to celebrate Fela because he represents the tenacity of our people.
Original paintings of iconic television artist Bob Ross will be auctioned by Bonhams in Los Angeles on Tuesday. In a sale made at supporting public television stations across the United States. The sales, organized by American Public Television, is part of the largest release of Ross originals ever offered to the public. 30 paintings in all will be auctioned, with all net proceeds benefiting public broadcasting. 2 of the paintings on display ahead of the auction were created on Ross' show, The Joy of Painting, which aired on PBS for 11 years, from January 1983 to May 1994. One painting, a seascape on a vertical canvas, was painted for an instructional book Ross published. The idea for the auction came from Joan Kowalski, president of Bob Ross Inc. The company that manages Ross intellectual property, brand, and legacy. Kowalski was inspired to auction the painting after seeing 2 privately owned Ross paintings sell for high prices. at Bonham's earlier in 2025. She reached out to APT to explore how a larger scale could help offset recent federal funding losses. Take a look.
Hi, I'm Bob Ross, and for the next 13 weeks, I'll be your host as we experience the joy of painting. And I think today we'll do a picture that's maybe like we're walking through the woods. And so let's start right here with a little bit of cad yellow with just the least little touch of phthalo green in it.
And then the cabin, which is always very exciting. Viewers love when they want to cover up all the dark, but the dark that you leave is critical. That gives you the depth. And it gives you the shape of the tree. And then forward, 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 forward. And once you have finished this layer, so it was just an idea I had in my head in the middle of the night. A couple of months ago, Bonhams had auctioned off 2 of Bob's paintings, private sellers, not any of our paintings, and they went for a lot of money. And I thought, you know, we could do something. So I got on the phone with American Public Television and asked them, you know, if we did this crazy thing, what would you need to make it significant to sort of help with the shortfall of the federal funds and that sort of thing? And so came up with this idea. No idea whether it would work or not, but little by little put the pieces together and decided really kind of a great idea. And I decided it's probably something Bob would have decided to do if he was still here. So that was like, okay, I'm doing it. Yeah. And the details in it. So incredible, because that is just what would make a seascape. Actually hear the water splashing. Yeah, definitely, definitely. And again, the sky. You'll see that this painting is the exact painting of the instructional book that he put together so that people could learn to paint this painting. And he made these paintings. He loved his public television. He loved the platform. He loved the fact that public television feels more like just him and the viewer, that there are no other sort of influences outside of that show up in the transaction or in.
All right, that's all we have for you in the news segment this hour. We'll go on a short break, and up next is an interview we had with Kirk Diamond. So stay with us.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on eVibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
So I should try harder. So
Okay, I don't know that one.
outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on eVibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
Welcome back. You're still watching eVibes, the entertainment show on Signature TV. Our guest today is a man whose voice carries the spirit of reggae across borders, from the heart of Jamaica to the multicultural landscape of Canada. Kirk Diamond has stayed true to the roots while pushing the genre into new space. A Juno Award winning artist, Kirk's music isn't just about rhythm, it's about revolution, identity, and unity. Today we'll dive into his journey, his message, and his vision for the future of reggae. Welcome, Kirk Diamond, and thank you for joining. Can you hear me? Yeah, I think I can hear you.
See.
All right. So first, reggae was born out of struggle and hope. When you look at your own journey, how Jamaica to from Jamaica to Canada, how have those themes shaped your purpose as an artist?
Well, what I found was that when I got to Canada, a lot of, the Jamaican diaspora was here, and it was almost like we were trying to find identity again, and reggae music has always been the bridge between not only Jamaica and Jamaicans everywhere, but Africa and Jamaicans everywhere, you know what I mean? So the message needed to be sustained. It needed to carry over for generations and generations. And I just felt like I needed to have that voice here where the voice wasn't here like that.
All right. So you often speak about unity and empowerment. What personal experience inspired that commitment to cautious music?
Just, the way I was brought up, with my parents and all that, and we found that, sometimes when I just got to Canada and even before, like every time you turn on the news, it was always, you know, Jamaicans are involved in this, Jamaicans are involved in that. And then when you go on the streets, you realize that a lot of us are having a hard time. So, the music that I try to deliver is one, yes, of unity, but of inspiration and motivation as well to get people on the right side, on the good foot, as they say.
Interesting. So as a reggae artist in Canada, do you ever feel pressure to fit in with mainstream sounds, or do you see your uniqueness as your power?
Yeah, that's always you know, a struggle, when you go to a party or you turn on the radio and the music that is being played isn't sounding like yours. It's almost as if you're not accepted in your own space, so to speak. But I also understand, especially when I go perform live or if I go on tour, I realize the importance of the message of my music, the way fans greet me, the way fans say, how my music has changed their lives or how it has helped them to go forward in certain situations. So that is what really keeps me, well, it helps to keep me on the straight and narrow and keep on doing my thing. Yeah.
Great. So, how do you preserve the authenticity of reggae while introducing new sounds that reflect your environment and generation?
How to say that question one more time?
I said, how do you preserve the authenticity of reggae while introducing new sounds that reflect your environment and generation?
I mean, it comes from having to understand, the culture itself, understanding that where it's coming from, just to have a better way of where to go. You know what I mean? Nothing can stay the same forever. So there's always evolution. There's newer technology now than there was in the 60s when reggae was being created. And we just, this is our time. And just like the next generation after us is going to do something completely different, but it still be authentically reggae. So I don't really worry about that. I just make sure that I do my job.
Okay. Now, the global music scene changes fast. Afrobeat, dancehall, fusion sounds dominate. How does reggae stay relevant without losing its roots? In fact, as a matter of fact, Afrobeat is literally looking like it's taking over. So how does reggae stay relevant without losing its roots?
I mean, it's the same people. Like there's a lot of similarities in both, right? It's just the message at the end of the day. Afrobeats is something like when you go out, you hear the Afrobeats and everybody's having a good time. And sometimes the message in the dance, like the reggae, isn't the same feel good type of music. You know what I mean? So, everything has its purpose, everything has its place. Um, I have done collaborations with Afrobeats artists, which they till this day is my biggest streaming songs, and I just try to keep the reggae side of the song authentic, just like how, my collaborators keep the Afro side of it authentic. And I think it brings everybody together. Again, unity through music.
Mm, absolutely. You've mentioned being more than a musician, that you see yourself as a messenger. What message do you want to leave behind, I mean, through your art?
I mean, the message is always love, you know. It's always love for one another. You know, never getting too caught up in the stuff that will hurt us. You know what I mean? Nothing unites us more than music. You know, there's no sport, no politics, no religion that unites the people 100% like music does. You know, so when I go to a show and I look out into the audience, there's many different races, many different cultures, all there in the name of music, in the name of love. You know, there's no one cares about where this person is from. No one cares about what political beliefs they have, what religious beliefs they have. They're there for the love of music and the love of humanity. So, you know, that's all that I can try to sustain and keep on pushing forward.
Great, great. You know, Canada is a multicultural space, right? So how
Right.
does the diversity influence your storytelling and your connection with audiences?
I mean, it gives you a different perspective being around people from Asia, whether it's like China, India. Um, there's a lot of, you know, people from Africa here as well. A lot of people from all over the world, you know. So being in what we call a melting pot, you know, we hear the stories and we realize that people aren't as different as it may seem. You know, a lot of us are
Mm-hmm.
having the exact same you know, the exact same experience. So, you know, I speak to that in my music, you know, so yeah. And it makes you appreciate cultures as well and makes you want to travel and see other parts of the world just based on a little small taste that we may get here.
Interesting. I would like to know, how important is spirituality in your creative process and daily life as an artist?
It is probably the most important, you know. I don't do anything without the Almighty, you know, and it's one of those things where I'm not motivated to do anything that's not including my spirituality. That is what pushes me to always want to be good. That is the reason why I don't follow trends and start singing songs about stuff that I wouldn't want my children to hear, or my parents wouldn't be proud to hear me say certain things. So that is a big, you know, a big weight that my spirituality has to carry, and I'm grateful for it.
Absolutely, absolutely. Now, many young artists see you as a pioneer of Canadian reggae. What advice would you give them about staying true to their voice in the world chasing trends? I mean, you just talked about trends now that you don't chase trends, right? So
Yeah.
what advice would you give to them about staying true to their voice in the world chasing trends?
Well, my biggest advice to that is always, you know, seek seek success from your own perspective, not from somebody else's. And I think that is the reason why a lot of us get caught up in trends. We always think that because A wants a mansion and a car and they want the Rolls Royce, that is their version of success. Where for me, it may just be my family is good. We don't have to worry about bills. We don't have to worry. You know what I mean? So you have to judge success from your own perspective. And once you're doing it from your integrity, from your point of view, then you don't have to worry about nothing else. And it's not about money. If you're doing your job, money will come. You just have to, you know, stay true to you and stay true to the work, which is music.
Great, great. Now, Kirk, what legacy do you hope to your name, you know, and what legacy do you think will stand for in years to come?
Um, that I did it from a place where we were told that it was impossible to do it. You know what I mean? Like when you think about reggae music, nobody in the world thinks about Canada. You know, everybody thinks about snow and skiing and Drake, right? And for me to be successful in this place doing reggae music, um, I've toured this country so much times with so much fans that are from Canada. A lot when we were starting out, they told me that it was impossible. I would have to either go back home or move to the UK, and you know that just isn't the case. So I just, you know, I'm grateful for my experience. I'm grateful for every blessing that I got, and my legacy should be I did it from a place where they said it was impossible, and we were able to speak good music to a people that they said they don't want it.
Impressive. All right. You know, you first won a Juno rather, with Greater in 2018.
Mhm.
Looking back, how did winning that award change your mindset and approach to making music?
Um, to be honest with you, when I won the Juno in 2018, um, it was almost like a relief. Like, you know, you wanted something so bad and you finally get it, and then it was like, what is next? What do I do now? Now that I have this trophy, now that I have this award, and it was something that I've seen a lot of people win it, and it almost became like that was their only motivation of doing music, to get this award and keep on getting this award because of the dopamine, because of that high, as they say, from getting it. And I had to take a step back from it and realize that my message, my purpose is the music, not necessarily the award. But I'm grateful for the award just because it has opened a lot of doors. Um, Especially like what I was speaking about earlier, where being from Canada and singing, or being in Canada and singing reggae music, no one wanted to hear it. And I think me winning the Juno Award, that made everybody pay attention to, like, okay, who is this now? Why is Michael Bublé talking about Kurt Diamond? You know what I mean? Why is The Weeknd taking pictures with Kurt Diamond and all these stuff? So it's like that really helped give me a jolt into the industry to be like, okay, this person needs to be taken seriously. And yeah, that's about it.
All right. Now, Reggae Party in 2023 earned you another Juno, this time collaborating with Finn and Cairo McLean. What was it like winning with collaboration, and how does teamwork influence your art?
Um, well, teamwork is always what they say make the dream work, you know, and you know, working with Finn is my producer, and working with Finn is always easy. You know, it's always one of those things where it's like, Kirk, I have this, come to the studio right now. Okay, sir, I'm on my way. Um, and we've always had that working relationship for years, you know. And working with Cairo at the time, I believe he was 14 years old. And, you know, we wanted to see him be the future of reggae music in this country, because he's a born Canadian, but his reggae knowledge is as if he was in the room when reggae was being created. You know, he's a sure a prodigy, as they say, and we just wanted to help him, give him that step forward, and you know, be for him what there was none of that for me, which was a helping hand, a guide, to be like, this is how you do it, this is how you move in the industry, and here is help if you need it. And I'm just glad that it worked out in his for all of us. It worked out in the best case scenario for all of us.
Interesting. Now, your 2024 win for the album Dread solidified back-to-back recognition. What does that consistency mean to you, especially in a genre that often struggles for mainstream visibility?
It was for my own personal, I'm the second artist in the history of the category to do back to back. Um, so that was like a notch to say, well then, I'm amongst greatness, so to speak, where that is concerned. Um, And it just also it's a nod to the work that we've been putting in, because believe me when I tell you that when it's recording time or when it's creating music time, I hardly sleep. Like most of the time it is in commute, going from home to studio, and all of this being done while writing two other albums at the exact same time for other artists and myself. So, for something like that to pay off, and we're doing all of this, like I said, while writing other albums, recording albums, doing shows after shows after shows. So a lot of these songs from the Jet album is actually in hotel room or backstage at the concert being recorded. Stuff like that. So for it to pay off, it let me know that the world was operating correctly.
Yeah,
Yeah,
absolutely.
because we put in so much work. Yeah.
So, Kirk, you recently performed at Botswana, where you were able to achieve your mission to use reggae as a bridge between cultures and continents and uniting people through music. Were you able, and how do you feel achieving that particular mission?
Just to just to visit Africa, as you can tell, there's a smile on my face. Just to visit Africa, right? Return home to Africa. I think just to make the story a story, I didn't sleep the first 3 days that I was there. I was just like overwhelmed, like overstimulated that I was actually on the continent. Like
Yeah.
literally couldn't sleep, couldn't eat. People were asking me if I was okay because I didn't have the words to to speak to anybody. So after this, I have to apologize to people if I made them feel uncomfortable. It was just wow. You know what I mean? I'm the first person from my entire bloodline on both sides to ever return to Africa. And with all of that on my mind, even now, it is just, overwhelming and emotional for me. And getting there and realizing that again, that even though I know what Jamaica looks like, I know how the people act. And it was almost as if I was home. This was just a different part of Jamaica. That was, you know what I mean? It made me, no one can tell me that Jamaicans aren't Africans after that trip, because we act identical, right? And,
Yeah.
I know it's going to be even more when I get to Nigeria, because they say that Jamaica is Nigeria in the Caribbean.
Ooh.
So, so it's just one of those things that was a blessing in itself. And as far as performing there to, thousands of people and them singing great and them embracing me and telling me how much they enjoyed my performance and they want me to come back. And, like even now I'm still getting text messages and DMs saying, when are you coming back to Botswana? So, just a blessing, you know what I mean? And it's everything will happen in God's timing, as they say, and it surely did. So I'm grateful for that.
Absolutely. Now you have multiple nominations across different years, like Let It Be Done, Tour of, etc., etc. How do you handle the pressure of being nominated so many times? Does it push you to evolve, take risks, stay safe, or everything that has to come with it?
I think it's more everything that has to come with it, because, like I said, when we're creating music, it's not about the awards nor the nominations, right? Um, it's never about that. In the moment of creating, it's always about the creation. Are we doing justice to what we're setting out to do, right? So songs like Too Rough, where we're literally flipping a Dennis Brown track. Dennis Brown, for those who don't know, is the crown prince of reggae, right? So it's Bob Marley King, Dennis Brown Prince, right? And he has a song called Easy Take It Easy on that exact same beat. And this was an evolution to the rubber dub era, right? The rubber dub era would have been 80s. And I just made it kind of fun, and I tried to to have like the younger generation who may not know about the rubber dub era to embrace it, and they did. They surely liked the flip, and the rhythm made a big comeback in a lot of spaces based on that song. And yeah, like I said, it was about making sure that anybody from that era would listen to it and say, okay, job well done. Meanwhile, bridging the gap with the generation that don't know that music at all.
Great, great. Now, Brampton naming a park after you is a strong community honor. How important are these local recognitions compared to awards? How do they feed into your sense of legacy?
I mean, wow, when I found out that was going to happen, I didn't tell anybody actually till it was done, because I just couldn't believe that it was really happening. I thought it was a prank that was being played on me, because you never hear about anybody getting monuments, let alone a park named after them, until they have passed away for many years. You know what I mean? And for me to be alive and to receive that, it was an honor and a blessing that I still give thanks for even till this day. That the city of Brampton, where I live, would honor me in such a way. And the honor came about not because of the nominations and the awards, but based on the message and the music.
Okay.
It's always uplifting. I could go anywhere and perform. I can go to a church and perform. I can go into the dance hall and perform. Like, the message is consistent, upliftment and love. And I think that is the reason why they gave me that as a young youth, as they say, that is not following the trends. I'm not singing about murder. I'm not singing about, anything that you wouldn't want your children to listen to. Right? So I think that is the biggest honor.
So, we're going to play one of your video right now. We're going to play a video of you performing on stage. So we'll display that right now.
That goes against anything that is wrong in society. If the nation or society has a problem, reggae music is there to try to fix and correct that problem. Do you agree with me? As a reggae artist, we don't condone no evil, no killing, no murder, none of that in our music. So that's why we say things like this. Joshua. Well, state of emergency. People need justice in an urgency. For the front line with the music, don't a currency. What currency, no silent because of currency. Whoa, hey, what we flow it up. We from the grass, slow it up. East of the camp, oh, we don't get the British and cold. And then the cold, the cold control. We don't get the British and cold. We're free. So if we burn it down, you know what's bad, man. You know the black man. You know the black man. We grab it.
What role has winning these Junos played in opening doors for you in collaboration, exposure, or new markets?
It opens doors in places that, especially in Canada, a lot of people, whenever they hear reggae music, they only think about Bob Marley, right? So for me to win and be nominated consistently, it gave those people that only recognize Bob Marley like a nudge to say, hey, who is this person? Maybe you should go listen to their songs. And when they do, they find that the message isn't different. It's a continuation without it being a cover act. I'm not singing Bob Marley's music. You know what I mean? It is Kurt Diamond's music from Kurt Diamond's perspective. As much as Bob Marley's music is it transcends through time, they now can say, well, there's more to reggae music than just Bob Marley, right? And I hope that what that does is it sends them down a rabbit hole, so to speak, where they can discover other reggae acts or other reggae artists that has the same message, and see that we too take music very seriously. We we fuse reggae with jazz, we fuse reggae with blues, we fuse reggae with rock. You know, like Bob said, roots rock reggae. We do all of that, and the Junos has allowed a lot of doors to be open where I'm able to go and perform on a rock festival. I can go perform at a jazz festival, which I've headlined, you know, as a reggae artist headlining a jazz festival. And I believe that year it was Andre 3000 from the Outcast that was headlining as well, on another day. So, you know, just to say that my name is in these lights with these, you know, celebrities are these big stars. The Junos have surely paved the way and opened doors for me in that regards.
Great, great. Now, I would like to know, were there moments where you felt overlooked or disappointed in nomination cycles? And how did you stay motivated through those periods?
Yeah, there's have been losses that, you know, hurt because I felt like I deserved it, you know, but it's never anything that, you know, it's never anything that I take too personally because I know that just as much as I work hard, everybody else that is nominated is working just as hard, you know, and I love to see when people fulfill and get rewarded for their work. Me being nominated, and I've won so much times already, I like to see when new people come, or even if you've been there consistently nominated and you finally get that one. I love to see the joy, you know, on their faces and the relief of finally winning. But yeah, man, there's surely been some that, trust me, hurt.
All right, all right. So with dread and past wins, yeah, how do you balance meeting expectations set by your past awards while still pushing your sound forward?
Say that one more time.
I said with dread and past
hmm
wins, right? How do you
hmm
balance meeting expectations set by your past awards while still pushing your sound forward?
Oh, that is probably the easiest part because I'm always working. I'm always working. So, you know, while Jed was being nominated for the Juno when it won, we were already 90% done the next album. And I was halfway through writing the book that goes with that next album. Right. So I'm just always, you know, focused on the work, on the music. So there's really no pressure when it comes to you know, following Dread or following any other win or anything like that because I'm always working and it's always in the same lane. The only thing that changes now is that now that I've been to Africa, like I have now there's more stuff that I didn't know how to say it. Now I want to say it. So it's just about figuring out how to get it on and you know collaborating with more artists from the continent and have an African perspective, either album or EP. That's the only thing now that I'm trying to figure out how to execute.
All right. Now, do you think awards help reshape how reggae is perceived in Canada and abroad, particularly conscious reggae? And what would you like your wins to inspire the young reggae artists?
Well, that's the thing, right? There's rumors that, you know, if we're doing conscious reggae, then, you know, we don't get anything. We won't, no one will want to hear it or you won't be awarded for it. And that is because, you know, the hype is always so loud. You know, the dancehall artists that are touring, their social media is always so loud, is always so enticing, especially to the younger people. Um, but with the awards now for the conscious music and stuff like that, trust me, everything has its space, right? So it's never just as though there's a lot of dancehall fans, there's a lot of reggae fans as well, all over the world. Um, there's places in the world that dancehall isn't played, it's just reggae music, you know. But these are things that, we hardly get to hear about because social media is so loud when it comes to pushing trends or pushing, what's new, what's hot. But, reggae is a slow burn. So you'll be all right.
Okay, so before we let you go, yeah, having achieved
Mhm.
multiple milestones already, what's the next big benchmark or dream award you want to win or project you want to be recognized for?
Um, I have well, like I said, the book that I wrote for the next album. The next album's called Poetic Revolution. And I wrote a book that goes along with the album. So every song on the album is actually a chapter in the book. And I think writing the book, I that is what I want to be recognized for, that I actually made some piece of literature that can be read, that can be held and read. Because I don't think we push reading enough as a culture, you know. So yeah, maybe that.
Just that?
But that's a good question though. As far as awards, um, the Grammy, of course, because once you go there, it is, even though the Juno is the Canadian equivalent to the Grammy, but when you go Grammy, the big one, then now the entire world has to understand and realize that you are making headways with this culture, with this music, that, you know, they need to be taken note of and take notes of not just people that are on the island of Jamaica, but people that are making conscious music worldwide.
Yeah. I was actually expecting you to mention Grammy Award that you did. All right, big thanks to you, Kirk Diamond, for your amazing journey from the Juno wins to representing reggae all the way in Botswana. Keep shining and spreading those positive vibes. We are watching what's next, like your book and the new album.
Thank you.
Enjoy the rest of your day.
You as well.
All right. Yeah, the show has come to an end. I'm sorry I couldn't reveal movie trends to you. I'll do that next week. Enjoy your weekend. Make sure you leave the house. Don't sleep on your bed this time. All right? And of course, follow all our social media platforms. Subscribe to our YouTube channel. And join us same time tomorrow for more interesting and insightful stories and conversation only on E-Vibes, the entertainment show. I remain your baby girl, Queenette Wokunta. Enjoy the rest of your day.
We are local.
International communities observing
Just finished the Why the main market is in chaos. People
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye.
We have taken this by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes. Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
It's another Sunday afternoon, and this is the Signature Show. I am Vin Martin Obiora Ilo. Last week on this program, we joined other well-meaning Nigerians in calling for the immediate release of journalist Tony Ezimako, who was illegally detained by the DSS. We are happy that bowing to pressure from Nigerians, especially the media and civil society, the DSS did the right thing and released Ezimako some days back. On Thursday, 8th of March 2018, Amnesty International celebrated the release of the journalist who is the Abuja bureau chief of the daily independent newspapers, in conjunction with other civil society organizations. Linus Aleke covered the event for the Signature Show.
The country director of Amnesty International Nigeria, Barrister Sayo Jigo, has appealed to government to respect and uphold the freedom of information. Jigo made the charge in Abuja during the celebration of the release of Abuja Bureau Chief of the daily independent newspapers. Mr. Tony Ezimako was held by the DSS for allegedly writing a story that did not go down well with the government.
Who would have thought a few years ago that speech, and even the label hate speech, is relative? We need to interrogate that hate speech. What does it entail? What is inside it that determines the right for someone to take another person's life? And put that within the context that we're going in. We would require everyone to be able to participate in this, but most importantly, to increase their knowledge about what freedom of expression really is.
Amnesty International Nigeria researcher Mr. Damian ENUGU appealed to the media to join the organization in demanding for the release of Abiri Jones, the editor of the Source magazine, who has been in DSS detention for over 2 years without formal trial. Adding that the organization will not rest until Abiri Jones is released to his family. The executive director of Citizen Advocacy for Social and Economic Rights, Barrister Frank Tietie, said the media has the constitutional duty to inform the public and hold government accountable.
Every professional journalist who knows his onions must stand up and exercise his rights under Section 22 of the Constitution and continue to write stories that are true to facts and true stories that will expose corruption and ineptitude in governance.
On his part, the freed journalist, Mr. Tony Ezimako, who said that press freedom was sacrosanct, noted that the detention came to him as a surprise. He expressed his heartfelt gratitude to those who fought for his release, especially the media and the civil society community in the country.
I'm so emotionally subdued considering the kind of response and reception that has been thrown up by this particular incident. I'm so glad and happy. But first, let me thank God Almighty, who stirred up a global tempest of sorts that moved people towards the consciousness of securing my release.
Today on the show, we are returning to the northeastern part of Nigeria, where millions of Nigerians are still waiting for good news concerning the 110 girls abducted by Boko Haram insurgents from their school in Dapchi in Yobe State. We had an interview with the senator representing Yobe East Senatorial District, Bukar Abba Ibrahim. We also spoke to an expert on counterterrorism, Peter Korobo, and sought the opinion of Nigerians on how the federal government is handling the rescue operation. This same hunger for good news brought some parents of the kidnapped Dapchi girls to Abuja to plead with the powers that be to do the needful and rescue the missing girls.
Muhammadu Buhari a taimaka mana dan Allah dan Annabi a fito mana da yaran mu a taimaka mana yaran mu an sace mana ya ta Fatima Bashir ni ce uwarta Asha Kundiri Dabci a taimaka mana dan Allah dan Annabi muna roƙon ku arziki shugabannin mu a taimaka mana yara ƙanana an sace mana yara sama da 107 a taimaka mana a fito mana da su dan Allah. One of mother that adopted children. I want government to help us to bring us our daughters.
Gamman Girls Science Secondary School Dabchi. I miss 3 daughters. 2 in my front is my child's. 1 is my senior brother. I miss them. We are not come to emphasize the government. We need the government to go and bring back our girls. That's what we want government to take action on it. And the issue of the security. We have the soldiers at Dabchi. 3 weeks ago they packed them, and then this thing will happen. So we don't know the reasons that these things will always happen in our area, more especially the East South. So please, we are begging. We are not coming here to criticizing the government. We are not coming for criticizing the government. We just pleading the government, please and please. We put our crying to the government that to say that at least he go and bring back our girls to our parents and the rest of the women.
My daughter was abducted on the day she was admitted. On the day she was admitted, I lost her just within 7 to 8 hours. And she was 12 years old, JSS1. I admitted her on that day, and on that day this thing happened. So I don't know, I have nothing to say. Being a Muslim, I consider this thing as an act of God. But we are calling on the government, if this thing continues to be happening in this country, more especially in the Northeast region, one day you'll discover that there's no functional secondary school. Because these are the things that are happening. Please and please, we are begging, we are pleading to the Nigerian government and the international community, please, to come to our aid and help our children to come and join their partners at home, please and please.
Are you 18 years and above? Have you registered with the Independent National Electoral Commission, ENUGU? Do you have your permanent voter card, PVC? If your answer is yes, what about your family members, your friends, your colleagues, and your neighbors? Remember, your vote can guarantee a better future for Nigeria and Nigerians. Your vote can make all the difference. Your vote is your power. Don't sit on the fence. Be an active citizen. This is a signature show contribution to better citizen participation in governance.
For what has happened since the unfortunate abduction of the Dabchi girls, we turned to a former governor of Yobe State and currently the senator representing Yobe East, where Dabchi is located. I started by asking him to share with us the latest information he might have concerning the rescue efforts by the federal government.
And Dabchi happens to be in my constituency. Dabchi is just about 85 kilometers from Damaturu, the state capital of Yobe State. And that school, which was disturbed or attacked by suspected Boko Haram dissidents, is basically under Damaturu until recently, when a local government was created, and then Dabchi became local government headquarters, the first moving to the north after Damaturu. And this is an area, anything from the north of Damaturu, the state capital of Yobe State, and a parallel area of Borno State, taking it northwards, are areas where education, Western education, has not yet been fully accepted. People still resist their children going to school. Some will even bribe teachers and headmasters in order not to take their children to school, unlike other parts of Nigeria where people pay a lot of money to take their children to school, right from primaries through secondary to the university and other tertiary institutions. So that is why that school was made a girls' school, girls' only school, and a boarding school with nearly 1,000 girls, mainly from that northern part of Borno and Yobe, where people are still resisting Western education. So it is very, very unfortunate that such an area should be attacked by dissidents. I mean, an attack on any community, on any group, on any individual by anybody is wrong, of course. But then this has become even more serious when an area where girls' education is not fully accepted yet is attacked. That will really make things difficult for us politicians who are trying to convince each and every person in those areas to take their children to school, whether boys or girls. And as you know, the rest of the story is all what we have been reading in the papers. 926 children were attacked, out of which, at the end of it all, to cut a very long story short, 110 of them were still unaccounted for. And 110 children, girls only, are still unaccounted for. And we're waiting, we're praying, we're intensifying our prayers left, right, and center all over the mosques and churches in that area. And even here in Abuja, we've organized similar prayers for them. We just hope and pray that we'll get them all unharmed. And in a way, this has been a bit fortunate, because so far no girl had been killed by the abductors. We're not aware of any killing, which is different from the Chibok incidents people have been talking so much about, and all other attacks by Boko Haram suspects, where definitely some lives were lost. In this particular one, so far, no life is officially known to have been lost. But the fact that 110 children, girls only, are still unaccounted for, your guess is as good as mine. We just hope and pray that they will all be found safe and sound, and we'll do the rest by convincing parents to still believe in education, believe that education is the backbone of all developments wherever you are in this world.
Since this happened, there's no doubt, and being in your district, there's no doubt that you've been engaging with the executive, the government, and even the security agencies. Besides what we read in the papers, what else has happened in terms of locating these girls, in terms of probably negotiations, in terms of probably efforts to rescue them?
Honestly, I don't have any such privileged information so far, but all I know is the government of the state, and indeed the federal government, are definitely not resting on their oars until something is done to solve this problem once and for all. I don't have details of what negotiations that are going on, but definitely they are talking. There's no doubt about the fact that they are talking. My wife, who is the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Minister of State, has been there twice since this thing happened. First, as a member of the federal government delegation, and secondly, to go and condole some people in the state. She was in Maiduguri, Damaturu, and back the same day. So there is nothing really besides what we have been reading that has happened so far. The federal government reacted in good time. The state government reacted in good time. People generally reacted in good time. People have been embarking on massive prayers for them in churches and mosques all over the state, and in some areas even outside the state. Like we have a similar group carrying out massive prayers for them in my house here in Maitama. So far, there's nothing new, nothing unknown, nothing hidden in this matter.
Distinguished Senator, are you not disturbed that we are still talking about a situation like Dapchi at this time? I mean, we've been fighting insurgency for several years now. Are you not really embarrassed that we are talking about Dapchi and this situation now?
Over a week since it happened, really it is very embarrassing. It is very disturbing. It is worrisome. It is something that has really agitated the minds of our people, particularly those who in the first place were not interested in Western education. As I said earlier, it certainly is disturbing. It certainly is a setback for us. It's a setback for development of education in Yobe State, particularly women education, girl child education. But we will have to redouble our efforts and ensure that this is not something strange all over the world. Such and similar things have happened. The world is no more a safe place for anybody. We just have to be security conscious. We just have to make arrangements, particularly in schools now. Schools in Yobe, schools in Borno and surrounding areas where education is not well accepted should have security all the year round. Generally, I believe the security agents in Nigeria are not adequate. Nigeria is not adequately secured by security agents, particularly the police and the army and all other security agencies. We need more. A country of 180 million needs a lot more security people than we have on the ground. And not only is it necessary for us to have them on the ground, but also to continue to be security conscious all the time. It is when people see the activities of security agents, the usefulness of security agents, the continuous campaign for security, that people will become conscious of their security and the security of the young ones, like the schoolboys and schoolgirls. So it is very, very disturbing. But then here we are. We just need to double up and intensify our efforts as a country.
Since this happened, the Senate has not gone to sleep. What measures did the Senate put in place to put pressure on those whose duty it is to ensure that these young girls are recovered and rescued? What has the Senate done?
Well, what we have done so far was that I brought a motion on the floor of the Senate. You know, we went through the usual debates when such things happen. And at the end of the day, we appealed to the state government and the local government and the federal government to do more. And I believe as a result of this call and other calls left, right, and center all over Nigeria, because this matter has disturbed the whole of this country. And because of this, the chief of air staff, for example, is now resident in Maiduguri. The chief of army staff is almost resident in Maiduguri as well. A lot of military people have been sent to the area, including our neighboring countries of Niger in particular, and part of Chad and part of Cameroon, and surrounding states, states that are surrounding Yobe State. We all have military people all over. There are about, understand, last week, 28 helicopters and military aircraft that were being used in searching for these girls who have not been accounted for, 110 of them. And I hope and pray and believe that they will soon be found, inshallah. The federal government is not taking this matter lightly. In fact, even right now, Mr. President himself has started going around some of the states in that area, Taraba, Yobe, Borno, Bauchi, and so on and so forth. So it is very disturbing, but it has happened. We only need to be conscious of our security. We only need to do more to avoid such occurrences in the future.
Well, in other places, when this happened, or when something like this happened, the security agencies and the executive take the senators the legislators into confidence and do special briefing,
Yes.
you know, to bring them up to speed with the security measures being taken. Has there been any kind of security briefing for you and your colleagues by the agencies?
Any special security briefing for this particular incident, but the House and the Senate have both called on ministers responsible and ministers in charge of environment, ministers in charge of defense, and so on and so forth, are being called to plenary for behind the camera meeting with both chambers of the National Assembly, after which I believe some releases will be made. I only hope and pray that before even that happens, which will be very close, very near, maybe within this week, we will get them, we'll find them. But whether we'll get them or not, they will still come and brief us, definitely. And for now, they haven't. Everybody's attention has so far been on how to get them. And briefing alone can hardly bring them back. The fact that they are on the ground, physically in this whole of that area, I think is reassuring. It is good enough for us to have confidence. But as I said earlier, we really don't have enough security people in this country today.
That leads me to what your recommendations should be, because, you know, we're all upbeat, we're all a little relaxed, being told by our government that Boko Haram has been degraded, the effectiveness of Boko Haram had been reduced to the barest minimum, and then this happens. You are a very seasoned administrator. You may not be an army general, but you know a lot about this country.
Yes.
What would your recommendations be as we move forward, so that we don't keep going around in circles, you know, because the APC came with this kind of trust by Nigerians that the military officer is in charge and that we can't go back to the dark days.
My recommendation would really be for us to do more of the good things we have been doing, particularly on security. Security is the number one issue in any country. The security and welfare of the people is the essence of governance anywhere in the world. So I believe, as I said earlier, we need more security people. We need to take in more policemen. We need to have more military. And we also need to have more of the paramilitary people we are working with as a nation. We look at our huge population, what we have on the ground really is not adequate. While this is going on, the federal government agencies and the state government agencies on the ground should intensify their search for these girls in and around Nigeria. Nigeria as a nation needs a lot more security people than what we have on the ground now. I keep on saying this because I know it needs more than what we have on the ground. And of course, at the end of the day, prayers also helps. Whether you're Muslim or Christian, you believe in prayers, and we need to carry out more prayers. We also need to have some understanding, we really need to sit with some of these dissidents, some of these people who are rebelling against society, and try to understand them and see how we can have peace, overall peace in the country. I know there is no country in the world where you don't have problems here and there, but I think we should bring it down to the minimum level, as you rightly said. A lot have been done. At a certain stage, almost the whole of Borno was under Boko Haram. 2 local governments in my state, one of them is my own local government, were under control of Boko Haram for 24 months. 2 good years. I couldn't go home. Nobody could go home. They were totally controlling those states, those local governments. In Borno, out of 27, almost 26, besides Maiduguri, were under total control of Boko Haram until they were gradually and eventually liberated. The reason why they talk about Boko Haram being degraded, Boko Haram being defeated, and so on and so forth, was because at a certain stage there were so many local governments in the northeast which were totally under control of Boko Haram. Today, there is not a single local government which is totally under the control of Boko Haram. They only do hit and run, guerrilla warfare here and there. And in many cases, even that school they went to, the first place they went to was the kitchen. They were hungry, they were looking for food. Because they were suspected to be armed Boko Haram, and of course they were carrying guns, the children just erupted and went into the bush. They didn't go there to kill anybody. And I don't believe they went there specifically to abduct anybody.
So
but having gotten
about the abduction?
Having gotten food and security agents running after them, they had to do the abduction. So they cannot just go without anybody. Then in that case they will be totally under military control. If now that they have abducted these girls, any soldier, any policeman, any pilot who goes to bomb will be very, very careful not to kill them along with the girls who have been abducted. So that's their own form of defense as well. But in most cases, they are looking for food, in most cases. But their intention, basic intention was, as they keep on saying, to establish an Islamic state in the center of Africa, stretching from some parts of Egypt down to almost the whole of Sudan, almost the whole of Chad, part of Cameroon, the northern parts of Nigeria, Mali, and Niger, the whole of Niger, part of Algeria, and part of Libya, and all this. They want to establish an Islamic state, which, as we all know, we are educated people, we know it's not possible. It is absolutely impossible, but that was their original intention. And when you look at what they intended to do and what position they are in now, you can comfortably say they have been defeated, they have been degraded. They don't control anywhere now. Yeah. They only hit and run. And that kind of thing always takes time to put a stop to. It will take time. Nigerians must be ready to have hit and run Boko Haram attacks here and there for some time. It will go. Definitely it will go away, just like their control has gone away. They don't control anywhere now in all the countries I've just mentioned.
This attack and the increase in hit and run, guerrilla attacks, has actually slowed down the recovery effort of the Northeast. Because a lot of people were already, international organizations were already talking about post-Boko Haram era. Yes. And there's a lot of money coming from international donors.
That's true. You'll know more about this when you get to Maiduguri. If you knew Maiduguri in those days and Maiduguri today, what you're saying is absolutely right. So much money and so much international organizations, so many people from outside have come in. As this thing is slowing down, cooling off, definitely other problems will crop up. Particularly if they leave us.
Yes, what is the state of people in the IDPs? What is the state of infrastructural renewal with this diversion or distraction of Dapchi? How is the recovery effort going?
Well, the recovery effort has definitely been slowed down by the happening in Dapchi. Even though generally people are going back to their local governments of origin, states of origin, those who ran away, the IDPs are getting smaller and smaller, not bigger. Obviously, the governments are making more and more efforts to feed those in IDPs because they don't have any farms to go. Some of them were not even employed people in the first place. Anyway, they're just petty traders and casual workers. So obviously those ones are still around. But even there, the number is decreasing Things are getting slowly, slightly, but definitely better. And as I said earlier, we'll have to get prepared to face this kind of hit and run situations for quite some time to come from now onwards. And so far, alhamdulillah, I've been to Maiduguri several times of recent. Things have changed a lot. State governments in the northeast have gotten a lot of support from other Nigerians and from Nigerians and Nigerian governments within the northeast, and also from others outside the country. You will see an influx of people from Europe and America and Asia and so on and so forth. In Maiduguri, for example, today, almost all the hotels are fully booked, and but the number definitely is decreasing, and calmness is coming down. Peace is gradually returning fully to the whole of the northeast zone, particularly Borno, Borno actually was the biggest part of the northeast that was badly hit by Boko Haram. But even there, recovery, even though slow, is still going on. And we pray that it doesn't last too long.
How can we use the recently promulgated law on the Northeast Development Commission? How can we use it to speed up the rebuilding of the Northeast?
That's a very, very pertinent and very relevant question. The Northeast Development Commission, when it fully takes off, and it has all the structures from top to bottom, will take care of all developmental efforts in the Northeast. Today, there are 6 states in the Northeast, so many local governments in the Northeast, so many efforts are being done, not necessarily in a coordinated manner, and all this will disappear when the Northeast Development Commission fully takes off. That will speed up things, and organizations that are ready to help and that are willing to help and that intend to help will find it easier to do whatever help they want to do through one organization, one big organization, very well known all over the Northeast, than dealing with so many organizations as it is on the ground now. And all the IDPs, if they still exist, will definitely come under one umbrella, and things will definitely get better. And state governments will also find it easier to get a formula of assisting the commission rather than small organizations left, right, and center, so that development will be coordinated. And that's what will basically change. Coordination will be easier with the commission than what we have on the ground now.
This law was signed by Mr. President in October of last year.
Yes.
Why is it not on stream? Why has it not kicked off? What do you know? What do you hear?
That really is a very difficult question to answer, even though it's so relevant, so obvious, so eminent, but I don't know how to answer it. I really don't have any idea why up till now it has not taken off. I think that's something you'll have to, as a journalist, pose it to the federal government of Nigeria. Why has it not taken off, really? Is it lack of people? You know, we have the people. Is it lack of materials? People are assisting. Is it lack of knowledge of what to do? I believe Nigeria has a bad idea about what to do. So I really find it difficult to answer, and I'll advise you, in our interest, all of us' interest, for you to pose this question to the federal government of Nigeria, honestly, why has it not taken off up till now? It's a question everybody asks. And it's a question nobody is in a position to answer yet. But I believe the government will be in a position to answer it.
Thank you, distinguished Senator.
Lawmaker. Thank you very much.
Yes, glad to know you're still with us and with me to look at the way forward under this security challenge situation is Peter Okorubo. Good news. Peter Okorubo, good news is beyond counter-terrorism expert, and he's here to do justice to the topic. Let me welcome you, Peter, and start by saying, when you say beyond terrorism, what do you mean?
Yes, beyond counter-terrorism is a transcendent narrative for the transformation of the lingering noble approach of counter-terrorism itself.
Okay. And in this beyond counterterrorism, what exactly do we want to do? What do we want to achieve with that?
Yes, it's a soft power approach that seeks to transform or look at the driving values that informs this critical form of terrorism across the globe.
Here we are, weeks after the Dapchi girls' abduction, and I mean, if you listen to our interview with the distinguished senator, it doesn't look like we know so much about what is going on. What do you think should be the approach right now? You know, people have talked about a combination of the military, the police, and other. What, I mean, from your own counter-terrorism pedestal, how should we go?
Yes, it is a composite approach, actually. All the stakeholders has to come on board to look at these issues, but primarily we have to look at the driving values, and that is where we are more concerned, because no matter how it is across the globe, there is a thread, a common denominator that is driving these issues. So until we look at this common denominator and see how we can transform it, it is transformable, it is doable, but the authorities must come to a realization that these issues has to be looked into.
Let's break it down. What are those values that you have to work on to transcend this kind of terrorism?
Yeah, you see, actually, terrorism is a wide subject, but I think let us narrow it to this critical form that the world has been at a loss to over the centuries. Even in Europe, in America, they are at a loss to it. The authorities, the civil authorities, will always win the conventional warfare. Professionals, presidents have acknowledged that. Even President Muhammadu Buhari, in his first trip to France in November 2015, he reiterated that. He said that in France when he was hosted by the French president. He said it. He said they are going to win. By November, they will win the conventional warfare. But he paused and said bet. And that is the bet. The bet has been the issue. The driving values of this critical form of terrorism.
What are the driving values?
Yes, the driving values, from what we have seen, we've come to know that some of these things are informed by religious values, religious agitation. Let's go back to the former president, Jonathan. Under pressure, he was asked to ask the insurgents what they really wanted, and they came out and said, look, they named what they wanted, and part of it were all religious. That they wanted Jonathan to become a Muslim, they wanted Nigeria Islamized. Yes, they are talking contextually. So the authorities should come out and look at the reality, the feasibility of such demands. And then if it is not feasible, then how do we transform it? Are they right or are they wrong? Even if they are wrong, then how do we transform it? Because these things predates President Muhammadu Buhari. It predates even this generation. It predates, this thing has lasted, this thing has been informed for the past 500 or 700 years. It's not something that just started a century ago. It's been there. Even predicted by Jesus Christ himself. In John 16:2b, I've always said that. And President Jonathan, in one of his speeches, he quoted one of the things we said in his speech. That Jesus was talking in John 16:2. He said, the days are coming when those who kill you will think that they are doing God's service. So, and all these things is happening under the disguise of the religions of Abraham. And God is not the author of confusion. So where are we getting it wrong? These people are contextually correct. When Jesus, look at the statement Jesus made, he said they will think that they are doing God's service. So if they are making such a demand, well, we have to look at the demands and look for those who can do it. If I'm saying that I can do it, and yes, that is what we are doing in Beyond Counterterrorism. Beyond Counterterrorism is simply a divine counsel in contemporary parlance to transform these driving values we're talking about, which has been a puzzle, a global puzzle to the world with a global application.
Okay, let's zoom into what you said about Jonathan asking them what they wanted. I guess what you were talking about is engaging them,
Yes,
talking, negotiation,
even if
and
you
what
cannot
have
meet
you.
them and all that.
And at that point, our government was talking to Boko Haram. But when we started having 1, 2, 3, I think the government got a little confused.
Yeah.
What are you suggesting? Because we have, I mean, unofficially, but our investigations show that, for instance, the Boko Haram that took the Dapchi girls is not the Boko Haram that is controlled by Shekau.
You see, there's always bound to be faction in every organization. But what we must look at is the underlying driving force. What is informing their drive? They can be up to 20 factions. Just like you are looking at terrorism across the globe. You have different factions from different quarters and different types of terrorism. So what is driving it? Is this issue of justice? Is it social economic? Is it religious? We must look at this issue.
A lot of people say that almost everything you said is part of it, socio-economic, religious, and all that.
Agreed.
So how do we get out of it?
The issue is this. Yes, there are so many factors informed, but we must differentiate between primary factors and secondary factors.
What are the primary and what are the secondary?
Yes, these are the areas where I think the government has to come in and bring those who claim they didn't know. And if anybody tells you he has a solution, then one of the tests of those solutions also should be whether that solution has a global application. So we are talking about the factors. Yes, there are so many factors. Some people will tell you that these people, they are illiterates and all that. What about people who buy those guns? Are they illiterates? People who produce the money, are they illiterates? Are they villagers? No, they are not. So there is a driving value. I've always insisted on this. I pray that one of the days we'll be able to get right to the right stakeholders and make them understand that this thing is feasible, it can be done. But not the way they are approaching it. I commend our security officers, honestly, because they are trying the best that they could with the hard power. But the soft power approach is still not doing the right job.
Okay, let me ask you, is there an international connect? Because you see another form of terrorism in a country like the United States,
yes,
where every day you see citizens, some with no known history of violence, open fire on children, open fire on moviegoers, open fire on human beings.
Yes.
Is there a connection? Is there a global connection in what Boko Haram is doing, what they are doing in areas like Kenya, El-Shabaab, and all this? Is there some connect? Is it a global problem that is connecting all of them?
Oh yes, there is a connect, but it's dimensional. Like we said earlier, you see, there are forms of terrorism informed by different values. But in this case, there is a connect. The connect is dimensional, like I said. And you see, what is driving Boko Haram is the same factors that is driving Al-Shabaab, that is driving the Muslim Brotherhood and all that. So there is a connect to it. And that's why I said earlier that if anybody says he has a solution, the test of that solution should be whether it has a global application. Because if you are going to address Boko Haram here, that same solution should be able to address the same critical form of terrorism that is now pervading Europe and the US, and even Al-Shabaab and ISIS and all that. So if whatever anybody is profiling does not have that application, that global dimensional application, then it's not having a solution.
Are you 18 years and above? Have you registered with the Independent National Electoral Commission, ENUGU? Do you have your permanent voter card, PVC? If your answer is yes, what about your family members, your friends, your colleagues, and your neighbors? Remember, your vote can guarantee a better future for Nigeria and Nigerians. Your vote can make all the difference. Your vote is your power. Don't sit on the fence. Be an active citizen. This is a signature show contribution to better citizen participation in governance.
Still on the Dapchi kidnap, time to hit the streets to get the opinion of Nigerians on the handling of the rescue efforts by the federal government.
Well, I don't want to talk about the government because the government is a sham. So if the government is a sham, then what do you talk about?
The only thing
It's just very difficult. It's really very difficult. There are a lot of issues. It's not just the Chibok girls. The even issue on corruption, even the change mantra. There's no direction, there's no vision, I think there's a leadership issue. So if they say there's a Chibok girls, to what extent is it true? Is there anything like Chibok girls? Is there anything like abduction in the first place? If some girls are adopted, why is government not addressing it? So I think government is, by and large, government is a charade, and it's not working well. We're not just getting it.
The issue of adoption in Nigeria, most of what is happening in the Northeast, you ask yourself a question: how true is this adoption of a teen? So you find out that all these things are just calm. They just plan all this, root all these things in order to, castigate each other. So all about this thing, more especially what this APC government is doing. You find out that there is no reality in whatever thing they are doing. There is no reality. What we need a true leadership so that you carry the people along. When people are crying, you know that people are crying.
From the last dispensation, when the one in Chibok happened, to this one, I haven't seen any change in the style of governance. And I haven't seen anything that is different. So how do you expect us to find this? We are still doing this in an analog manner. So how do you expect us to find these people who were adopted recently when we have not found the ones who are adopted before? So we are moving around in one circle, just in one point. So I don't expect anything new or anything to change. Rather, it's still the same story.
The government needs to wake up. President Buhari, I'm admonishing you, you need to wake up. You said something in your campaign. During your campaign, you said what it means to be a leader, a responsible leader, is that when anything goes wrong, you will fix it. And that's the meaning of responsibility. And that was why we voted you in. Now, going after 2-3 years after we got you in, President Buhari, the result we are seeing do not measure up to the campaign promise. Trust me, this is not being pessimistic, and I'm being objective. We need you to wake up to the reality of Nigeria is highly insecure now, and we need you to be on top of situations.
I'm begging government to do something fast and quicker before the water overflow the bank. So look at, they were still talking that they kidnapped some girls during the Jonathan government at Chibok girls. The girls they're still looking for them now. And many girls still missed last 3 weeks ago at Agbochi. And that very missing girl up till now, from security personnel, police, DSS, government personnel, no information have come to the Nigerian for you to know where about of those girls. And they're human beings. Even if I'm government, your picking daughters cannot come back. Can you be happy? No. So we're begging government to take serious issue about security in Nigeria.
Since the mantra the government came in with is change, not only change, fighting corruption and security, you understand? And I don't see the security in this country. You see people dying every day here and there and all that. Government is not sitting up on it, you understand? And this last adoption, they said the military withdrew. After the military withdrawal, the adoption took place. That means there is something is going on that they are not telling us. That's my opinion. Something is going on that they are not telling us. They need to tell us the truth, what is going on in this country, before this country will turn into another thing. Because people are sick and tired of all this.
But he came out to say some of them have been rescued. So from there, the handwriting is on the wall. It's boldly written on the wall that there's going to be failure, not just a failure, but a gross failure from the people we thought they are going to protect us. It's quite unfortunate that up till now, there is no statement from the government in respect of those people that were kidnapped from Dapchi. But hopefully, we're thinking something will be done. But it shouldn't be like the one of the Chibok girls.
You can feel the frustrations of the ordinary Nigerian on the street, and almost everyone we spoke to on the program today. There is no doubt that the authorities are making efforts to rescue our girls. But I think that what Nigerians really are saying is that the government needs to do more. They don't want to just listen to promises, they want action. And they are scared of the Chibok experience, and they know that every day that passes by makes it more difficult to secure the release of these girls. Secondly, Mr. President should, as a matter of urgency, give life to the Northeast Development Commission immediately, so there can be a coordinated effort to not only alleviate the sufferings in the region, but also to quicken the rebuilding and development of the Northeast region. The people have suffered for so long and suffered so much. They need a new beginning, and our government needs to do something and do it quickly. Well, that's our program for today. Don't forget that we are online on signaturetv.com.ng for your 247 news. And also, if you want to see this program again or watch our other editions, you can also reach us on our social media platforms, Twitter, WhatsApp, Facebook. You can also email us. And from the Signature Show Studios in Abuja, Nigeria, I am Vin Martin Obiora Ilo, thanking you for watching and asking you to keep a date with us at 2 p.m. next Sunday.
Signature TV, news in your pocket. Signature TV, news in your pocket.
This is Diaspora 5, where we spotlight bold voices and African excellence across Europe and America. Big wins, big vibes, fired every week, just for you. Across Europe and America, a vibrant story is unfolding. From the boardrooms to the dance floors, from red carpet premieres to cultural festivals, Nigerians and Africans in the diaspora are making waves.
I am Ike Udechime. Join me as we highlight the voices and victories of Africans living in the diaspora.
Welcome to Diaspora 5, where home meets the world.
New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem.
There's no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left in all the accounts of Anambra State 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
Plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on the Hub, your ultimate show on eVibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
I should try harder, so...
Okay, I don't know that one.
Outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff. It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on eVibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them, at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Tigiti Agorum, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
Signature TV, news in your pocket. Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Welcome to Global News on Signature TV. I am Barry Kumo Ado. In the headlines, Tinubu engages UK, seeks Ekweremadu's transfer to Nigeria. FCT Minister Wike and military officer clash over alleged land grabbing in Abuja. President Macron marks Amiti's Day in France. And UK Council loses bid to remove asylum seekers from hotel at center of protest. Details shortly.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
President Bola Tinubu sent a high-level delegation to London to discuss how former Deputy Senate President Ike Ekweremadu was currently serving a prison sentence in the United Kingdom since March 2023, will be allowed to serve the remainder of his sentence in Nigeria. The delegation, which included the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Yusuf Tagat, and the Attorney General and Minister of Justice, Lateef Fagbemi, has held discussions with officials at the UK Ministry of Justice regarding Ekweremadu's incarceration. The team was received at the Nigerian High Commission in London by Acting High Commissioner for the UK, Ambassador Mohammed Madugu. Spokesman for the Foreign Affairs Minister Al-Qasim Abdul Qadiri confirmed the report, said the consultations with UK authorities are still in progress. He added that a formal request for a prisoner transfer to allow Ekweremadu to serve the remainder of his sentence in Nigeria has been submitted. Ekweremadu and his wife were arrested by London Metropolitan Police in June 2022 after a man was presented to a private renal unit at Royal Free Hospital in London as a cousin to their daughter, Sonia, in what turned out to be a failed attempt to persuade medics to carry out a transplant on her. In March 2023, Ekweremadu was found guilty of organ trafficking by a UK court and was later in May sentenced to 9 years and 8 months under the UK Modern Slavery Act, while his wife, Beatrice, received a 4-year and 6-month sentence and was released early in 2025. The medical intermediary, Dr. Obin Obeta, was handed a 10-year prison term. Joining us to talk about the development is a special advisor to the former Deputy Senate President, Ejike Tasie. Good evening. Hello.
Good evening.
Oh, good evening. You are welcome to Signature TV Global News. Hello.
Thank you very much. Good evening, viewers.
Good evening. How did you receive this message?
Well, it's a prayer answer for the good people of ENUGU State, ENUGU West, and in fact, the entire Southeast and Nigeria in general.
Now, what do you think would have made a president think in this direction?
Yes, it's even long overdue.
Hello?
The former Deputy Senate President, distinguished Senator Ekweremadu. Can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear.
Yes, the former Deputy Senate President, Senator Ekweremadu, who was convicted by March 2023. In fact, it has been our prayer, the people of ENUGU West, ENUGU State, where he represents senator. You know, we have been waiting for the federal government of Nigeria to act, to take this type of So, kudos to His Excellency for sending a high-powered delegation to go to UK so that he can come back to Nigeria and serve the remaining term, or otherwise they can grant pardon him.
Okay, now, given the present scenario, what do you think the expected outcome will be? Because yes, they've submitted a letter of request, but there would be some processes, so to speak.
Yes, following the relationship, the diplomatic relationship between Nigeria and the UK, I know that that letter will be honored, and the delegation that Mr. President has sent to UK to talk on our behalf, not just on Ekwuremadu's behalf, on the whole people of ENUGU West senatorial zone, I know that they will honor it. Sending the likes of the Attorney General of the Federation and the Minister of Foreign Affairs, it is almost that Nigerian president is there. And I know with the relationship we have with the United Kingdom, not turn it down.
All right, thank you very much. That's the special advisor to the former Deputy Senate President, Ejike Tasie. Thank you for coming on to Signature TV Global News.
You're welcome.
And
we're waiting for him to return. His return will be a carnival.
All right. Now, to other stories. President Bola Tinubu has said his government is committed to improving the country's electricity supply in order to enhance livelihoods of Nigerians. Tinubu made a commitment during a meeting with a delegation from Siemens Energy, led by its Managing Director of Middle East and Africa, Detmar Sidofa, at the presidential villa in Abuja. Correspondent Precious Chiagoro has details of the engagement.
The president noted that the power sector remains central to stimulating the economy, particularly in the industrial, educational, and healthcare sectors. President Tinubu stated that the completion of the phased power project will give Nigeria a place of pride on the continent by harnessing the latent potential in human and material resources across various sectors. The president also directed the expansion of some major transformer substations from 2 to 3 phases to boost the country's power supply and assured the delegation that the government will continue to provide the needed resources for the power project.
Yes, no industrial growth or economic development without power. At least I believe power is the most important discovery of humanity in the last 1,000 years. I appreciate the partnership on the PPI. The progress to date is notable and we can feel it, but not yet where we want it to be. We appreciate the support, the commitment of both the German company and the, your company. The investment that we are making and the commitment that you are making aligns with the future of this country. Our education, our healthcare, our transportation all depend upon energy.
The Minister of Power, Adebayo Adelabu, stated that the power sector had achieved many critical milestones, including the decentralization and liberalization of the sector. He noted that the President signed the Electricity Act 2023 and the National Integrated Electricity Policy was developed after 24 years, attracting more than $2.2 billion of fresh investments. The minister said that the policy had resulted in the activation of 15 state electricity markets. The Minister of Finance and Coordinating Minister of the Economy, Wale Edun, stated that the completion of the Presidential Power Initiative, PPI, will enhance Nigeria's ease of doing business, create more jobs for the youth, and reduce poverty.
Energy is critical to industrialization, is critical to growth, creation of jobs, and reduction of poverty, which is the overall aim of your renewed hope agenda. So, just as has been reiterated, this is an important project that increases the capacity of the Nigerian grid to, in this case, 14,000 megawatts. And I would just like to thank Siemens and the government of Germany for their partnership and commend the Honorable Minister for Power for what is so far a project that has been well planned and is being implemented efficiently.
The leader of the Siemens delegation, Siesdofa, stated that 2 out of the 5 substations under construction are expected to be completed by December 2026. He noted that a training center was already under construction to ensure the training of local talents in electrical engineering, create more jobs, capture local content, and transfer technology. According to him, PPI will transform Nigeria into a regional power hub, reflecting the depth of relations between Germany and Nigeria.
Our meeting today marks a defining moment in the Nigeria-Germany strategic partnership. It's a testament of our shared commitment on industrial cooperation, energy transformation, and continental leadership. Yet it also comes at a timely and delicate balance when decisions made in the coming days that will determine how the Presidential Power Initiative continues as a model of success which transforms Nigeria's economic into an economic giant.
It is expected that Nigeria professionals will be engaged directly in the 5 project sites for the site works, while thousands of jobs will be created in the local communities through purchased services, accommodation, and transportation, among others. Those in attendance at the meeting included the Vice President Kashim Shettima, the Special Advisor on Energy, Olu Vehejen, among other government functionaries. Precious Chagoro, Signature TV News.
The World Health Organization, United Kingdom Foreign, Commonwealth and Development Office have donated vehicles, equipment and various training items to the Enugu State Colleges of Nursing at Park Lane, Enugu and Ogu. The items donated include 2 15-seater Toyota Hiace commuter buses, 2 Meccano diesel generators, 145 desktop computers, 5 sanction machines, 8 sets of 3D electronic boards, 13 Sharp 3-in-1 photocopiers. Among other items, speaking at handover ceremony at Government House Enugu, WHO Country Director and Head of Mission in Nigeria, Dr. Pavel Oso, said that the nations followed a comprehensive infrastructure readiness assessment conducted on the Enugu State College of Nursing, Park Lane, and the Enugu State College of Nursing, Ogu campus. Said the state government had set a commendable example in health system investment, citing the digital transformation of health facilities, the digitization of primary and secondary health facilities, and equipping of over 360 health facilities with tablets, internet, and electronic health record. Nigeria's health advisor to the Foreign Commonwealth and Development Office, Dr. Ebere Ayachuku, praised the government efforts in transforming the state health system. Receiving the items, Governor Peter Mbah thanked the donors for the gesture, saying the gesture would help in realizing the administration's vision to eradicate poverty and grow the state's economy 7-fold. He added that the government was completing 2 new 6-floor blocks at Enugu State University Teaching Hospital to provide world-class health care to the people of the state. The Commandant of the Police Detectives College, Enugu, Rosemary Collins, has described the setting up of a committee on the revamp of training institutions for security agencies across the country as a moral booster to men and women in uniform. Collins stated this during an on-the-spot assessment of the Nigeria Security and Civil Defense Corps training facility at Achi in Ojiriva local government area and the Nigeria Police Detectives College in Enugu. Said the establishment of a Peter Mbah-led committee is a demonstration of President Tinubu's genuine concern for the welfare of security personnel, which has rekindled their hope and resolve to serve the nation with renewed passion and dedication. Governor Mbah explained that President Tinubu's decision to revamp and modernize the security training facilities was born out of his desire to strengthen Nigeria's security architecture and give officers better training and conditions of service. Governor Mbah decried the deplorable condition of some of the facilities, describing them as unfit for training of men and women who are charged with the task of protecting life and property.
So we have gone to a number of training institutions. Today we are at the Nigerian Civil Defense Corps, Nigeria Security and Civil Defense Corps Training Center at this is Oji River in Enugu State. What we have seen here is disturbing, and this is essentially what the president also saw and felt that this is not acceptable. We cannot have men and women who are meant to protect our communities train in this sort of environment. So we need to ensure that the entire training institutions in the country, it's renovated, refurbished, reconstructed, re-equipped to ensure that it also meets the trainings that our Civil Defense Corps require for the 21st century policing.
Okay, sir, how soon are we? Imo State Governor Hope Uzodinma has ordered the immediate suspension of all activities of the Imo State Environmental Transformation Commission until further notice. The directive comes after a reported incident in Owerri linked to NTRAC operations, which resulted in 1 death and left another person critically injured. Governor Uzodinma acknowledged previous concerns raised by the public over NTRAC's operational methods emphasizing the need for a review. The announcement was made in a statement on Monday by his Chief Press Secretary, Ogowike Machuku. The governor also cautioned that the suspension is not a license for the public to disregard traffic, environmental, or other laws, warning that violations will be met with strict penalties. The Osun Civil Societies Coalition has called for urgent dialogue to end the ongoing strike by the Judiciary Staff Union of Nigeria in Osun State, which has crippled court operations since September 19, 2025. In a statement signed by its chairman, Wahid Lawal, coalition appealed to the Chief Judge, the Judicial Service Commission, and Josin leaders to resume negotiations in the collective interests of justice and the public. Lawal acknowledged the workers' grievances, including poor welfare, delayed promotions, and lack of training, but urged all parties to pursue peaceful and lawful dialogue to resolve the crisis. Identified weak communication between Josin and judicial authorities as a key factor in the standoff, and cited constitutional provisions for mediation and conciliation. The coalition also urged the Osun State government and the Nigerian Bar Association to step in and support efforts to restore normal court activities. Lawal emphasized that a speedy resolution is crucial to protect access to justice and sustain public confidence in the judiciary. There was a heated exchange on Tuesday between the Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, Nyesom Wike, and a military officer over an alleged case of land grabbing in the Gaduwa district of Abuja. A video of the incident obtained by a newsman showed Wike accusing the officer of illegally taking over a parcel of land linked to a former chief of naval staff. The visibly angry minister questioned the military's claim to the property, while the officer dressed in camouflage defended his actions as lawful. But the officer interrupted Wike sternly, ordered him to remain silent.
Officer, nobody does that. We did not carry anybody. The man took this around. We will not allow because he was chief of naval staff, and then you to carry land.
Sir, everything was acquired legally.
Will you stop
that?
Will you stop that?
Sir, I'm an officer, I have integrity.
Shut up, your man, put
I will not shut up.
Will you get out?
Sir, I won't shut up. Sir,
I was in school, you're not in school.
Sir, you can't shut
will
me
you keep quiet?
Get
me a big food.
I'm not
you are a big fool.
I'm not a fool,
you
sir.
can shoot anybody like that.
Sir, I'm not
you
a fool.
Who are you?
I am not a fool, sir.
As for the time I graduated, you are in primary school.
I'm acting on orders.
Take for which order? You will see what you will not do here.
Sir, you can't call me a fool.
You have to be a
officer. I'm not a fool, sir.
You will have killed everybody here.
No, we won't kill anybody. We won't kill anybody. We are acting.
Press time, neither the military nor FCT had issued an official response. Land disputes and illegal allocations have remained a persistent issue in Abuja. Since assuming office in August 2023, Wike has intensified efforts to curb unauthorized land acquisition and illegal developments, vowing to restore the Abuja Master Plan. Up ahead, protesters storm NAS demand Senate confirmation of NEC chairman nominee. Fire destroys 44 shops, stores at Singer Market in Kano. Details of these and more after the break.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Protesters on Tuesday stormed the National Assembly, demanding the Senate hasten the confirmation of President Bola Tinubu's nominee for NEC chairman, Abdullahi Ramat. Demonstrators, including Ramat supporters, civil society groups and activists, marched around the complex, chanting and displaying placards, urging lawmakers to confirm him. The protest followed the Senate's decision last month to suspend Ramat's confirmation despite its successful screening by the Power Committee. Leader of the group, Ahmed Suleiman, accused vested interest of trying to block the appointment for political reasons and warned against allowing politics to override merit. The protest came days after former presidential aide Alwan Hassan alleged that senators received $10 million to stall the nomination, a claim Senate spokesman Yemi Adaramodu dismissed as baseless. Gama's confirmation remains on hold as the Senate reviews complaints about its suitability amid ongoing public frustration over poor power supply and rising electricity tariffs. A federal high court in Abuja has again halted the People's Democratic Party from holding its planned national convention slated for November 15 and 16 in Ibadan, Oyo State. Court also restrained the Independent National Electoral Commission from supervising or recognizing any outcome from the proposed convention where new national officers were to be selected. Justice Peter Lefu issued the order on Tuesday while ruling on a suit filed by former Jigawa State Governor Sule Lamido, who alleged he was unfairly denied the chance to obtain the nomination form for the party's national chairmanship. The judge held that the PDP failed to meet legal requirements for conducting the convention, including the publication of its timetable, and ruled that Lamido would suffer greater harm if excluded from the process. Justice Emeka Mwite of the Federal High Court Abuja on Tuesday adjourned the money laundering trial of former Kogi State Governor Yahaya Bello to January 29, 30 and February 4 and 5 for continuation. The adjournment came as a prosecution led by Kemi Pinheiro sought time to conclude examination of its seventh witness, Olomotami Egoro, a compliance officer with Access Bank. During the session, defense counsel Abdullah Yahya objected to certain documents presented by the prosecution, claiming they were not part of the materials served on the defendant. The court briefly stood down proceedings for both sides to reconcile the discrepancies. Egoro later testified on financial transactions involving Kogi State government accounts between 2018 and 2021, highlighting several cash withdrawals and inflows from local government sources. At a previous hearing, EFCC witness Mshela Ayabata of Zenith Bank stated that transactions did not breach banking laws and that Yahaya Bello's name was not listed as a beneficiary. The National Agency for Food and Drug Administration and Control has ordered a ban on the production and sale of alcoholic beverages in sachets and bottles smaller than 200 ml effective December 2025. NAFDAC Director General Professor Mojishola Adeyeye announced the directive during a press briefing in Abuja. Said the move follows a Senate resolution expressing concern that cheaply packaged alcohol is easily accessible to minors and contributes to social problems. Adeyeye explained that NAFDAC had previously agreed with industry stakeholders on a phased ban, with earlier deadlines pushed from 2023 to December 2025. However, she stressed that the Senate's resolution is final and no further extensions will be granted, urging manufacturers and retailers to comply. She emphasized that the ban is protective, aimed at safeguarding the health and well-being of Nigerians, and confirmed that NAFDAC will work with security agencies to enforce the ban set to begin in January 2026. The Economic and Financial Crimes Commission has declared former Petroleum Minister and Bayelsa State Governor Timothy Silvers wanted. In a statement on Monday, EFCC spokesperson Dele Oyewale said Silva is wanted in connection with alleged conspiracy and dishonest conversion over $14.8 million. The funds, according to the Commission, were part of an injection by the Nigerian Content Development and Monitoring Board into Atlantic International Refinery and Petrochemical Limited for refinery construction. EFCC secured a warrant for Silva's arrest at the Federal High Court in Lagos on November 6, 2025. Justice D.I. Dikbelu granted the order authorizing EFCC officers, police, or any law enforcement agent to arrest Silva and bring him before the Commission to answer the alleged criminal offense. Commission urged anyone with information on Silva's whereabouts to contact his own offices, the nearest police station, or any other security agency. As of the time of filing, Silva has not released an official statement regarding the matter. An early morning fire has destroyed dozens of shops at a popular Singa market in Kano State, leaving traders counting huge losses. The Kano State Fire Service confirmed that at least 44 shops and stores were razed in the incident, which occurred on Monday. Spokesperson of the agency, Saminu Yusuf Abdullahi, said a fire started at Adumofulani Yunusa house after a distress call was received from a resident. Mubarak Mohammed said 25 temporary shops in front of the building and 19 stores upstairs were completely destroyed, but firefighters prevented the flames from spreading to 24 other stores and all shops on the ground floor. Abdullahi noted that rescue operations were hindered by poor road access caused by packed trailers. Fire Service Director Sani Anas, who led the operation, met with the building's head, Ambassador Gaba Ibrahim Maigi, and a security guard who confirmed the structure operated with a single electrical switch. Preliminary findings indicate that a faulty electrical connection in the temporary shops may have triggered the blaze. The Nigerian Air Force has killed several members of Islamic State of West Africa province in a series of intensified counter-terrorism and counter-banditry operations across the country. Precision airstrikes targeted terrorists in Malam Fatori and Suaram in Borno State, destroyed bandit hideouts in Garin Dandi and Chigogo in Kwara State, and hit Zango Hill in Kankara, Katsina State. Director of Public Relations and Information, Eime Ejodame, said the coordinated missions carried out on 9 November 2025 marked a critical phase of joint operations under Operation Hadin Kai and Operation Fasan Yama, aimed at dismantling terrorist and criminal networks across northern Nigeria. Islamic cleric Sheikh Ahmed Gumi has dismissed claims of Christian genocide in Nigeria, calling them a deliberate attempt to undermine Sharia law and promote Islamophobia. In a post on his verified Facebook page on Tuesday, Gumi said a narrative of Christian persecution has been pushed by certain groups seeking to portray Muslims as violent extremists. Comments come after U.S. President Donald Trump labeled Nigeria as a country of particular concern, citing alleged attacks on Christians and the government's failure to protect religious minorities and warning of possible military action. The Nigerian government, however, has firmly rejected any claims of religious persecution in the country. Nigerians have continued to react to the threats by the United States President of the alleged widespread genocide against Christians in Nigeria. Some of those who spoke on the issue suggested a diplomatic solution rather than throwing tantrums on the U.S. strongman. Correspondent Christopher Lele has been following up on the issue and the accompanying controversy.
In early November 2025, President Donald Trump of the United States made a public statement concerning his perception of religious violence in Nigeria. He accused the Nigerian government of permitting a campaign of persecution against Christians and warned that the U.S. would immediately stop all aid and assistance and might go in guns a-blazing to eliminate what he described as Islamic terrorists committing mass killings of Christians.
If the Nigerian government continues to allow the killing of Christians, the USA will immediately stop all aid and assistance to Nigeria. We're going to do things to Nigeria that Nigeria is not going to be happy about and may very well go into that now disgraced country, guns a-blazing, to completely wipe out the Islamic terrorists who are committing these horrible, horrible atrocities. I'm hereby instructing our Department of War to prepare for possible action. If we attack, it will be fast, vicious, and sweet, just like the terrorist thugs attack our cherished Christians.
He went ahead to say that the U.S. Department of Defense had been instructed to prepare for possible action in Nigeria. The Nigerian government rejected the characterization of state-backed Christian genocide. In a statement, President Bola Tinubu emphasized that Nigeria is a democracy with constitutional protections for freedom of religion, and that portraying it as religiously intolerant did not reflect reality.
We are engaging the world diplomatically, and we assure all of you that we will, defeat terrorism in this country. The task ahead is immense, but it's our resolve to move forward with unity and purpose, guided by renewed hope agenda to build a prosperous, inclusive, and resilient Nigeria.
While some people agree with Trump that the claim is real, others pointed out that the violence in Nigeria is multi-layered. rooted not solely in faith, but also in ethnic conflict, land/herder disputes, banditry and weak state capacity. They warned that framing it purely as a religious genocide oversimplifies the situation. The situation took a dramatic exchange between the Senate President Godswill Akpabio and his deputy Barrow Jibrin, who asked Akpabio if he was afraid of the US president.
You are not hearing what I'm saying. I'm saying this time, the Senate President of Nigeria did not answer President Trump. And then that the quotation is meant to cause diplomatic row. It is the presidency that will answer President Trump. It's only then that the Senate President can make a comment. Not somebody sitting in his bedroom to talk nonsense.
Mr. President, Nigeria is a sovereign nation.
In this case, I did not say my mind.
I'm coming. Don't be scared. I can say.
I said
I'm not scared of Trump. I will say my mind.
President of a country be scared?
I'm a Nigerian. Nigeria is a sovereign nation. I'm a parliamentarian. I'm a deputy president. I can speak on behalf of Nigeria. I'm not scared of Trump.
But do not allow others to speak for you.
Don't be scared of Trump.
Get
you
something.
Can say your mind about Trump.
Get something.
We are a sovereign nation.
But get something. Don't allow people to ascribe what you did not say to you.
Did you wrong, but you didn't say it. That's correct. You didn't say it.
Yes.
But
what I'm saying is that
you shouldn't be scared of saying anything.
No.
A security expert and global affairs analyst, Jackson Lekon Ojo, who lent his voice to the debate, noted that the killings affect all religions, blaming Nigerian leaders whom he said have lost values for human lives. Ojo, however, stated that Trump did not actually threaten Nigeria, but rather advised that the killings should be stopped, or he will be left with no option than to protect the lives of Christians in Nigeria by fishing out the hoodlums.
Mr. President Trump said enough is enough for the genocidal attack of Christians in Nigeria, and he advised that he implored the government of the Federal Republic of Nigeria to improve in their security approach to stop all this genocide against the Christians. Me, Jackson Lekon Ojo, I think I disagreed. I don't believe there was a calculated genocide against the Christians. The thousands of people that died in Zamfara State, almost 90% of them are Muslims.
Ojo advised the presidency and Nigeria to go about the perceived threat from US president diplomatically rather than throwing tantrums, warning that Trump is not somebody to be threatened.
It is just for us to prove that what we are talking is an information. That information may not be correct. It could be a misinformation. I think that is what the government of the Federal Republic of Nigeria should do. It's not to begin to issue counter threat and others.
National President of the South-South Youth Initiative, Comrade Xavier Oscar, agreed with Trump that Christians were being killed in Nigeria. He called on US President to intervene in liberating the nation from what he referred to as ongoing dictatorship and hijack of security agencies by the rich, leaving the masses to live at the mercy of the privileged few.
I think what Nigeria should be doing right now is that if the US president have decided to look into the case of Nigerians, then I'm quite sure that the Nigerians are happy about it. Why Nigerians are happy about it is very simple. Mr. President, like I said earlier, do not and have refused to prioritize the protection of lives and property in this country. Just recently, our security agencies were dying in the arms of Boko Haram. I can recall vividly how many army or soldiers were killed by Boko Haram. I can recall how many police officers were killed by Boko Haram and Fulani herdsmen. What has Mr. President done about it? Recently, if not a few months ago, I also watched on the news how many soldiers were crying in the desert when they were being faced by Fulani herdsmen, and they were crying for the loss of their family. Just recently, you know how many soldiers that was buried, that was given a mass burial because of the level of insecurity that we faced recently by the Fulani herdsmen.
Convener of the Rivers Peace Initiative, Obinna Ibogidi, also refuted the claim that the killings were targeted at the Christian fold, saying it is a collective and common problem affecting all religions. Ibogidi, however, believes that the Trump genocide threat will help to reawaken Nigeria's security architecture. The ongoing controversy underscores the urgent need to strengthen internal governance, protect all citizens equitably, and engage in clear communication about the nature of the country's security challenges. In the end, building peace and security in Nigeria will depend much more on sustained cooperation and domestic reform than on sudden external military fixes. In ENUGU, Christopher Lely, Signature TV News.
The Senate is taking decisive steps to strengthen our digital economy through a new legislative framework. At a public hearing in Abuja, lawmakers assured that the proposed National Digital Economy and E-Governance Bill will complement rather than conflict with existing laws guiding agencies in communications and digital innovation sector.
The proposed legislation seeks to establish a comprehensive digital governance framework and promote data sharing, e-documentation, and interagency connectivity. This is in compliance with the Nigerian Data Protection Act 2023. Chairman of the Senate Committee on ICT and Cybersecurity, Shaibu Afolabi, further explained the idea behind the bill.
This law is the equivalent of an enterprise architecture. We are going to have the pillars for cybercrime or cyber security law. We are going to have your SCC. The only thing we are worried about, which we are taking enough caution, is to ensure that there are no duplications of variety. And that's why you see reference in this bill to Data Protection Act. I mentioned something earlier on that somebody said, oh, our data should be localized inside Nigeria. It's not for this bill. What is to simply say that all our automation processes should or shall now comply with the provisions of Data Protection Act.
The Minister of Communications, Innovation and Digital Economy, Dr. Bosun Tijani, described the bill as a landmark policy tool capable of transforming public service delivery and positioning Nigeria as a leader in digital governance across Africa.
We talk a lot about being the first on the African continent, and people think it's about bragging. As a nation that represents anywhere close to 20%, if not more, of the black nation or the black people, we do have a responsibility to set the direction for how countries across the African continent will develop. If we're able to allow Nigeria to rise, the rest of Africa will rise. And the leadership we're seeing on display today and over the past month and the last 2 years is an example of how the legislators will work with the executive, with the private sector and civil society to give Nigeria the future that we deserve.
The Office of the Head of the Civil Service of the Federation raised concerns over certain provisions, urging lawmakers to align the bill with existing public service rules and ongoing civil service reforms. The Senate committee is expected to review all submissions before forwarding its final reports for consideration and passage by upper chamber.
Still to come, Iraqi officials cast their vote at the country's parliamentary elections. Ukraine's Zelensky visits Kherson on third anniversary of Russian withdrawal. Do stay with us.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
French President Emmanuel Macron marked the 107th anniversary of Armistice Day on Tuesday at the Arc de Triomphe in Paris. Armistice Day marks the end of World War I, fought out in large part on French soil between 1914 and 1918, and killing about 10 million people. The war ended with the signing of an armistice that brought the fighting to a halt at exactly 11 a.m. on November 11, 1918. In keeping with tradition, Macron drove down the Champs-Élysées, escorted by cavalry, reviewed troops, laid flowers at the tomb of a known soldier under the Arc de Triomphe, signed the Golden Book of Visitors, and greeted army veterans and military officials. Former Prime Minister Nouriq al-Maliki and militia leader Oasis al-Ghazali were among the officials in Baghdad who voted on Tuesday in Iraq's parliamentary elections to choose a new 329-member legislature, with nationwide polling set to close at 6 p.m. Al-Ghazali hailed a new day for democracy, while Hikmat movement chief Ammar Hakimi urged swift post-polls talks as UN's Iraq envoy said the process was proceeding smoothly.
We believe this is a new day, a day on which the foundations for the next 4 years of Iraq will be laid, and democracy will be further strengthened. This is the sixth election, meaning Iraq is no longer an emerging democracy. In a sixth election, and a better future will be built, God willing.
There is a political will among most political leaders, which is one of the indicators of Iraq's recovery. Moving towards sustainable stability involves shortening the time required to form a government. Therefore, after the polls close and the results are announced today, we will ensure a swift return to serious consultations and dialogues to finalize the government formation.
The electoral process is proceeding smoothly and in a secure environment. It is also characterized by a high degree of independence, thank God. This means the efforts were not made in vain, but rather through the preparations of
Elections in Iraq are increasingly marked by low turnout. Many voters have lost faith in a system which has failed to break a pattern of state capture by powerful parties with armed loyalists, while ordinary Iraqis complain of endemic corruption, poor services, and unemployment. Analysts warn that low participation among civilians could further erode confidence in a system critics say benefits the few while neglecting the many. Still, the vote in which results are expected after several days comes at a sensitive time for the country. The next government will need to navigate the delicate balance between U.S. and Iranian influence and manage dozens of armed groups that are closer to Tehran and answerable more to their own leaders than to the state, all while facing growing pressure from Washington to dismantle those militias. On Monday, 8 candidates faced off in a final Chilean presidential debate, 6 days before the November 16th election. Because of term limits, the current left-wing president, Gabriel Boric, cannot run for a second consecutive term. His coalition is backing Communist Janeti Jara, who was Boric's Labour minister before resigning to run for president. Jara currently leads polls with Jose Antonio Cast in second place. If no candidate achieves an absolute majority in the first round of voting, a runoff election will be held on December 14 between the top 2 candidates.
I know Chilean families don't want more fights, and what they want are solutions. I believe that a broad social alliance with citizens, and also political, can provide better governance for the challenges the country faces, more investment, more growth, better wages, and certainly, also public security. But I want to make my commitment to governance for the future here, that each family can make it to the end of the month and live in a safer neighborhood. That is my commitment to you.
Today, Chileans, you are afraid in your homes, you feel anguish. That will change. Those who will be afraid in the future, in 121 days, are drug traffickers and organized crime and terrorists, because we will go after them, we will find them, we will judge them, and we will lock them up.
We are asking citizens to vote with conviction. To vote for what they believe is right, to vote looking towards the future, to vote believing in the manifest destiny of our homeland, which is to transform into a developed country, to look towards the Pacific with its commerce.
In 1 year we will end narco-terrorism in the South. It can be done. Yes, we need to invest quite a lot of money, $2.5 billion, and what we will do is that all those narco-terrorists, just like those from the Tren de Aragua, will either go to jail or go to the cemetery.
China's push into deep technology and artificial intelligence is creating pockets of growth despite an uneven recovery in its property sector, and subdued consumer sentiment, DBS Group Chief Executive Tan Su-shan said on Tuesday. Tan, who became the first woman to lead Southeast Asia's largest bank by assets in March, said she sees signs of recovery in cities such as Shanghai, where DBS recently opened a wealth center to expand its onshore wealth management business. She also reiterated the need for businesses to diversify supply chains and revenue sources, especially after the U.S. imposed sweeping tariffs on dozens of countries in April, which President Donald Trump called Liberation Day.
So you've got pockets of exciting growth, all driven by technology and fully supported by the government. And I think that's where you focus your growth on. I think consumer confidence is still tepid, and probably have to find more, jobs. The job market hopefully will pick up. And we're looking at maybe the property market to finally kind of, bottom out in 1 or 2 years, probably more like 2 years if you're talking about the whole country. But as I said, there are pockets of recovery already in places like Shanghai. I think COVID was that dry run that we all had, right? On how do you stress test for unknown unknowns? How do you hunker down? How do you diversify? I mean, COVID taught us that you can't rely on one energy source, one tech source, one supply chain, one demand chain, right? You've got to diversify upstream, midstream, downstream, vendors, clients, suppliers, the whole works, currencies. So I think COVID was a bit of a dry run for businesses to diversify. And when April 2nd hit, it was press that diversification button even harder, especially on the demand side.
Now takes a look at the entertainment world.
Actress Regina Daniels' brother, Sammy, has been granted bail set at 5 million naira after spending several days in detention. Sammy reportedly received bail on Monday, November 10, 2025. He had earlier been remanded in Kefi Prison by a Duse Magistrate Court on Thursday before being transferred to Suleja Prison. Celebrating his release, Sammy's elder brother took to Instagram to share the news. Recall that Sammy was arrested in Lagos about a week ago following a complaint reportedly filed by Senator Ned Nwoko in connection with the ongoing controversies surrounding his marital issues with Regina Daniels. Nollywood actress Uche Montana has dismissed circulating reports linking her to the alleged drug-related controversy involving actress Regina Daniels and her husband, Senator Ned Nwoko. In a statement shared on her Instagram page on Monday, Montana addressed the speculation days after Nwoko published a lengthy Facebook post naming Regina Daniels' close friends and relatives, including actresses Sonia Uche and Uche Montana, as allegedly interfering with his wife's rehabilitation process. According to Nwoko, the individuals repeatedly regarded medical advice to limit access to Regina during therapy and allegedly supplied her with the substances she was being treated for. Reacting to the claims, Montana said she was aware of the circulating post associating her name with the allegation, but maintained that she had no involvement or connection to the matter. She explained that her statement was simply to clarify the situation and protect her peace. Her response comes amid growing tensions surrounding Regina Daniels' marriage to Nwoko. Just 2 weeks earlier, Regina had alleged in a viral video that she was a victim of domestic abuse, describing herself as a slave in her husband's home. Nwoko, however, denied the accusation, asserting that his wife was battling drug and alcohol addiction and accusing her of assaulting domestic staff. Legendary Nigerian musician Innocent Idibia, popularly known as 2Baba or Two-Face, has described his hit track African Queen as a song that ignited his music career and remains one of his most personally meaningful works. In a recent interview, Two-Face admitted that while the song brought him immense success and recognition, it has also been something of a burden over the years. Released in 2004, African Queen catapulted Two-Face to international fame, making him the first African artist to win the BET, MTV Europe, and Mobile Awards. Despite its success, The song has long been mired in controversy. Two-Face's former bandmate, Blackface, has repeatedly accused him of stealing the track, claiming sole authorship. Two-Face, however, has maintained that African Queen was a collaborative effort during their time together in the defunct group and Plantation Boys, and denied the allegation of theft. Nearly 2 decades later, the dispute remains a talking point reignited recently after Billboard named Africa Queen the greatest Afrobeat song of all times in August 2025. Hollywood.
That's the news this hour. I am Barry Kumo Ado. Thank you very much for watching. Stay with us at top of the hour. Signature Evening opens.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem.
There is no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left in all the accounts of Anambra State 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on eVibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
I should try harder, so...
Okay, I don't know that one.
Outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on eVibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them, at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Tigiti Agorom, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
Signature TV, news in your pocket. Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Bright and early as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day. We at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
WAEC is overrated, and they even overrated themselves and went into CBT. They are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never had what we call CBT.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change a narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export. We are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning weekdays and Signature New Day weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives. New every morning on Signature TV. We open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem.
There is no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left in all the accounts of Anambra State 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV. We are local.
International communities observing just finished taking where the main market is in chaos. People
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended say aye. Aye.
We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Tigiti Agorum, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Development Discourse, where we ideate for Africa's development. I'm Patrick Okibo, founding partner at Next Year. Next Year is a multi-competency advisory firm where we're really focused on addressing Africa's complex development challenges. The rule-based world, as we know it, is changing since President Trump's second coming. It appears that there are no sacred cows. Everything is up for creative destruction, if we can call that what he's doing creative. But basically, it's move fast and break a lot of things. Africa is impacted first from its over-reliance on foreign aid, and maybe even more importantly, the lack of confidence that has evolved, just that we have the ability to think ourselves out of the mess that we're in. So how do we understand what's going on and how it will impact the continent? How will the continent's leaders respond to the changing world order? How can the continent address the development challenges it's facing, socioeconomic poverty, energy poverty? And my guest today will help us unpack many of these issues. Todd Moss is the executive director of the Energy for Growth Hub. It's the preeminent energy think tank based out of DC, but doing a lot of work in Africa. And he's also a visiting fellow at the Center for Global Development and a non-resident fellow at the Center for Energy Studies at Rice University's Baker Institute. Previously, Todd was U.S. Deputy Assistant Secretary of State for Africa Affairs. He was also worked at the London School of Economics, Georgetown University, the World Bank, and the Economist Intelligence Unit. Todd has a PhD and MSc from University of London's SOAS and a BA from Tufts University. He's the author of several books on Africa, Africa's Development, Making Sense of Issues and Actors, Oil to Cash, which we will get to in this conversation. And he's also the author of an international thriller series about a State Department crisis manager involved in solving many challenges across the world, including Nigeria. And we're going to get to all of this. Todd, welcome.
Great to be with you, Patrick. Thank you for a very generous introduction.
Fantastic. So, I mean, if we think about it, even before Trump's second coming, many pundits, many analysts, kind of said that the Bretton Woods institutions, this rule-based world order that we're in, was kind of creaking along, right? And needed some form of reform. Do you think that maybe 20, 25 years from now, we will sit back and have this conversation and we'll be like, Trump was onto something. He needed to do it. Many leaders said it needed to be done. He's fixed this. If he didn't fix it, we'll be in a worse mess. Do you think we'll ever get to that point?
Well, a broken clock is right twice a day, right? So it's possible that, we'll look back and see. I think we will absolutely look back and see this as a pivotal moment in global affairs. The Bretton Woods institutions, well, I'd say maybe we'll get to the World Bank and IMF in particular, which are particular institutions that clearly need adjustment. But overall, the global world, I think, has, in a way, entrenched the powerful interests, not in the interests of most African countries, in a way that was just not serving Africa's best interests. So the optimistic interpretation of what's going on is that something new and perhaps like more open and honest about power dynamics and what countries want could come out of this. The less generous interpretation is that, fixing the rules and adjusting power dynamics might be better overall than just breaking down and not having rules. So I think it's very important that this period of such uncertainty and chaos lead to a new set of institutions that we have greater confidence in, rather than just, the Wild West, where every country's out for itself. That's not a world that's going to be good for really anybody, except maybe a small handful of oligarchs that will arbitrage their way, to billions more. So, I do believe in democratic adjustment, and I do believe in the ultimate. I guess deep down I'm an optimist, so I believe deep down that people want good outcomes. And there's a lot of very smart, well-intentioned people trying to get us to a better world. So I do think we'll get there eventually, but I expect the next several years to be pretty rough.
And where does that leave countries like India, Nigeria, many other African countries as they watch, they've always believed in this Western-led system, and it's like the rug's just been pulled, violently from under their feet. You know, how should these countries be responding, or even thinking about proactively defending their positions, if any?
Yeah, so look, I think that this is a moment where, I don't know if you read Ken Apollo, who's a wonderful Kenyan
Georgetown.
political scientist at Georgetown. He's written a lot about how this is going to force African leaders to really figure out what they need to do for their own countries and stop relying on the rest of the world. I think there's a lot of I agree with a lot of that, and I would expect a lot of African leaders to take that mantle. I think the risk is that some leaders, and I can imagine a few African heads of state right now that will just use this to say, well, the West, we're shedding the West, and we're going to instead turn to, I don't know, Vladimir Putin, and he's going to be our new best pal. And if you think that Joe Biden or Donald Trump are disingenuous about what they want to do in Africa, and I could understand why you would think that. Just wait till you see what Russian cooperation looks like. And I think also, you mentioned India. I think it's beneficial for everyone that this is a multipolar world, and that countries like Nigeria have a wide array of partnership options. And it's not just choosing between the old Cold War, the US versus the Soviet Union, or really what the last 20 years has been between the US and China, but actually playing all of them off each other to Africa's benefit, to Nigeria's benefit, and cooperating with India, the Gulf, Malaysia, Indonesia, all of those countries that are all looking to find their way in the world and that all bring value in partnerships with a country like Nigeria. So the opportunity is there, but the onus on Africa's leaders is going to be even harder.
And we're going to come to the World Bank and the IMF in a second, but just to say that as I think about everything that's evolving, right? The challenge we face is what people like Dambisa Moyo had written earlier on, that all of this aid, all of this handouts, and even what you had spoken about in some of your writing at CGD on this world order where we're just relying on arms giving, that it's failing. It's broken. I think what has happened is we've created leaders who've become less confident, who've become dependent. So my fear is, are we going to see leaders, African leaders, who will come up with this new confidence that this could actually be a silver lining, maybe not intended as one, but it's an opportunity for us to do what China did, look inwards, and fix ourselves. In your toing and froing in Africa, do you get a sense that we have the ability to step up to the plate to do this kind of heavy lifting?
Well, I think you're going to see a rapid gap open between African countries that get it and are going to move forward, and African countries that do not and are just going to continue to struggle, or you're going to see leaders really burrow in with a very small group of elites to enrich themselves, and they're not going to help the population. We can, if you want to, play everyone's favorite parlor game and guess which countries are likely to be one or the other.
Let's go there.
Yeah. So picking who you think has got vision is always a tricky thing because, events happen but why not? Let's throw caution to the wind. So look, I think that there's a number of leaders in Africa that clearly have a vision for where they want to take their country. They're trying to match that to reality. I would put, and I'm not going to say I'm endorsing any of them in particular.
Exactly.
Okay? Paul Kagame, for all of the problems in Rwanda, he knows what he wants to do. William Ruto in Kenya, for many, many problems. He's not very popular in Kenya right now, but he has a vision for what he wants to see his country achieve. I certainly think the leaders in Ghana, Senegal, Liberia, even, they've got a vision for where they want to take their country. HH in Zambia for sure. I think those, it's not that they're perfect or they're going to succeed, but they have an idea of what they want to do, and they're starting to put those actions into reality. Those that are going to stick behind are those that have kind of been around for a long time and don't know how to do anything differently. No one probably worse right now than Mnangagwa in Zimbabwe. Like, he's not got a vision other than enriching a tiny, tiny, increasingly small circle around him. Some of the other, Paul Biya, I don't see that really, becoming a dynamic place. So, those are just a few of them. But let me stop there. But Patrick, I'd love to hear like what you think. Like, who am I missing?
I kept counting, and I think I counted to like 7, 8 countries, and you did not mention Nigeria. And I'm heartbroken, but I think I understand. I think I understand. And why is it that you don't see Nigeria leading this resurgence or renaissance?
Yeah, so I'd say I don't know. One of the things, I mean, I've been working on Nigeria 30 years now, and one thing I have come to understand is the more I learn about Nigeria, the more I realize how little I understand. It is like, it is a puzzle. It's the onion. You keep unwrapping it and you figure, oh my God, what? So I just don't have a lot of confidence in understanding what's happening in Nigeria right now or where it's headed. The one thing I would say that I'm obviously optimistic about Nigeria is, I mean, is there a country on the planet that is showing where the diaspora is showing more incredible talent? I don't think so, right? So look at the success of Nigerians around the world. And that just gives you a hint at the potential for the country. But the fact that Nigerians succeed so well overseas and they struggle so much at home is a sign that, there's some fundamental things that need to be fixed in Nigeria. But it's also, I mean, an exciting window into the potential of just an incredible country with incredible talent, right? And I think one good example that you can see is a sector where people are relatively freed from local problems are the creatives, the creative sector. So look at what Nigerians are doing in film and music and art, and that like just gives you, just a little window into
technology. Yeah, and I think I'll hinge my hope on that as well. I mean, we saw that happen with India. India, seemed to be going nowhere, and then the diaspora re-engaged and brought skills, brought resources, brought connectivity to the rest of the world, and then India just took off. I think that Nigeria is grooming its talent both at home and in the diaspora. I think we're transitioning. I think what we're seeing is probably the last generation of, people who are old school or schooled in the old ways. But again, remember, I'm an incurable optimist. So I think that there's a new generation of Nigerians that are coming through who may not have many of the political or socioeconomic baggages that the current generation has, and that given an opportunity, they could set a path for the country. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I think that's right. I think that's right, and it's going to be incumbent on the next generation to really get some of the fundamentals right that will allow that diaspora to be able to thrive at home, and not make it that, young Nigerians, that their aspiration is to leave, to succeed. So there's too many countries in Africa where that's your best path to success, and that's never a positive sign. Countries can fiddle with statistics and mess around with the currency. They can do all of that. One thing they cannot do is stop people from voting with their feet. And so I certainly always look at the diaspora and where people are moving. Not to pick on Zimbabwe again, but every couple of years we hear that Zimbabwe has turned the corner and it's really everything's going to be fine now. And I say that's fine. Let's see. Are Zimbabweans in South Africa moving back into Zimbabwe? Until they are moving back in large numbers, I'm not going to believe that there's a turnaround.
Exactly. Let's briefly touch on the World Bank, the IMF, some of the changes that need to happen. It's also interesting, and we may speak about this on the Africa Development Bank, that's about to elect its next president, especially in light of the US, saying that it's going to pull away. What does that all mean? How do these institutions need to transform to give Africa the force it needs to step forward?
Yeah, so look, the bank is an incredible institution, right? It's a credit cooperative that basically allows all of its member states to borrow at AAA rated interest rates. So, the very creditworthy countries effectively lend their credit rating to countries that can't borrow at those rates. That's like an amazing thing. That is manufacturing money from thin air for developing countries. And the fact that the World Bank has a soft window so that they can subsidize those interest rates even further for the poorest countries means that, there's nowhere else that a country like Liberia or, in the past, Nigeria could go get a 40-year loan at effectively zero interest rates, right? I mean, that's amazing. So we actually need the institution. It's also a really important storehouse of expertise. Like they know a lot about how to do good public procurement, how to do infrastructure planning, all of the plumbing of making an economy work. The World Bank's probably the single most important institution around the world. So we actually need the World Bank to be functioning and effective. I think where it's gotten where it's lost its way is that, and this comes back to the question around breaking the global rules, is that it's become a tool for wealthy countries to impose their values and their vision on poorer countries rather than supporting developing country leaders and what they want to achieve. And I don't think that there's a sort of more recent, starker example than the climate change agenda, which is over the last, couple of years, the World Bank effectively became a climate financing window rather than a development window.
Yeah.
And climate's very important to developing countries. Africa's going to, everybody knows this. Africa's going to be hit worst by the effects of climate change, and it's contributed the least. Africa wants to have, low carbon energy systems just like everybody else. And the World Bank can play a role in that, but that's got to be with the objective of things that African governments want, which is basically economic growth and job creation, and that's taking a priority over carbon mitigation, which frankly is the way that the priority ladder works in every other part of the world, right? In the United States, you could not pass, even under Biden, you could barely get climate action going if it was going to have an impact on electricity prices or job creation. The same in Europe, even in the climate aggressive countries like France, it's politically fraught to get too aggressive on that. If you're raising costs for consumers, you're impacting jobs or you're inconveniencing people. So why wouldn't that be true for African countries as well? So I think the World Bank could use a reset. I don't really love the way that the Trump administration is kind of bullying people into this, but it could, I think, force a bit more realism among some of the other board members. And that should be good in the long term.
Yeah. Let's go a step deeper. So you've got African countries that are fossil fuel rich, but they also have to pay attention to climate change, energy transition, etc. How do we balance this? And this goes to some of the work you're doing at Energy for Growth Hub. How should countries be thinking about energy transition, but also thinking about job creation, poverty, etc., knowing that they are fossil fuel rich? How do they balance these slightly conflicting needs?
Yeah, look, I think at one level there's a bit of a trade-off there for sure, right? But at another level, the Africa's emissions are so small relative to the rest of the world.
3%.
And that's if you include North Africa. So take North Africa out, let's just for argument's sake, take South Africa out, which is a high energy coal economy. You've got 48 other countries, almost zero coal, a little bit here and there, almost zero coal, very, very low emissions. It's like it's not even a rounding. It's sub-Saharan Africa's emissions are less in total than the annual fluctuation year to year globally, right? It's just noise in the global system. And for emissions, all you care about is the global total. The local amounts don't matter at all because it's a common good. So there's also an argument like for at least the next 20 years that we shouldn't be worried too much about Africa's emissions. I would say that there's a stronger case to be made to let's cool it on worrying too much about Africa's emissions. Pay attention to it, but don't worry too much and really focus on job creation, poverty reduction, and economic growth. And yes, you can lean on the scale and try and steer countries to use the latest, cleanest technologies. We absolutely should do that. That's what soft loans are for. But the idea that African countries should be prioritizing carbon emissions while per capita incomes are a tiny fraction of the high emitting countries, to me strikes me as it's taking climate justice completely upside down. And not to be too cynical about it, but I feel like colleagues of mine and others have been trying to make this argument to Western leaders for a while. And really, we've fallen on deaf ears. And that this power dynamic is only going to change when African leaders stand up for themselves and say, you know what, this is good. We want to be part of the clean energy transition. We want the latest technologies. We're going to do all these amazing things. But we're not going to do it at the cost of our own people, their livelihoods, their jobs.
Exactly.
And actually that's the responsibility of leaders is to meet the needs of their people, not look good on a global stage for empty promises, frankly.
Yeah, but the challenge is if you've got to borrow to fund infrastructure and it's all tied to many of these parameters, you're stuck, and again, it goes back to that trying to develop with beggar's bowl in hand and bent at your knees, and not having the confidence as Africa to come together and say, this is our position, this is how we're going to engage with the world. And I don't think it's an easy feat to accomplish.
Well, look, so I'll disagree with you. I actually don't think it's that difficult, right? If Nigeria wanted a natural gas power plant and they wanted the World Bank to fund it, and the World Bank objected on reasonable grounds, like this is uneconomic, it's not going to work, the debt burden is too high, that's fine. But if they're objecting because they don't think that Nigeria should have more gas-fired power plants, and instead Nigeria should export all of its gas to richer nations, if they think that the World Bank shouldn't support a gas-fired power plant, which by the way would enable more solar power because they match really well together. If they did that, I think that the Nigerian finance minister and probably President Tinubu need to raise that right at the top and make a stink about it because they would find a lot of sympathy from other shareholders. Sure, Germany's not borrowing from the World Bank, but a lot of emerging market countries are. And a lot of political leaders fully understand that climate is not everything. It's super important, and we all have to tackle it in our own way, but it's not the only objective, and it's certainly not the only objective of the World Bank. So I think you can press them, and you can also, work with other nations to make sure that your voices are heard. This is going to happen this summer, actually, in part because of the Trump administration putting pressure on the World Bank. The US policy now is officially all of the above energy, which means, we're not going to make choices ahead of time about which technologies are in and which are out. Although I actually wish that they would be open to, wind and solar as well. They seem to say all of the above except the ones that the other guys liked, which is it's not smart either. But if they're pushing for an all of the above energy strategy at the World Bank, there's going to be a board discussion to look at this. And a lot of the attention has been on nuclear. The World Bank bans any discussion or much less investment in nuclear power. That is going to come to an end, I hope, this summer. But that's also going to raise questions around gas. So what the bank has said about gas is they will not finance upstream oil and gas exploration. They won't finance pipelines. They will consider, under exceptional circumstances, some downstream factories or power plants. But it has to meet a whole set of criteria. And those hoops that you have to jump through can become largely a ban by just ban through bureaucracy. So that is going to be revisited by the board, I think, this summer or at least this fall. And that will be an opportunity for countries like Nigeria to talk about where they see fossil fuels fitting into their own energy transition plans. And it certainly won't be everything, and it certainly won't be zero. But that's the whole point of countries setting their own trajectories, both for climate plans and for economic plans. And the World Bank should be getting behind them. I'll just say it would be a huge missed opportunity if the Nigerian government does not weigh in here, and they leave it to India or Brazil or somebody else to speak for the emerging markets. Nigeria, as a big oil and gas producer, should really be speaking up for itself and for fellow countries, working with, Senegal, Cote d'Ivoire, Ghana, Mozambique, Tanzania. Namibia is now going to be an oil producing country. So like a little bit of cooperation can go a long way.
Yeah. So back in 2018, you wrote this book, Africa Development, Making Sense of It All. In the intervening years, what is that insight you have about Africa's development that is not really clear to many people who think about Africa? And here I'm thinking, what is it that in your view, because I know you think a lot about this stuff, what's that thing that we don't understand or that outsiders trying to work in Africa do not understand about Africa, that if they did, could change their perspective on how to deal with the continent? And I know it's so many countries in the continent, but
yeah. So this is something I think Africans understand very well, but I don't think outsiders do. And I'm borrowing here from one of my mentors and heroes, which was Nick Van de Waal, who unfortunately just recently passed away, a Cornell professor. This insight is that when African countries make economic decisions that seem really dumb, it's not dumb. It has a political logic behind it. And just telling people, well, obviously you should do this other thing, doesn't help them get out of the reason they're doing the other thing.
Exactly.
And in many ways, again, I'm borrowing this from another friend. We often tell countries, oh, you have this problem missing, so solve that problem, right? So you don't have capacity, so build capacity. And you're not understanding, well, what's the reason? What are the supply and demand issues why capacity is not being built? Why are people not asking for it? Why are people not developing it? And so I feel like a lot of development has come around to this idea. It's like telling an insomniac that you've analyzed their problem, and the issue is they need to get more sleep.
Yeah.
That's your advice. And
Yeah.
it's true, but it's completely unhelpful. Right? So I think that too much development is telling insomniacs to get more sleep rather than getting to the root causes of what are the reasons behind why countries are not making smarter or more economically smart policy choices. Why are they not developing, for example, more business-friendly environments? Why are they not really trying to attract more capital? Why are they not cultivating an independent business class, right? So that's how countries get rich. Not usually through, governments provide infrastructure and security and a stable, macro environment. They need to provide all of that. But countries become rich because entrepreneurs build businesses and grow. And why is that? Why is the entrepreneurial class in Africa so often seen as a threat rather than as a benefit? And so that's where you have to think a bit more about the politics behind it. And that's where, economists want to think about numbers and data and rates of return. But actually, if you want to understand Africa, you've got to understand the incentives that decision makers actually face. In other words, you have to understand politics.
Exactly. And so let's talk about, this big elephant in the room, aid freeze. Trump has pretty much ended that, and many of the other Western countries seem to be following in that regard. Europe has cut back aid, the UK, etc. And I think it was Jackie Chilas at the Institute of Security Studies in South Africa. He said that just by that single action, about 5.7 million Africans are going to become, abjectly poor and fall through that crack. Then our friend Zainab Usman had this brilliant essay in Foreign Affairs, saying, well, it has happened. It is what it is. We need to rethink international development, and how it's done. We need to move from this arms giving to support industrialization. As you think about the aid freeze and you think about all these different things that are happening right now, how do you think African governments should be positioning or responding to this new reality? And what are the levers, that they need to be trying to pull to industrialize or to restart development in Africa?
Yeah, great question. And I think both of those two things can be true, right? Jackie's contention that this is going to hurt people in the short term is undoubtedly true. But Zainab and Ken Apollo and other African thought leaders are also true that we have to, Africa's got to just deal with the reality and move on from here and not get themselves in that vulnerable position again. And, maybe when we get to the oil to cash discussion, which is about how do you get out of the resource.
That's where I'm going next.
there's actually an aid resource curse as well.
Yes.
And the mechanism is exactly the same. The mechanism is when a government can get resources from somewhere other than its own people, its attention becomes on that other source, and it breaks the bond between the population and the government. And the key to this is the word that everybody hates. It's taxation, right? So when you have to pay taxes, you are paying attention to what the government is doing. And governments, when they rely on citizens for taxation, they have to care about business. They have to care what citizens think because they need their revenues to run the government. Oil breaks that, and the aid system also in some ways can break that. I think like the worst example of this is, and this is what I mean by both Jackie and Zainab both being right. Probably the most successful aid initiative over the last 20 years is the American PEPFAR, the AIDS program that President Bush launched about 20 years ago. Hugely successful in saving people's lives. And, if you go back 20 years, the continent, it was HIV/AIDS was devastating to the continent. People in Botswana, they were training 2 or 3 people for every job because they were expecting to lose, half of their educated population within a generation. That all came to a screeching halt. We actually don't even really hear about HIV/AIDS anymore. It's manageable and people are on treatment. So it's been hugely successful. At the same time, it's almost unimaginable that the South African government allowed itself, they have plenty of resources, allowed itself to become reliant on the political whims of another country. And if you don't think that the US is fickle about what they care about, ask the Vietnamese or the Afghans, right? I mean, it's politics that drives this. And so I think the lesson there is don't be like South Africa, and don't get yourself in a situation where you're totally dependent on something that you have no control over whatsoever. So the shift is that countries, that governments need to start looking at their own tax base. Absolutely use the international assistance that's available. Get long-term infrastructure finance from the development banks. Get money from private investors where you can. But for your base operations, you have to rely on your own tax base. And that means a lot of things. But in particular, it means what we've already talked about. You have to grow the business sector. People need, businesses pay taxes, and you need to raise incomes because you will never be able to fund an effective government on a country of poor people. There's just not enough resources. You have to grow that pie. And I'd say, not to pick on Nigeria, you want to talk about Nigeria, you have an extremely low tax base relative to GDP. And part of that is that people do not trust the government. The system does not work. And there are ways, especially with technology, with biometric ID, mobile money, digital platforms, there are ways to do taxation that's accountable, that's open, and that can start to build some confidence with the population. And then you start to build your tax base in a fairer way.
Okay, so this is going to be a slightly long question, so I
Okay.
can set it up. So the oil to cash argument is we make all this money from oil, pay directly to the people, and then the government makes its income from the taxes the people pay. That taxation becomes more of an accountability tool, that puts government in check, etc. Here's the flip to that argument from a Nigerian, who's just looking at this theory. So number one, in a country where you don't have good enumeration, we don't even know how many people we are, right? So we throw out numbers, 220 million people, nobody knows, right? The base that we're building on, faulty. Number two, we don't have any form of identification. So isn't that going to be another opportunity for government to say, oh, we made this amount, we shared that, but they keep a lot for themselves? Yeah. So that's number one. Number two, government, what then happens with things like inflation? Yeah. If you put so much money in the hands of people and so on and so forth, the inflation angle, and many other challenges that could come from this idea. So my question is, how do you respond to these pushbacks? Number two, where has this really worked? I know in the book, you talked about Alaska, different system, different people, etc. Where has it worked in the developing world?
Yeah. Okay. So that's great question. So the idea of oil to cash is that you're giving, because oil or oil and gas are a national resource, technically citizens are part owners of that national resource legally. Actually, in every country, I think, on the planet, except for the United States, subsoil resources are owned by the nation. So the idea of oil to cash is it has different parts, but the core of it is that you turn people into owners of that resource, and owners should benefit from some of those revenues. That could be that, that can take many, many different forms, right? In Nigeria, it could be that all the revenues of go back to NNPC, and NNPC pays, and every citizen owns one share of NNPC, and NNPC pays a dividend of its profits, just like a normal company, to its citizens. That's one example. Another example, what Alaska does is it puts its oil revenues into a sovereign wealth fund, and then that sovereign wealth fund has a formula. It's literally a formula of how much it pays out to every state resident. So you actually have to live in Alaska for that year to receive it. And so actually a really simple formula. It's I'll slightly simplify, but they basically take all the profits averaged over the last 5 years, they split the profits in half. Half go to the state and half go to citizens in a dividend. And that half is then divided by the state residents. It's typically around $1,000 per year, sometimes a little bit more, sometimes a little bit less. So you could do it that way. There's lots of different mechanisms to do it. I will come back to your how do you know who the people are in one second. But the key point of this is that you are giving people a direct stake in the oil revenues instead of it going to government and hoping that the government spends it well and it effectively trickles down eventually to communities. We know that sometimes works, but not usually.
Yeah.
And so you want people to see you want them to see an economic benefit, but you also want to instigate this accountability mechanism where if you go talk to Alaskans, they will know why it was $1,000 last year and it's only 800 this year. They will know exactly why. And Nigerians should know why their dividend, I don't know what it would be. We could do the math, but let's say it's $100 a year.
Yeah.
Why is it 100 this year when it was 125 last year? That would really focus people's attention. So that's sort of the concept of it. The taxation, it gets to your ID question. So part of the reason Nigerians have a terrible or a very thin tax base is exactly what you say. You don't know who's a Nigerian or where they are or anything like that. To make this work in a fair and effective way, both the dividend and the taxation system, which do go hand in hand, I do think Nigeria would have to do something like what India has done, which is to create a unique ID system that would use biometric identification. Everyone would get an ID. Those IDs would be linked to a digital bank account, and everything needs to be, completely audited, and auditable by third parties. And where India has done, they haven't done exactly oil to cash, but what they've done, once they built the Aadhaar ID system, they were able to do all kinds of other things, including, interestingly for Nigeria, get rid of fossil fuel subsidies. So in India, they were subsidizing cooking gas canisters. And it was hugely expensive, and it was really creating all kinds of distortions in the market. And of course, like all subsidies, most of it was going to middle class and rich people rather than the poor. So what they decided to do was to get rid of the subsidy, let the gas canister be priced at a market rate, and then they calculated how much, if a typical Indian family would use, I can't remember how many it was, let's say one gas canister a month. What would that cost? And we're going to give people the market price in cash for one gas canister a month. So we're getting the distortions out of the system, but we're replacing it with cash so people can decide how they want to do that. And it was way more efficient. Now it's kind of, there's lots of other things you could imagine doing with this. And it gets, of course, political, very political, very quickly. So that's sort of like a side example. Bolivia is a country where their national gas revenues are tied into the national pension system. So their pension system is based on gas revenue. So what's interesting there is, what is a pension system? It's just a national dividend only for old people. So that's just a demographic segment of the same thing. South Africa, actually, they don't tie it to a natural resource, but they have a child benefit. So they pay the mothers a certain amount every month. That is a dividend. It's just for a different segment of the demographic ladder. And then just the last thing I'll mention in the developing world is some of the new oil countries that have discovered oil recently are experimenting with this. And the most interesting one is Suriname in South America. Suriname, the new prime minister has announced, he called it royalties for everyone. Now, we don't quite know exactly how it's going to work, but it's effectively the oil to cash model, which is we will take some proportion of our revenues and divide it up and give a small share to everyone. The amount doesn't really matter all that much. It needs to be enough to instigate people to pay attention, and ideally enough to help make at least poor people's lives a little bit better. and not so great that you're going to actually create a disincentive for people to enter the labor market. So that's where you might get into like maybe some of the Gulf states. Not that they have direct subsidies, but the incentives for work are pretty low there. But Nigeria has such a large population and actually relatively small oil sector, given the large population. I don't think there's much of a risk of the dividend becoming too large.
Interesting.
Well, that's the idea.
I liked it when I read about it. I thought there could be some challenges, but not things that cannot be surmounted. But again, just another tool in the toolbox.
Yeah.
So if we switch a little bit to China, right? Because that's something that comes up a lot in these conversations. What's your view on how this China-US geopolitical tussle is going to play out? Do you foresee us growing old in a China empire, or is it going to fizzle out like Japan did, the Japan scare of the 80s? But even if we grew old in a China empire, how bad can it be? Or are there some silver linings?
So, all right. So the short answer is I don't know, right? I wish I did know, right? I do think that there's a couple of things that are true, that are both true. Okay, one is that China is racing ahead technologically, and the West is definitely falling behind, right? And this AI is a good example, but look at clean energy deployment, look at all of these things that they can do that we cannot do, right? And that's a certain state capability that they have that the West had and is largely lost, and I actually don't think we will get it back. Okay. So that is definitely true. And so China is going to continue to become wealthier and more influential, and it will dominate certain sectors for sure. On the other hand, they're able to do that through a pretty brutal authoritarian system. And to come back to my people vote with their feet, I think that once, I still think that people, especially when they become middle class and definitely when they become wealthy, they really prize their individual freedom. They prize the ability to say what they want. They prize the ability to choose to live where they want. And that will continue to be possible in the West and not possible in China. And so I think when people have those choices, there's something, maybe this is wrong, it's probably wrong, but like I still feel like there's some fundamental universal human desire for freedom and to make choices in your own life and not have the government tell you what to do and when. And that's going to be a value that that I think will stick in the West, and it's going to be very disruptive in China. And like even like let's take it back to Nigeria. Okay, let's say it's a Chinese dominated world. Like I just cannot imagine Nigerians like letting their government tell them what to do or what to say. Like Nigerians are just not going to put up with that, right? You're much more like Americans in that you kind of embrace the Wild West. You want to be freewheeling, you want to say what you think, you want to try different things. That model, I think, that's really hard to get people to give that up. They won't give that up. So I don't know if that'll be the tension of the next 50 years. But I know as wealthy as China gets, it's still not going to be a place that's going to attract people that have choices. So we'll see how both of those two tensions play out.
Interesting. Now, again, going back to your U.S. State Department days, how has U.S. foreign policy on Africa evolved over time? What led to where we are today, where it appears that Africa really doesn't feature that much, in conversations in Washington, D.C.? What happened, and how does Africa navigate itself out of this cul-de-sac?
Yeah, so look, for a long time, Africa was viewed entirely through the Cold War lens, right? It was an arena of geostrategic competition between the US and Soviet Union. Everything was through that lens. It gave a very simple frame. You could understand it. and African leaders could exploit it, and they did, right? Absolutely, they did. Then we sort of had this period where it was like it was all up in the air. This was from the fall of the Berlin Wall until really the rise of China. It was kind of a grab bag, like, what are we doing? And, I remember when Bill Clinton came into office, their goal was to get total US foreign assistance to all of Africa to hit $1 billion. That was their big goal, right? And they struggled to get there. I can't remember if they did or not, but like it was like nothing. And then and so you saw this proliferation of interest where people are like, oh, what we care about is human rights, or what we care about is only democracy, or we care about global health. Like it was sort of a grab bag of all kinds of objectives. And that doesn't, when you've got a lot of priorities, you have no priorities. And so that really meant that Africa fell way down on the priority list because it wasn't clear what really mattered.
Yeah.
Then we saw, I would say, so I worked for the Bush administration. In the Bush administration, I would say you saw an elevation of Africa and in some very clear lanes. And those lanes were public health, particularly HIV, AIDS, and malaria, presidential initiatives on both. Very clear. And that was driven in large part by the president deciding this was something good in line with American values that could be done and we should do it. And he got a lot of support for that. I'm actually kind of disappointed and a little surprised at how fast that collapsed now. We'll see if the constituency for global health comes back a little bit. I hope that it does. Okay, but health, counterterrorism, this is post 9/11 world, and then democratization was actually a really big issue. I know people sometimes roll their eyes, but I can tell you, working for Secretary Condoleezza Rice and President Bush, that democracy promotion and human freedom, it was not just buzzwords. It was actually a core objective that we were trying to pursue. And in particular, a bunch of countries that had gone through in Africa, the democratic transition in the early 90s, they were kind of having some wobbly moments in the early 2000s. So we were trying to support them. So you saw that. And then during the Obama years, you sort of saw like a proliferation, less focus. It was like a lot more things were of it. It was again this era of we've got a lot more priorities, and too many priorities or no priorities at all. So it kind of got a little bit messy. Now with Trump 2, we're actually seeing such a complete reversal where it's basically about critical minerals and maybe nothing else.
Yeah.
Right? It's like so narrow. So I think if I was advising an African head of state or a foreign minister, I would say to try to be very hard-headed about finding something that your country has value, and not worry too much about all the other theatrical stuff, and focus on worrying about trying to build a productive relationship in that particular area. And we could talk about what that might be in Nigeria. So,
not just Nigeria. I mean, again, just thinking about Nigeria, thinking about Kenya, South Africa, that's getting a lot of the brunt of the Trump ire. What can these guys possibly put forward to give them some bargaining chips in a world that seems to have turned away from Africa and focused on a few other things, yet African leaders may not have come to this realization, to say, if this is the world we live in today, what are the chips we've got to lay on the table, and how do we arrange our chips? Yeah. What are your thoughts?
Yeah. So I would say, the two obvious areas, one are business deals, and this should be not seen in terms of charity, but in terms of mutual interest. What are the deals between American and Nigerian firms, or American and Kenyan or South African firms that would be beneficial for both countries, and help make those happen? Clearly that goes way beyond just the mineral supply chains, but that's something that they're certainly focused on. The second is national security. And, counterterrorism is still a big issue. If I was Kenya, Kenya is the linchpin for dealing with Somalia and a whole bunch of other problems in the region. And Kenya has done a good job of making itself a useful national security ally. So I think other countries can certainly do that as well. And then the last is really thinking about partnerships in a smart way that leverage U.S. concern about influence of China and Russia. And this is not like finger wagging, making people have to choose. And I'm definitely picking up right now in Washington, D.C., that there's a sense that people have overplayed the Chinese card, and that people have basically tried to use, oh, well, if you don't do this, China will for everything. And it's kind of a little bit of the boy who cried wolf. So I don't know, but there's still very real concern about that, and using that in a smart, targeted manner, I think can be productive, both to play off each of the superpowers against each other, but also to use it as a motivator for building, productive relationships built on mutual interests, rather than, I think that the era of we're all just going to be nice to each other because cooperation is a good thing, that's kind of not going to work, at least for the next immediate period.
Exactly. And just to say to the participants, we're going to take your questions or comments, but please put them in the Q&A tab. It's difficult for us to read all the comments going on in the chat room, but if you put them in the Q&A tab, we can pick them up. Todd, let's talk a bit about energy, which is something that's dear to our hearts. As the work you do in Energy for Growth Hub, your very brilliant Substack, Eat More Electrons, which I always think eat more chicken, whenever I see it. What is it that you know about addressing Africa's energy poverty that is lost on many of the other mainline think tanks that think about energy and Africa, etc., and that may also be lost on policy people within the continent who are challenged with addressing this problem?
Yeah, I think the core, which is what Eat More Electrons is hinting at, is that Africa is going to need a lot more energy. And we're not talking about a 50% increase. We're talking about, Nigeria needing 5 times, 10 times as much energy, more, depending on your time period, over the next several decades to meet its own perfectly reasonable goals for employment, industry, and higher incomes for everybody. And I think the flip side of this is people think, well, if we can get lights in everybody's homes, that's pretty good. And having electric lights in your home is better than not having electric lights, but that's not enough energy to live a better life. And in particular, industry and commerce use most energy, right? So, 3/4 of electricity is not used in people's homes. It's used out in agriculture, in businesses, and in industry. And so, it's not good enough to just get lights in everybody's homes, or maybe enough electricity for some basic appliances. That's good. But really, businesses, the wider economy, need not just electricity and energy, but it has to be reliable and it has to be cheap, right? It has to be very low cost. So, this is like the scourge of Nigeria, is the reliance on diesel generators, right? So people are relying on diesel, which it delivers a service, right? You can run a fridge, or you can run some lights or a small shop on a diesel generator, but it's incredibly expensive. It's annoying in lots of other ways. It's dirty and but
noise pollution,
loud. But you cannot run a competitive business if you're running a generator and paying, I don't know, 50, 60 cents a kilowatt hour, and your competitor is running on 5 cent reliable electricity from a hydro dam or a solar gas array or whatever it is. So I think my main takeaway is that people do not get the scale of the energy needs, and sometimes they view it either that we should just make incremental progress, just give people a little bit of energy, they'll be a little bit better off. No, orders of magnitude more. And right now, this is crazy, okay? The average Nigerian uses about 1% as much electricity as the average American. 1%. So it's not, again, not just getting a bunch more in people's homes. It's all the data centers and the air conditioning and all of the things that electricity allows. And just the last thing I'll say that I don't think people get in addition to the scale is that if you really care about climate change, and we all should care absolutely about climate change means more energy in Africa, not less. It's not a scarcity. It's not a scarcity pathway. It's an abundance pathway. And there's no way we're going to be able to tackle climate change anywhere, especially in Africa, if we're not looking at orders of magnitude more electricity. And that's on us to try to do it as cleanly as possible without being dogmatic that it has to be zero carbon, but as cleanly as possible. But there's no way that we could say we're serious about climate change if 1/4 of humanity is left behind, and people are still burning, with trees to cook. That's just not going to be possible. So it's really a story. Climate change and energy abundance go hand in hand. It's not one or the other.
And I mean, what I love about your Substack is the way you use analogies to just bring what are seemingly difficult concepts, to the understanding of anyone who really wants to understand it. So this like 1% of what American use, or the famous one about a typical American refrigerator uses more power than the average African. I mean, that's stark. He puts it right in your face. But I think what I'm hearing is there's a bit of a focus, especially from many of the development programs, to say, oh, we're providing access, electricity access to Africans, and they install a solar panel there or do some mini grid there, and people can power their homes, and we all pat ourselves on the back that we've done fantastic. Whilst that is good, and we should do that, isn't that distracting us from some of the conversations we need to have, which then brings us back to a question I raised earlier around how we finance infrastructure, and that what we really need in many African countries just to use whatever we've got to just drive grid supplied power to people, to drive productivity, etc. And why is this difficult for people who write these policies to understand? It seems like simple common sense, to me, like, an American refrigerator uses more power than the average African. This is like one of those very simple things to understand. Why is it difficult for the core policy people, the people who control finance flows, to understand this little logic?
Yeah, so I think people do understand it. I think there is a lot of confusion, not among the people working in the energy sector, but in the wider community around what energy access means. So the way I think of it is energy access is getting people their first connection, right? And whether that is depending where they live, if you're in a city, it's probably in the grid. If you're, in maybe a tiny little town, maybe it's your first electricity is from a mini grid, and if you're living really remotely, maybe it's from a standalone solar home system. So that initial access is what the world has been focused on. The Sustainable Development Goal number 7, the access rate is getting everyone that first connection. The Mission 300, the new big program at the World Bank and African Development Bank, is to get 300 million new connections, getting all those people to have those first electrons flowing in their house. Super important. We absolutely need to do this, but we can't do that and ignore the other part of energy, which is energy for economic growth. I didn't name the Energy for Growth Hub by accident. We're focused on energy for growth, which is energy not really used at home. It's energy out in the wider economy, in industry, commerce, agriculture, and increasingly transportation. And there, you actually need different delivery systems. It's a different scale. And what you care about there is not access. Businesses have access. They have their first electrons. What you care about is cost and reliability. It has to be reliable. It has to be cost effective. And when you're doing that, that's how you get the sort of two sides of energy. People are earning more money outside the home from energy for growth. Then they're able to go home and afford appliances and electricity so that they can live better lives from the electricity at home. It's not exactly that simple. Some people work at home, that's fine. But in general, that's how energy leads to better development outcomes. We can become very fixated on the access number. And I think also people don't always realize that access can basically mean enough electricity for a couple of light bulbs, which again, great if you don't have light bulbs, but not enough. So we've worked with the Rockefeller Foundation on something we call the Modern Energy Minimum. And it's an additional metric. Let's get everybody to first access, 100%. Let's do it. Let's do it as cheaply, cost effectively, and quickly as possible. Not cheaply. I hate that word. Let's do it as cost effectively and efficiently as possible. But we also need to make these parallel investments. And what the Modern Energy Minimum is, so access is defined as 50 kilowatt hours per person per year by the IEA. And again, to go to the fridge, my family fridge is about 450 kilowatt hours per year. So 50 counts as access. That's fine. But energy, the Modern Energy Minimum is actually 1,000 kilowatt hours. And we've divided this into 250 at home and 750 in the wider economy. And we've done that because it's about 3/4 of the world's electricity is outside and 25% at home. So we're trying to propose this second tier, get everyone to access, and then let's get everyone, excuse me, to the Modern Energy Minimum of 1,000 kilowatt hours. That would be pretty good. The big criticism we get is, wow, 1,000, that sounds like a lot. Well, the average in the United States is 12,000. So just getting everybody to 1,000 is, sorry, that's not even the end goal. We got to get, I hope in my lifetime that we'll see people at 5,000 or more in Africa, and not just the super rich, but the middle class. And that would be a society where people have basically take electricity for granted. They can afford it. It's available when they need it. And they're not, when you're starting a business, you're not worried about where is it going to come from. You just know it will be there and you can afford it. That's the world we want to try to build.
Talk to me. How do we get to 5,000? What are some of the things? Okay, so two parts to the question. What are some of the reasons why we're not able to get to 5,000 today? And we know some of the popular ones, but there's some deep insights you have, on why we're not able to get to 5,000 and what can countries do. So assume that the president invites you, he really wants to do this stuff, lay out for me what I need to do, including on the contracting side, on, everything, just take some time and spell it out for me.
Yeah. So there's a lot of things. I'll just give you a couple. Okay. So an important one. So I think the technologies for off-grid are kind of incredible and people are doing amazing things, but you still can never escape the economy of scale of large scale power. Exactly. And for an economy that's going to produce, 3,000 to 5,000 per capita, you're going to still need big power plants. These can be hydroelectric dams, big solar farms, big wind farms, gas plants, nuclear, maybe small modular reactors soon. So you're still going to need electricity at scale. To get the generation side done, you need anchor off-takers. So go back to Ghana, country I've worked on a lot. I was just there a couple of weeks ago. I was there with my friend Patrick. Ghana's single largest source of electricity is the Akosombo Dam. It was built in the early 1960s, and the way it got financed was an aluminum smelter agreed to take a lot of the power. And by having that anchor customer, they were able to finance the whole dam. And that one deal produced, Ghana's biggest power source. And now we're, what, 75 years later, and it's still Ghana's biggest power source. So, so countries like Nigeria and others, they have aspirations to build lots of power plants. Each one of those needs some kind of anchor off-taker. That can be a public utility, but utilities in Africa, they're all operating at a loss, so none of them are creditworthy. So you either have to fix the finances of the utility, which would be a good thing to do, but also quite hard, or you need to find private off-takers who can take not all of it, but enough of the power from the generation facility that you can get financing to get the project built. And then you overbuild so that other people can benefit from that. And you make a whole series of those investments, you start to build up a whole fleet of power stations. So that's one thing where the government could play a role in helping to match generators to potential off-takers. That would also fit with industrialization policy, where they want those industries, and there's no better anchor than industrial facilities, right? The other is transmission. Again, a big problem in Nigeria, obviously, is the state of the grid. Transmission business is actually a terrible private sector business. So you see some private models that work here and there. Generally, this is public sector investment. And so I do think if I was, advising an African head of state, it would be you're going to have to mobilize some public resources and invest in a smart grid. Do it. Don't overbuild too quick. That will bankrupt you. But build out some really high value transmission lines, and do it in a way that will allow you to add on additional generation sources as they come online. And then the last issue, which you're sort of hinting at, is on the contracting. And this is an issue that I work a lot on. And it sounds really boring, and it's mostly lawyers that work on this. I'm not a lawyer. But the contracts in the power sector are still kept secret. And it strikes me as absolutely ridiculous that we're doing that. So in most countries, including Nigeria, oil and gas contracts, they're public. Mining contracts, they're public. If the government takes out a loan, their sovereign debt contracts, public. But electricity, nope, that's still kept private. And the downside of that is secret contracts, almost by design, mean you're not getting the best price, right? So if I told you, Patrick, that I went to the store and bought my family fridge, and I got a great deal, but I didn't tell you the price, and the store wouldn't tell you what price I paid, you would assume that you were getting a bad deal when you go to negotiate, and you would be right. And the same is happening with electricity. When you have non-competitive pricing, you're just overpaying. And when you have secret contracts, I don't know, either for corrupt reasons or just because the decision makers don't have all the information they need, you don't get good contracts either. So we're really advocating for contract disclosure. Some of the provisions that apply to public budgets, to oil and gas, mining, sovereign debt contracts, those should just be applied to the electricity sector as well. And that's a way that countries can make sure they're getting the best available price from the market, and that citizens know that their government is signing electricity deals on their behalf in a way that they can hold them accountable. So you can have a look. We've got a website called ppawatch.org. Have a look. And it's got all the materials there. And it's really, I think it's going to be one of these issues that in 10 years or 20 years, we're going to be like, God, it's crazy that we did it the old way, and this new way is so much better.
Yeah. So if you were advising some African candidates for a PhD, in the energy space, and they're just thinking areas to focus their research, what would you advise? What should they be spending time thinking about that could help Africa address many of the energy challenges it has?
Oh man, there's so many cool topics in the energy space. Like you have first of all, great sector to move into, because Africa's energy issue will not be solved in our lifetimes, and it's only going to grow. So I think it's an absolute growth area. Look, if you're into engineering, we're going to need a lot more engineers for sure. If you're into finance and business, we're going to need new business models and people who put together those package deals. If you're a data nerd like me, you can get into, geospatial analysis, which is used for planning and monitoring. There's really a whole array of things that you can do. Any of those are good. I think just people should choose their, what kinds of, the career advice I always give people is, you're going to spend the majority of your waking hours working on something. You better really like it and you better care about it, or you're basically wasting your life. Like, why would you do that? So find some skills that you're really interested in, find a passion of something you want to help achieve. So when you're older and you're, talking to your family, you can say, hey, I did this. And you can feel proud about that, and you will have enjoyed your life as well. So the last thing I'll just say is, I know that everybody thinks I got a PhD. I know everybody thinks getting a PhD is like the be all end all. You can have an amazing career. You do not need a PhD. If you definitely want to be an academic, sure, you have to do it. Pretty much every other job you want to do, I would ask whether maybe a master's degree and some additional work experience might actually be a better path.
Todd, we're Nigerians, right? We got to get that.
I know. I was just talking to a Ghanaian friend who was insisting that she's going to get a PhD in economics because that's what she needs to do. And I was like, well, why? And it was the same thing. Look, we have to do this.
We just have to get it. Yeah, it is what it is.
Well, I'm being very practical, but look, you got to do what you got to do, right?
Yep.
Live your best life.
I hear you. We've got a question from Shika Awuno. She says, funding for Africa infrastructure projects is astronomically expensive, hence the debt burden. Why can't Africa gain access to inexpensive long-term, maybe 30 years at least, funding for real development instead of the crippling system we have? So essentially, I think the question here is, why aren't we able to access, this longer-term funding more cost-effective to drive development?
Yeah. So part of it, I hate to say this, is the government's fault. So if you think about it, okay, if you're an investor and you want to invest in a solar farm, okay, you have options what to do with your money. You could invest in treasury bills I'm just going to pick on the United States, treasury bills in the United States, and you could get 5% or a little less now, but let's just say 5%. And you'd have the US government backing it up. Okay. All right. Well, now we want to look at Nigeria. Okay. I don't know what the prevailing Eurobond rate would be, but let's say it's something like 10 or 12%. So you could get 10 or 12%. Okay, I'm going to get 700 basis points more, and I'm going to take on the risk that the Nigerian government might default. I can make that calculation. Okay, I'll take it. 700 basis points. Well, now I want to do a solar farm in Nigeria. Well, okay, now I'm not just taking on Nigerian sovereign risk, but I'm actually taking on project risk that the solar farm will get built and will get paid. Well, there I'm going to need another 1,000 basis points. Right. So now I need, what is it? What are we up to? 20%.
Yeah.
Or more. I mean, I'm making these up, but they're roughly right.
Mm-hmm.
So there's a double risk premium on infrastructure projects in Africa. There's the sovereign risk, and then there's the project risk on top of it. And the sovereign risk is just based on the country, the likelihood of getting paid back because of currency and other issues. And then the project risk is just how risky that individual project will be, that it could get stuck or, fall apart, and then you're left holding a worthless asset. So the not very satisfying answer for for the audience's excellent question is governments need to manage that sovereign risk down. That means doing a lot of the big macro things well so that their premium risk comes down, and then the project risk, the government and the investors can do things to reduce that premium either through things like public guarantees or making it easier to get permitting. Having open contracts, I think, would help. All of the things that add to project risk, you can try to reduce them one by one. The last thing you can do is, and we talked about the World Bank a little bit, there are international facilities that actually do sub-market, lower interest rate than market rate investments. Those are things like the International Finance Corporation does private investment in projects at sub-market rates. And then a lot of countries have their own either development bank or development finance institution that also does long-term infrastructure at better terms than you'll get in the private market. So you can exploit those as much as possible. And a good example of that is the British government has something called BII, the British International Investment, and they make a lot of investments in African infrastructure, and they do it at rates that are better than what the market would bear.
Another question from William Dennis. African countries are generally factor-driven economies, meaning their value is essentially in providing raw materials and cheap labor. Do you think the rest of the developed world wants to really see African countries move towards efficiency-driven economies? And if not, to what extent can African leaders navigate the political and economic subversive efforts to keep Africa at the factor-driven level?
Yeah, so I don't think the rest of the world really cares all that much, right? They'd be perfectly happy taking Africa's natural resources in a raw form and benefiting from them. And, the old colonial extractive model is unfortunately alive and well today. All right. And we'll see many examples of that. It's absolutely incumbent on African governments to negotiate better deals. I see a lot of governments highly motivated by this today. They do not want that colonial model to continue, especially with the green economy, green industrialization, these new investments in mineral supply chains. So it's very important that the government negotiate hard to make sure that there are local benefits. So, for example, that raw materials are, processed as much as possible locally. If you're going to process minerals, for example, you need reliable power. Zambia is running into this problem, right? They have a lot of mining. The U.S. is investing in a railway to get Zambian minerals out to the Lobito port so it can go into the international market. But Zambia is facing a massive power crisis right now because they're reliant on a decades-old dam that's at a very low water level. So what Zambia should be doing is not just agreeing to export its minerals, but getting investment in local industry, local power, and local value addition in that mining value chain right now. It's not that easy to do. You have to negotiate hard, but you have to have a vision of what you're trying to achieve in your country and not just sell raw materials out the exit door and just take a little, that revenue and hope that you can turn that revenue into economic development. It doesn't work that way. You really got to, just like the Akasambo Dam example, you've got to build the infrastructure for that core project, but overbuild in a way that it has additional benefits for the rest of the local economy.
So there's a question here from Saleh Balami about Burkina Faso. Yeah.
Okay.
And I knew it was going to come up because I think Traore has a fantastic PR machine. That it's almost like a movie script. He's presented like this Voltron, who's going to save Burkina Faso and save Africa. But I can't get beyond the fact that he came to power in a military coup. It's an illiberal government. And if prior history tells us anything about how this is going to end, we know how it's going to play out. Over time, the shine will fade. He'll become a real dictator. He'll drive a lot of populist policies that might not be good for the economic development, and he'll become more dictatorial, etc., etc. What am I missing? What am I missing in this my slightly pessimistic, not even slightly, really pessimistic view of Traore and how he's being presented as the savior of Africa?
Yeah, Patrick, I don't think you're missing anything. So,
Okay.
like, Africa's had no shortage of charming leaders, right? That are good at PR. Robert Mugabe was good at PR one day, right?
Fantastic. He was the great African hope.
Museveni at one point in Uganda, he was, seen as the guy, right? Now his regime is pretty, doing some pretty frightening things right now.
Mhm.
So I think, you know, look, I guess Traore can surprise us, but I would say the way he came to power, not just in the coup, Nigeria had its example, had examples of both of former coup leaders, both kind of figuring it out and righting themselves, and some that absolutely did not. Um, you could argue about Jerry Rawlings in Ghana and others that were coup makers that kind of helped set their country on a more sustainable path. So I don't discount coup makers outright for being only negative. I would say his ties to the Russian and Russian affiliated groups is a massive alarm bell. And the concern in the whole Sahel region, I think, is pretty obviously, it's a concern of Nigeria. It should be a concern for everybody. So I'm actually very pessimistic. Burkina has incredible potential. It's really a country that was able to do a lot of things. And the fact that they've devolved back into sort of 60s style cycle of coups is really quite scary, actually.
Yeah.
Um, so, I would not take the political theater too seriously and see what he does on the ground.
Mhm.
Um, but if charming politicians were effective leaders, the world would be a very different place.
And we've got a few minutes to go, but I have to get to the Judd Riker, books.
Okay.
Fantastic fiction writer, diplomat, academic, trying to solve crises around the world, including in Nigeria. You see, Todd, every time I read him, I see your face. Yeah. I'm serious. So I try to focus on the book. I try to, okay, this is not Todd, this is Judd. But I see you. To what
Yeah.
extent is that your story?
Yeah, so there's a guy named Judd Devermont who was President Biden's chief advisor, and
I
I'd
met
worked with
him.
him in
Yeah.
government. He's an old dear friend. He thinks Judd Riker is him, in part because I used his name Judd, and he's not entirely wrong. So look, I'd say all the characters in the books are composites of real people,
Mhm.
and
Including the Nigerian characters?
so yeah, some of the Nigerian characters. So if you read the Nigerian book, so it's called The Shadow List,
Shadow List.
and it opens with an American banker kidnapped in London, who seems to have fallen for a 419 scam.
Mhm.
And it takes Judd Riker. He's got to figure out what's happened. It takes him to Nigeria. And one of his allies, there's a judge that's loosely based on the founding chair of the EFCC, Nuhu Ribadu, who's now, of course, the National Security Advisor. There's lots of differences between the two characters, but yeah, I had Ribadu in mind in writing that character. There's a a basketball player, and I've got Dikembe Mutombo in mind. It's like people like that. So it's not exactly, but that's the fun of fiction, is that you can take your favorite parts of real life and put them together into a fun story. And I would just say, Patrick, it was super fun writing those books. I really enjoyed it. And they're not serious, right? They're the kinds of they're to read on the beach or on an airplane, like it's just for fun. But I was actually trying to do stories about American diplomats
Mhm.
dealing in Africa and some of the things that I did face, like, backbiting other diplomats and lying dictators and all of that fun stuff that you have to deal with that's actually serious in the real world, but put it in a fiction format that would be accessible to regular people who don't really want to read about the bureaucracy of foreign policy and how it's not working. So,
well, I really enjoyed and respect, and like that you respected the people and the places, especially introducing some of these African nations or peoples to an audience that may not be really exposed to them. And I thought you paid a lot of great attention.
Good. I'm glad to hear that. I really try to avoid cliches, but I would admit in the Shadow List, the Russian characters are all cliches. But that's okay. I'm okay with that as long as the Nigerian characters are not.
And is there another book in the series, or are you done?
So I did a book. The Riker International Diplomatic Series, I did the 4 and I needed a break. I decided to do a domestic U.S. thriller, which I put out last summer. It's called Purple State, and it's about state of Pennsylvania. And I've had to take a break again. Trying to write about U.S. politics in fiction form, it's very hard to stay ahead of reality. Like, I wrote some crazy stuff in early drafts, and it wasn't half as crazy as reality. So I had to provide, and I felt like that was a little exhausting. It was a fun book to write. I enjoyed it. And I hope people enjoy reading it, but I don't know that I'm going to write another American thriller right now.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Todd, for this conversation. It's always a pleasure to speak with you.
Thank you, Patrick. I love your podcast, and thank you for going. I know you like to go deep. We always talk about things so superficially. So I really appreciate that you like to go, spend time, go into a deep topic. And of course, I love everything you're doing at Next here. So congratulations on that.
Thank you. And see you when you get back to DC.
Fantastic.
Fantastic. Thanks a lot.
New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem.
There's no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left, in all the accounts of Anambra State, 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
For your best music and entertainment, log on to our website, www.hitlistenCruising.com.
Do not attempt to adjust your dial.
www.hitlistenCruising.com.
Let's go!
Hello Nigerians, welcome to your show, the best and the most rewarding TV show in Nigeria, Hit List and Cruising. My name is Musty Adenoy. This week we're in Port Harcourt, the Garden City. So call everyone around you. Let's have 30 minutes of supreme entertainment. Welcome to your show.
What's up, my name is Fast, aka Fast, the bad guy. Ladies and gentlemen, they're also calling me the What's Up guy. Do not stop watching Hit List and Cruising. Thank you so much.
Pass me my cup. I just want to have fun. I know I worry too much. I don't gather my funds. Me and my guys they on soft. If you they hate it, no be my fault. Better wait for your door. Yo, I'm dripping. Blue water Fiji, Balenciaga Ricky. Yours no one leave me. Share money for my guys like I been biscuits. We lit it. Push it peace on low key. Don't play with me, I do this. I no get competition. My enemy na Saba. Now I gotta. Cause I no feel lose guy. Really matter. Men still months, inshallah. Start to the plan. keep my head up, even though say sometimes it seems very hard. I'm on me, my dream be my pocket filled with green salad. MIA, me, I can give you my AT&T, man. No time for beefing anybody, no be waiting, bring me, come here. I know like that, better pass me my cup. I just want to have fun. I know I worry too much. I know I worry too much. I don't need gather my funds. Me and my guys, they on soft. If you they hate, it no be my fault. Better wait for your door, yo, I'm dripping. Belly water, Fiji, Balenciaga, Ricky. Girls, no one leave me. Show money for my guys like I be in biscuits. Willie T, push your piece on low key. Don't play with me, I do this. Oh yo, oh yo. The streets ain't got no love, no love. No matter what you do, people them all to talk. Even if say you want to respond, they say how they want to is in my soul. I say now your fault. You guys are before you tumble. On me go high before he goes off. Universe no life, oh, take your time, brother, me no rush. I better pass me my cup. I just want to have fun. I know I worry too much. I know I worry too much. I don't they gather my funds. Me and my guys, they on soft. If you they hate, it no be my fault. Better wait for your tongue, yo, I'm dripping. Belly water, Fiji, Balenciaga, Ricky. Girls, no one leave me. Show money for my guys like I be in biscuits. Willie T, push your piece on low key. Don't play with me, I do this.
I'll show you the ways to hunt and the places to hunt for rabbits. Zoom is an invincible god. He's everywhere.
The year is 1956. Hidden behind mountains in Adamawa is a primitive tribe, Koma. A tribe untouched by civilization, satisfied by their love for tradition and hunting.
The movie Koma had a glamorous premiere that brought together top celebrities and industry figures, all dazzling on the red carpet. It was a night of glitz, glamour, and celebration as guests gathered to witness the unveiling of a film that promises to make a bold statement. Koma, co-written, produced, and directed by Kunle Awonusi, stars Bolanle Ninoluwo, Tomi Ojo, Ufot, Ian Wadi, Lolade Okunsanya, and Oma Oyama. The film boldly challenges beliefs and shifts culture, offering not just a story but an awakening. It will be released in cinemas nationwide on October 10th, 2025.
I played the character Kruma in Koma. Kruma was a very interesting character. For one, he was before my era. He was a spiritualist and he was a king.
I'm super excited to be here to introduce Nollywood and the rest of the world to this amazing film that is about to, be released into the world, Koma.
Working on this project really shaped me as an actor, like generally, and how I present my acting.
I'm expected to see, please don't judge me, Nino B, because I love the drama that he brings to every movie set. So yeah, Nino.
I want to have fun tonight because this movie is everything entertaining and fun. So watch out when Koma hits the cinema, you all should come see it.
is about him.
This is a story centered on three themes: belief system, generational curse, and optimism. These are strong themes, and so you would expect a strong film, but no. We understand you want to be entertained when it comes to film, and that's what we've done.
Film like Kuma is a kind of production that you want to allow people and make people recognize the talents we have in Nigeria, from animation to CGI to visual effects.
It's a storyline that every Nigerian can relate to, and I think you guys should go see the movie Coma when it's out.
Seeing the film now, and I'm assuring you guys that it is a beautiful, fresh, refreshing story, and I think you're going to like it.
You have a problem and I'm getting tired of it.
How?
You have a problem and we need to seek help.
When it seems like nothing could go wrong.
Go. Bring prayer for me.
Is when everything changed.
It is permanent. Nothing we ever put our hands on will work.
I tried. I'm tired chasing this dream. What I seek would come to be losing my mind. My mind.
Today, we celebrate a true icon in the Nigerian media landscape, Mr. Musty Adinoyi, the CEO of Emrose Adinoyi Production. With over 17 years of dedication to the industry, Mr. Adinoyi has become a respected media personality, known for his passion, professionalism, and unwavering commitment to excellence. Through his widely loved show, Hit List and Cruising, he has consistently celebrated Nigerian talents, spotlighted rising stars, and positively influenced lives across the country. His work has not only entertained, but empowered, creating a platform that uplifts the voices and stories that deserves to be heard. From hosting one of the biggest music festivals in Lagos to mentoring the next generation of creatives, Mr. Adinoyi's impact speaks for itself. And so, on this special day, we join the entire Emrose family and fans across the nation in wishing him a happy birthday. May this year bring even more success, fulfillment, and inspiration.
Hello Nigerians, my name is Miss Sobonia Lovett. I am this week winner on Hit List and Cruising. I am so delighted to be the winner. I can't wait to receive my goodies from Hit List and Cruising.
Show they give this feeling everywhere, legit, no deceiving. You want cruise, you want win. Download the app, make we begin. Hit List and Cruising with a cruise, oh. Port Harcourt, stand up, it's for you, oh. Only show where they lift up Niger. Turn your dreams to vibes, no.
Hitlist and Cruising is the show, and right now we are in the Garden City, Port Harcourt, where the lucky one will be celebrated on the show today. Right now in my hands, I have the league sent in by the winner. We're just about to go inside the mall, do the shopping, and deliver to our winner. Stick with us. My name is Simon Ozzy. You can call me Ozzy Special with the vibes.
We're live in PH, feel the vibe. Hitlist and Cruising, come take a ride. Celebrating Niger loud and proud. We they make the people scream out loud. Only one show they give this feeling. Everywhere legit, no deceiving. You want cruise, you want win. Download the app, make we begin. Hitlist and Cruising, we the cruise, oh. Port Harcourt, stand up, it's for you, oh. Only show where they lift up Niger. Turn your dreams to vibes, no wahala. City lights, they shine like gold. Every moment fresh, never old. Niger spirit strong, we they unite. Hitlist and Cruising, feel the light. Cruising to the top, no delay. Every happy dance, a sweet play. Turn your hustle to a sweet melody. Join the way, feel the energy. Hitlist and Cruising, we the cruise, oh. Port Harcourt, stand up, it's for you, oh. Only show where they lift up Niger. Turn your dreams to vibes, no wahala. Cruising to the top, no delay.
With just a little talking, and you are getting so much right here on Hitlist and Cruising. So Nigeria want to hear you to express yourself.
I am super excited about this Hitlist and Cruising. When I was called, that time I'm selected, so I was surprised. But as things is going on, it's becoming real to me. So I'm happy to be the winner of this week Hitlist and Cruising. I'm really happy.
You can be our lucky winner on the show just like this. All you have to do is to download Hitlist and Cruising app, answer the questions, and if you happen to be our winner, we'll call you, send list of any item of your choice. We'll do the shopping, pay for it, and deliver to your doorstep. With just a token, you can win a woof of valued items. It is Hitlist and Cruising, designed to celebrate Nigerians. Right now, we're done shopping, and it's about the time to deliver the goodies to the winner. I'm sure she can't wait. I can't wait. So, guys, let's tag along.
Port Harcourt, stand up, it's for you, oh. Only show where they lift up Niger. Turn your dreams to vibes, no wahala. City lights, they shine like gold. Every moment fresh, never old. Niger spirit strong, we they unite. Hitlist and Cruising, feel the light. Cruising to the top, no delay. Every happy dance, a sweet play. Turn your hustle to a sweet melody. Join the way, feel the energy. Hitlist and Cruising, we the cruise, oh. Port Harcourt, stand up, it's for you, oh. Only show where they lift up Niger. Turn your dreams to vibes, no wahala.
When I log in, then I answer the question. I was answering the question every Saturday. Normally, I answer it every Saturday. Luckily for me, on Wednesday, I was called. Am I Lovette Ogboni? I say, yes, I'm the one. They say, I'm selected. So after that, I've been answering calls saying that, yes, I'm the winner, reaching yesterday. So I'm encouraging Nigerians. Just get into the program. The program is called Hitley's and Cruising. I am super excited, honestly speaking.
We are still very much in the city of Port Harcourt, the Garden City. And the winner just said it all. All you have to do is to download Hitley's and Cruising app, log in, follow the instructions. And if you happen to be a winner, we'll ask you to send list of any item of your choice. We do shopping, and of course, we deliver to your location. It is called Hitley's and Cruising, designed to celebrate Nigerians. And with just a token, you can get a woof of valued item just like this.
Download Hitley's and Cruising app on Google Play Store or iOS Store. Register and log in. After you log in, a question will be displayed. Pick the right answer from the option and click Continue. You will receive a confirmatory email after you're done answering the question.
Only one life, it's only one life, so I live it up. No time for drama, palafa, and the plenty talk. But I see the if you give me lemon, lemon, no like wahala, if wahala come over wahala. So, na so like that, my joy, and me a joy, na so like that. Anything we make me para, no just carry on, come my corner, away, away, away. Bad energy far away, 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 away. Bad energy stay away. Corner, corner. See me, my head, I saw, let nobody quench your fire. If them like it, bring fire, fighter. Dance your reggae, make you my cosa. Mr. DJ, now you go tire. Na so, like that, my joy, and me a joy, na so, like that. Anything will be make me para, no just carry on, come my corner, away, away, away. Bad energy far away, 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 away. Bad energy stay away. Corner, corner. See me, my head, I saw, anything make me better, no just carry on, my corner.
Realize that true happiness lies within you. There is no happiness in having or getting, but only in giving. We are inspiring our generation to give. Let's make Nigeria a better place. This week, Port Harcourt. Next week depends on you. So, download Hitley's and Cruising app, answer the question, Let me go shopping for you. I remain your sincerely Musty. I'll see you next week. One love.
Supreme Entertainment.
Hitlist and Cruising's hottest 5 videos.
Don't touch that dial.
Let's go.
Yeah, nobody had that. The way I did me, I did on top. Private room for Louis Vuitton. 5-star, no be nickname. Give me the money. Over the fame. Over the fame. You want me done? No be wallpaper, we they live this life. If you bring bad vibes, I go exit chat to you alive. See what we done. No be talk, we they show working. Evidence they come. Till eternity. Till eternity. Set me free from the shackles of my haters. 9 million the house, no be flex, motivation, purpose. I for do my start, cause baby, I need the woman for my life. Money matter, make you come alive. I go always stay online. Look we are bad and they my side. You know say me, I know the lie. If you try, if you shall come, you go call it, don't know the lies. Only won't feel me bow. Oh, long bow, only me. Okaraton spitting fire. Then this is me, I go retire. I said the boy of my own. Then go on down. How the boy they blow. Me, I the boy of my own. You know the me, I be there for that. Make them know see me, I know what that.
Turn to a new man. I see your body banking in the move, sha. Your ex must have big, he's a fool, man. You the satisfied, but the fool, man. They catch a fat and they want to nothing to prove, man. Now why I am you, way but the finest. Imagine the timeless, I ban it to sunset. Only you they confess, anytime you want bread. Tell me make a sign check, now you did my mind. If in the memo I can't say. Who's a give one way, now why me I come play? All the girls they hate, cause they know your maga don't pay. My prayer but someday, we go there forever like we just did. Until the world ends.
She go look like you, got your smile, your pretty eyes too. Yeah, her body like you. That girl, now my woman. That girl, now my woman. Because she turned me into a new man. That girl, now my woman. Like Tocho.
Show me your face, call me a roll. Call me a roll, you like call me a roll. Bounce on my body, baby, a fret ball. I'm a giant low, But don't take for the game, we stubborn. And I know if you tell you all the mouse, man don't run. I'm a giant Jew, man non stop. I'm on a giant place, I'm on no idea. Oluwale, live your life and enjoy. Over to you, pass on it, all up in one. Signal it, apply knowledge, make you build your kingdom. Over to you, pass on it, all up in one.
Deliver me for my frenemies. I get them before no be property. So as I dey born, give me better money. Deliver me for my frenemies. As I dey give my boss away.
Plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on e-vibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
I should try harder, so...
Okay, I don't know that one.
Outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hops on E-Vibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them, at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Chigichi Agorom, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
Signature TV, news in your pocket. Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Bright and early as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day. We at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
Wayek is overrated, and they even overrated themselves, and when people see it, they are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never heard what it was.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change the narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export. We are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning, weekdays, and Signature New Day, weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives.
What a beautiful day it is this morning. Good morning and welcome to Signature Morning on Signature TV. Today is Tuesday, the 11th day of November 2025. You're very much welcome. And today we have a new face with us, Quincy. Good morning.
Good morning, Che.
It's a pleasure to have you.
Thank you. My pleasure is mine. You can really say that again. Good morning and thank you for joining us today. As you always know, we have a date here on the Signature Morning every single morning of the weekday, and of course we are going to kick off with a whole lot of things that has been going on in the country.
Exactly.
I'm talking about insurgencies and the attacks that has been going on, even the case between the Boko Haram and the ISWAP situation in Nigeria. It is really an alarming situation.
Literally left about 200 militants dead near the Lake Chad region. I mean, it's quite worrisome. You know, we're still off of Anambra State election politics, and now we're facing these issues of insecurity that have, it's not a recent,
but it just got worse at this point, if you would ask me. And also this violence that is going on in Borno State and the nearby places as well. These are not just affecting the people in conflict, it's affecting the children, the women, and also education and security. It's affecting a whole lot of things.
Security system. I mean, a lot is being done, but a lot more still needs to be done to create a safer environment for people. Thank you so much for joining us this morning. I am Uchenna Chimdi Oluoha.
And I am Queensley Roland.
Up next is our newspaper headlines and review. Welcome back. It's time for our newspaper headlines, kicking it off with the Daily Trust newspaper. On the headlines, bandits attack 5 vehicles, abduct passengers in Kogi.
And just above the headline, we have Obasanjo says, under my watch, U.S. wouldn't do anything in Africa without our knowledge.
Abuja Hospital mortuary drowns in stench and decay. Silva, EFCC puts FBI, NCA, Interpol on alert.
We also have federal government pushes for a Poromado's transfer to Nigeria, and below that we have the PDP convention as Damagun-led NWC moves Wike's expulsion.
NACON reduces Hajj fare to 7.6 million naira. And finally, on the Daily Trust, many killed as Boko Haram ISWAP clash in Lake Chad region.
And going over to the Guardian, just written boldly, is it 3 years later, hope dims for safer and pipeline supplies of Jet A1 to airports.
WHO declares 24 million living with diabetes in Africa.
And we have fraud, apathy threatening democracy, as Dixon and Amechi says.
Reps laud Tinubu's intervention, payment of protesting contractors. And on page 3, again, court adjourns suit on PDP convention.
And we also have telecoms operators warn of regulatory conflict in digital economy bill.
2027, 70 CSOs demand enforcement of laws to curb vote buying. Now over to the Blueprint newspaper. NAF airstrikes kill ISWAP terrorists in Borno, with riders destroy bandits' hideouts in Katsina, Kwara. Troops rescue 86 victims, arrest 29 terror suspects in Borno, says official on page 9.
That's really interesting. And also we have Remi Tinubu and CAN youth reject U.S. claims on targeted killings, as well as how aviation can help achieve Nigeria's $1 trillion economy, says the airline chief.
Now, EFCC declares former Governor Silva wanted over alleged $14.85 million fraud, and Trump become Tinubu will mend cracks with international friends. This is coming from the federal government on page 11.
Okay, and we also have Trump become Tinubu will mend cracks with international friends, and that is from the federal government. And from the sports, we have the playoffs. Super Eagles begin training in Rabat.
Now over to the Vanguard newspaper. Still on insecurity. NAF strikes kill terrorists, bandits in Borno, Kwara, Katsina, others on page 5.
We can already see these things making heads on the newspapers. Yes. So we also have why we declared Timipre Sylvia wanted, says EFCC with the rider. It coordinated political onslaughts as aid as Ijaw youths kick.
Now on page 19, Nigeria's private sector credit soars 75.9% in 2 years. And still on the PDP, pro-anti-convention forces fight as court adjourns case to November 12th. On page 9, let's unite against extremism, Oluibadan, Shoyinka, NHRC. Now on the Nigerian Tribune, reps invite EFCC, ICPC to probe $4.6 billion global fund USAID grants.
And also we have on the page 5, we place high premium on stable power, says Tinubu.
We have Bebolo revokes MOA's C of O, asks site to be returned to Benin Central Hospital.
Okay, and also we have the reps invite EFCC, ICPC to probe the $4.6 billion global fund USAID grants.
And that is all we have on the newspaper headlines this morning. And now it's time for our review, and we have Chris Maduka. Good morning, Chris.
Good morning, Chris.
Good morning, Uche. Good morning, Queensley.
Okay, so going over the newspapers today, we have just noticed we have this case of insurgency between the NAF strikes to kill terrorists and bandits in Borno State, Kwara and Katsina, the Boko Haram situation, and every other insecurity problem that has made the newspaper headlines today.
Which, either way, the people dying, even if they are described as insurgents, they are human beings, then the ones who are trying to control them are. But one thing that has become clear, we want to link whatever is happening now to the President Donald Trump's threat or designation of Nigeria as a country of concern. Since that particular statement was made and released over virtually everywhere in the world, there has been so many issues of killing and destroying the insurgents. And I think that has brought so many issues up. We will be asking, so why has, if there has been this kind of arrangement over time, probably by now we would have been counting the number of insurgents left in Nigeria. Because with either directly or indirectly, the security forces, they tried their best, but this, like a wound, was allowed to fester and petrified and grown into cancer. And you know how the medical science describe how cancer spread. So bandits and like it entered into Nigeria as a drop, and we are talking about it in drops. Now it's like it spread across the 36 state crops, even Abuja. So much to the point that National Assembly of the Federal Republic of Nigeria received threats of attack from bandits. And so if, well, there's this adage when it says, let my dog and the neighbor's dog fight. Let my dog bite, my own dog bite the neighbor's dog to death. Let me pay. So in this case, the Nigerian Air Force and their strikes are decimating or whatever word they use to clear off these merchants of death. We welcome such moves. At least it start giving you confidence that at least something is happening. But over time, before now, not such things. So it's not like you wake up every morning and want to wish that Donald Trump will designate Nigeria as country of concern. But if that action has led to more serious action from our side against these merchants of death, then probably, you have to weigh at every option what is good, what is bad. So we have seen in the last 1 week a lot of effort by our security forces to deal with this serious issue of bandit and terror in Nigeria. And by God's grace, if they consistently sustain this kind of pace, we make much more progress in the near future.
Now, the EFCC is back again, is saying that former Governor Silva is wanted over alleged $14.85 million fraud.
And the Ijaw youth said is a calculated attempt to political subjugation. When you have such issue, you have to be very careful how you trade on. Which side are you trading on? Because are you trading on the Ijaw youth angle because Timi Silva is a strong Ijaw youth? Are you trading on the point of EFCC, who is a federal government agency, who has all right to know who is a fraud or who is not? So it's a highly sensitive issue. All we are asking for, in every situation in Nigeria, let there be justice, let there be fair play, let there be equity. Let, like Igbo say, Ebe belu ugo belu. Let the eagle perch, let the kite perch. Whoever breaks the hedge, snake, let snake bite that person. Let whoever go to remove bitterness from bitter leaf, let his hand taste bitter. But let the innocent Nigerians and all people who are innocent and proven innocent, let them go home free. Let there not be, intimidation, subjugation, suppression, all those negative words that keep dividing Nigeria into. And I think the Ijaw youth were in a hurry to react, because every time in Nigeria we bring tribal politics into serious issues, everybody will like anybody who is a fraud in Nigeria to be probed. All I'm saying, if EFCC has started, they are doing good work and they have a lot of arrests and conviction they secured. We were discussing that over time on this table. Let them go ahead, because if you ask me, from what I can see, I'm not working for EFCC. If you ask me from what is suspect and allegiance, what people allege, there's still a lot of people who have Nigerian money in their coffers. And it doesn't mean, let it not be that it's only when they have fallout with the government at the center, then the EFCC will remember those people. Let such thing not be, impression not be created, because it will always drown every positive mood made by EFCC. So it's them that know, because every man will know what is true. It's only when we play around politics and want to sound politically correct and have that negative mindset. That's why most of the good decisions, policies made by federal government, written on paper as a rule of law, are drawn into Nigerian complex political situation. But then EFCC should go by. If the man is, he'll go to court. If the man is, if they arrest him and bring him back, he go to court. They've alerted all the international investigation agencies. So if the man is brought back, he will face trial. If he's convicted, he will serve his term. Otherwise, well, our prayer is let only the people who are fraudulent, or those who are go against the law of Nigeria, let them be also get their pound of flesh from the law of Nigeria.
Okay, so another story that made headlines is the Hajj fare being reduced to about 7.6 million naira, and the president said it's to curb some expenses as well. What do you think about that? Is this the right time to be sponsoring this kind of travels?
The spiritual things has reduced the developing countries to excess dependency on God. So when you begin to discuss spiritual issues, you find a lot of people who attack you. It's only in Nigeria that somebody wants to follow what you call private spiritual alliance with his God, and the federal government will pay. In fact, people in government of different states in Nigeria use sponsorship or pilgrimage, if it's not to Israel, it's to Mecca, to what they call it, to make their followers happy, or people that are in government, they use it as compensation or to make, you know, and if you the amount of money we spend going to pray to God, while we have a lot of children in Nigeria out of school, and we have this issue of insecurity and insurgents and banditry linked to high level of youth unemployment, and we still have this kind of amount. 7.5 million is one individual to go to Mecca for a few days and come back. If most Nigerians have this amount of money, I tell you, they won't go to pilgrimage. They will find a way of doing a sustainable business in Nigeria that will have a chain of, and then the same God, because anywhere we are told God is everywhere. I must not spend this kind of money to go to pilgrimage anywhere in the world, in either side. Because people will be watching and say, am I condemning going to pilgrimage to Mecca? No. Am I condemning going to pilgrimage to Israel? No. It should be paid by anybody who felt that his sin has counted so much that he needs to go to Israel pilgrimage to meet face to face with God, or to Mecca to face to face with God to find the peace. Nigeria should not. Why would Nigerian government sponsor people to paradise? If we get into these spiritual things, how long can we do this? Like you asked me, I don't think this should be our priority at this time, because like my people say, when your house is on fire, you shouldn't get set about pursuing rats that are coming out of the fire. What we have in Nigeria now, Nigeria, honestly, I'll be told due respect, Nigeria is not at home, and that's not the time we should be. And then we have a lot of religious ground we can consecrate, and people should go there and pray to God. If the God is the God I know, He will answer from any point of the world, because God is spirit. I must not go to anywhere with that kind of money. Because my father asked me, if I use about 10 million to go to Brime to pray to God, how much blessing am I coming back with when you quantify it? Now, it should be proportionate.
Now, Dixon and Amechi are talking about fraud and apathy threatening democracy, and they're saying that rigging is like worst type of coup in our electoral system 2027. So
well, I hope they are not saying it now because they are on the receiving end, because all the people who are talking about have passed through the government system of Nigeria, either as governor or as a serious high ruling party officials, and they dispose things. They also got involved in rigging without missing word. Every Nigerian politician, they are the ones who know how to rig. They know who rigs. They know the process. They know all those things. So what happened is that each of them, when they have opportunity of setting records straight for the future, they will treat it like that legendary story of a man who wakes up in the morning and sees a chicken scattering human feces in front of his house, and he walk away and close his nose and say, it does not concern me. Now, at the end of it all, he will go and sit down one place and ask for ofaku and banga soup with obokoko. Then you come and ask him, you saw a chicken in the morning in front of your house, he didn't pursue, and he was using his leg to scatter the, you know. And now you are asking for chicken leg. Which of the chicken leg are you asking for to eat? So what goes round comes round. Nigerian politicians will be in position of authority. They will rig. When they are out of office and the thing is affecting them, they will begin to talk. So who are they complaining to me to go and change the rigging? We all know that rigging is a version of the civilian coup. That's it. Why are they not moving the National Assembly? Most of them there in National Assembly went to there rigging. So how can they sit down talking about rigging? Almost all the Nigerian position of authority in Nigeria today, let them come out to wear with Quran and Bible, touch and say, if I did not hit below the belt to get political advantage, let the Bible or even bring Ogu and some traditional, let them swear. If they do and survive, they know I'm telling lie. But most of them are in position of authority today by rigging. We just saw Anambra election. INEC still declared it free and fair. But people were shouting that they were buying, what is not rigging? They give it baptismal name. inducement, this, they call it several names, but these are things that have kept weakening the democratic structure. All the gains, the labor of our heroes past to get us independence and drive us on the path of growth of political democracy. But then we don't want it because of selfishness and greed of Nigerian politicians. We are going to outgrow it one day, but something dangerous will happen for us to outgrow it, because other nations of the world were telling us they passed through this. But the way we are going, I don't think we are growing up. We are growing down. That deep down, that neck deep into corruption, sleaze, rigging, and all the negative vices that are destroying our country. Let's go.
Okay, so looking at this same Trump threats to Nigeria, Remi Tinubu too has come out, as well as the Christian Association of Nigeria Youths. They have rejected this said situation on the targeted killings. What do you think about? I mean, these are the people.
There's crowd renting. There's been a lot of crowd renting. When you buy crowd to say this, to sound. What are we saying? Christian Association of Nigeria Youth, under which newspaper Blueprint, yes, today is saying they reject. That you reject does not mean it does not. You are free. It's a democratic country. You might say something and say I reject, but it doesn't make it true or false. If it's true that there is killings in Nigeria, they are using the word, what are you rejecting? Is it that there's no killing in Nigeria? The one you read in the newspaper this morning, was he killing? Not killing. Okay, let's give it baptism. It's not killing. Hey, I reject killing. It's not so. So it's killing now. In Nigeria, it's killing. People are kind or tied or whatever, so that they will accept. People are there's nothing they've not said about killing in Nigeria. It doesn't matter to them. At the point they operate, they can rent crowd to say whatever they want. The fact, go to your WhatsApp visual video. I saw one last night, and God is my witness. I never know that this kind of wickedness will exist in this country, where people will line up people and use AK-47 and kill innocent people, and they record and share. People are using big to scatter human brain, alive, young people. And people are there talking. That is, I don't know what they're rejecting. Is it that this fact that the whole world has seen, that we also have seen every day, we wake up and we see killings. What are they rejecting? Can youth reject anything? The Remi Tinubu, our dear first lady, go ahead and reject. The fact remains. Why is your husband, the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, making move, doing this? If all this in his lie, denial cannot solve the situation. The sooner, that's what they call crisis communication. First, accept the situation, then take assurance and show the people you are doing something, and let them see something you are doing. So you have to accept, you have to assure the people, and you have to take action. 3 A's of crisis communication. This is the peak of crisis communication in Nigeria if we handle it wrongly. Now the people are, even the bandits are, there's kind of, they're running amok now. Like you mentioned this morning, that what they are doing is totally, is going out of everywhere. In Borno, Zamfara, UK, United Kingdom, our mother colonizers have declared how many states in the north that their people say, don't go. Still we are here denying and rejecting. I don't know what else to say. Okay, but God bless Nigeria. Yes. God bless my grown-up angels. Of course, we are our new intake, beautiful question. And then all the people of the Signature TV, we say, if you have been joining us, go with us. We are going somewhere. When we get there, you see us. We join us on all social media handles. Join us on channel 265 SLTV. Be with us, comment, share, and we will get there. God bless you. God bless me also, because you have to give me strength to be shouting about Nigeria passionately. But remember that God's blessings are meant for those who deserve to be blessed.
Thank you, Chris.
Bye.
Thank you so much, Chris.
And now the morning show will be back right after this break. Do stay with us.
local.
International communities observing
Just finished taking
Why the main market is in chaos. People
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
The way we see the world shapes the way we change it. Gender isn't just a checkbox, it's a lens. One that helps us understand the world more deeply and act more fairly. Gender Perspectives, a program for those ready to see more, do more, and be more. Designed to challenge assumptions, ignite conversations, and build inclusive solutions across every sector of society.
We are not, fighting the men. We are not saying we are equal in terms of rights. We're only asking they should recognize our existence.
Join us on Gender Perspectives, showing every Saturday by 4 p.m. Repeat every Wednesdays by 5 p.m. and Thursdays by 3 p.m. Change begins with perspective. Let's widen yours. Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Chigichi Agorom, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
With a population of about 36 million people, the Southeast is awash with stories. Every day on Southeast News, we tell the peculiar story of the Southeast and her people.
Our Southeast should be the Silicon Valley of Nigeria.
Their successes, achievements, and daily challenges. Do you have a Southeast story to share? Community achievements and challenges, completed and uncompleted projects, bad roads, water scarcity, erosion, flooding, insecurity, or even disagreements? Bring it on to Southeast News. On Southeast News, no story is too big or too small. Southeast News. Let's tell our story. Showing on Signature TV every weekday at 4 p.m. WAT, 1600 hours GMT.
We are local.
International communities observing
Just finished taking
Why the main market is in chaos. People
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on e-vibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
I should try harder. So,
Okay, I don't know that one.
outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hops on E-Vibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
Welcome back. Now, Nigeria's road infrastructure has been a source of concern and frustration for Nigerians. And despite government efforts, these issues continue to persist. And so now attention is turning towards public-private partnership as a solution to these problems. But can it truly bridge Nigeria's road infrastructure gap? We're joined by Dr. Chukwuma Kachi. He is the president, Public-Private Partnership Practitioners of Nigeria, here to discuss the burden of road constructions in Nigeria, PPP as a viable solution. You're very much welcome. Good morning. All right, Dr. Kachi, can you unmute your microphone so that we can hear you properly, please?
Okay, let me try.
Okay, we can hear you.
My microphone is not.
Thank you very much for joining.
You are hearing me now?
Of course. Now,
okay, thank you.
Talking about the road construction in Nigeria, I would like to get your assessment. How do you see road construction projects in Nigeria, and what would you say are the major reasons that these constructions are the way that they are currently?
Thank you very much. Thank you for having me. Good morning, all viewers. Yes, we are all aware that our internal roads in the country are bad. And it's also a common knowledge that government budgetary funding is not adequate to drive the process of completing these roads. This is where PPP, public-private partnership, comes in. PPP is a method of procurement. It is also a method of financing. So the use of public-private partnership will enable us to finance these internal roads and get them completed. As a matter of fact, the Federal Ministry of Works have embarked on concessioning all the roads. Concession is a form of PPP. So far, 12 roads have been concessioned. But unfortunately, only one came to financial close. That is, the money became available for the execution of the project. The other 11 are yet to come to financial close. Though one has also said is about to come to financial close, leaving 10 hanging in the air. The reasons we shall delve into in this TV interview. Because unless these problems are solved, unless these obstacles are removed, there will be no lender will put down his money to finance the remaining 10 roads. Thank you.
All right, Engineer Chukwuma, you had just mentioned that PPP is a way forward to help with this certain burden when it comes to road construction. How exactly are they supposed to help in this situation?
Thank you very much. A public-private partnership is not a contract. It is an investment. Yes, technically it is a contract because it has the 5 elements of a contract: offer, acceptance, consideration, intention to go into a legal agreement, and legal capacity to be bound. But it is an investment. And we all know before someone can invest his money somewhere, he has to be convinced. He has to be attracted to that place. And so, one element of PPP which the public officials are missing, because that element is not in a contract, is that you have to structure a PPP in a manner as to attract the private sector. The emphasis is on the word attract. It's not like contracts, that's traditional procurement. Once you advertise, contractors will fall over each other to bid and come and execute the contract because it's government money. But for private money, the investor considers two things. Profitability, that is the profits. Not profitability is not whether profit is there or not, but whether the profit is acceptable to the private sector. They also consider the risk. Are the risks within the private party's acceptable threshold? The private party is not looking for a risk-free venture or a risk-free investment that is only available in government bonds. But once it's a project, there must be risks. The risks must be acceptable. Coming to this concession, HMDI, as the Federal Ministry of Works calls it, a PPP is embarked upon using established framework, using established procedure. It is not embarked upon anyhow. And so one of the conditions for a successful PPP, there are 7 conditions, is the use of transaction advisors. Transaction advisors are a sine qua non for a PP project in developing countries like Nigeria, where the knowledge of PPP is not yet in the civil service. Therefore, once you operate without a transaction advisor, reputable lenders are not likely to put down their money there. That is one of the problems affecting the HMDI or the Federal Ministry of Works. They're operating without a transaction advisor. Again, as I said, a PPP is embarked upon using established framework. Now, in the contract agreement for the concession of these 12 routes, I saw where there's a provision for arbitration. There, their provision says that the place of arbitration shall be in Nigeria. That automatically ends foreign money coming in. Because before lenders will lend money to a country,
Okay, Dr. Chukuma, I think we have... Dr. Chukuma, are you back with us? Can you hear us?
I'm back.
Okay, go ahead, sir.
Okay, sorry, what I was saying is this. That if the insurers, before they can insure the lender's money going to a foreign country, they insist that place of arbitration must be outside the host country for EMDA countries, that is emerging markets and developing economies like Nigeria, Togo, Ghana, and co. And so, for this HMDI, for us to attract foreign loan, place of arbitration must be outside Nigeria. So that sentence, that place of arbitration shall be in Nigeria, has ended any single foreign loan coming in. And it's difficult to borrow money locally and still make profit from concession of roads. Because our interests here are 20 to 25%, unlike foreign loans that are just about 3%, 5%. So the Federal Ministry of Works has a lot of work to do. And the main work they will do is to get a transaction advisor who will give them the first advice of removing that clause that arbitration shall take place in Nigeria. Because once you put it there, no foreign money, no foreign loan will come into Nigeria. Thank you.
Now, you've mentioned the ways that, that can attract, or the things that are supposed to attract investors to embark on these projects, and also the risks that are involved in it. But looking at Nigeria's current economic situation and, the debt that we are already in as a country, how attractive would you say that the country's infrastructure sector is to private investors right now, and what can possibly be done about it?
Yes, there's money in the economy. If you have listened to all these Ponzi schemes, you hear of a Ponzi scheme, fraud of 500 billion, 1 trillion, and no matter of things. There is money locally, and people are ready to pay for services now. Unlike in the past, that people were used to free services. Now they are ready to pay for the services.